Partner Les Williams says his crews would go into the war zone if asked to. Williams Boots and Coots has already sent firefighting gear to Saudi Arabia under a contract with the Saudi government. Its firefighters have braved some of the most dangerous blazes in the world, but still they are apprehensive about fighting fires in a place where soldiers are fighting one another.
How do you feel about being a firefighter in a combat situation?
Well, I don't know which would be worse, the fire or the bullets.
When an oil well burns, it can be like a torch with an inexhaustible supply of fuel. If Saddam Hussein ignites all the wells in Kuwait, he could burn 10 million barrels of oil every day.
And once these oil wells start burning, they are fed from the oil reservoir underneath.
Khalid Aziz is chairman of the Petroleum Engineering Department at Stanford University.
Sometimes they can take months or years to bring under control.
But other experts say many of the wells in Kuwait are older wells with less pressure and will burn themselves out in a short time. Most wells have safety valves as much as 1,000 feet below the surface, but experts disagree whether Iraqi saboteurs could get to them. One firefighter says he doesn't think anyone will be asked to put out the Kuwaiti oil fires unless they begin to interfere with Allied military operations. Greg Heaps reporting for CNN.
Up next on Business Day, more on Kuwait's oil installations.
And what impact those fires may have on the environment. We'll be back.
Always exciting, always something new. Always an adventure, always something to do. Always entertaining, always something to see. Always on the money, Las Vegas, always on the money.
Betty, those brownies.
You sweet talker, Betty Crocker, all the sweet things you do with those brownies. Ooh, what's that I see? Mercy, it's Hershey's. You sweet talker, Betty Crocker.
Sometimes minor mouth pain can be major trouble. Maximum Strength Anbesol gives maximum strength relief on contact. So before you can say Tchaikovsky, the pain's gone. Maximum Strength Anbesol. It's major relief.
The reports of Iraq blowing up Kuwaiti oil fields has many wondering about the military and economic impact. How much damage the Iraqis can do, the topic of our interview this morning. Joining us now is Martin Hoffert, professor, chairman of the Department of Applied Science at New York University. And good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning to you, Deborah.
Is this economic and environmental warfare being waged by Saddam Hussein?
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate on whether his goal is to disrupt the environment on a large scale, but I think it's probably fair to say in the absolutely worst case, the combustion of enormous amounts of petroleum and the smoke that's generated, if it's intense enough, if the plume is intense enough so that it could penetrate the upper atmosphere, could have climatic effects. I'm not suggesting that will happen, but that's sort of a worst-case scenario.
How much oil has to burn before you get enough smoke to have an environmental
Well,
impact?
the estimates are that we would be talking about the equivalent of perhaps millions of barrels a day of oil being combusted rather than pumped and used to generate these enormous fires.
Can it actually burn in those quantities underground?
Well, I don't know that we're necessarily speaking of it burning underground. I mean, there might be some combination of venting the oil to the surface and burning it intentionally. You have to realize that this is really a hypothetical scenario, and there's no indication that Saddam has that intention. I mean, I think it's more likely that in the case of the Kuwait and the area around Kuwait City and the vicinity of the Persian Gulf, that the intention might be to either destroy the assets or, in the case of an invasion, to thwart an invasion by coalition forces, the smoke and the disruption of the atmosphere, the idea being to render inoperative certain types of smart weapons.
There has also been fear or speculation that Saddam Hussein's forces might unleash a huge oil spill in an attempt to further thwart the Allied efforts to regain control of Kuwait. Is that a feasible tactic, and what impact would it have?
Well, I would view that more in the nature, again, of a kind of terror tactic, not with necessarily great military significance. Of course, the creation of a large oil spill is always an environmental catastrophe. It would affect the marine life and biota in the Persian Gulf if that's where it happens, and could conceivably interfere with desalinization plants that might be used by Saudi Arabia.
You're saying it could threaten the whole region's water supply?
I think that's a conceivable outcome.
Could I just go back to the burning of oil, and let's take your worst case scenario. He burns millions of barrels of oil a day, a big plume of smoke. I've heard this expression, nuclear winter. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, let me say just briefly what nuclear winter is. There have been, over the history of the Earth, periods of time when there have been enormous volcanic eruptions. Even in not too distant past, in 1815, the eruption of Tambora, and the following year, which is sometimes called the year without a summer, has caused climatic impacts. 75,000 years ago, we have indication that an even larger volcanic eruption took place, Toba, as it's called. And there is evidence in the paleoclimatic history of the Earth that this triggered a glaciation, or may very well have triggered a glaciation. So there is evidence, not just speculation, there is evidence that eruption of material, particulate material, into the upper atmosphere can change the climate of the Earth worldwide. What Dr. Turco, who's the lead author on the nuclear winter paper, and Carl Sagan and colleagues did, was to connect this possibility, which actually had happened at some point in the Earth, to nuclear war, to scenarios of nuclear war, and basically link the theory of climate to strategic nuclear doctrine by arguing that perhaps even a moderately small nuclear exchange, if it produced the right types of particulate material, could cause a global effect.
But in your judgment,
this is called nuclear. This has been come to be called nuclear winter.
Okay, now in your judgment, it takes millions of barrels of oil burning per day to have this kind of climactic effect.
Well, this is the estimate. I mean, you must realize that this is based on mathematical models and theoretical estimates of what it would take for this situation.
So it's far from certain that this could occur.
We can't be absolutely certain. No, there's controversy. The point that I wanted to make is that the possibility of massive climatic changes is not so far-fetched, because there are analogs in terms of volcanic eruptions. And since we have a rough idea of how much is involved in the volcanic eruption, we can try to scale that to combustion.
Sustaining, though, those kinds of fires for that long a period of time would presumably be extremely difficult.
It would certainly be extremely difficult.
In your opinion, is it possible to set odds on the likelihood that the Iraqi forces would be able to accomplish that?
I believe it would be highly unlikely, since I think it would be possible to extinguish those fires through military action, should they intentionally do that.
Can you tell us conclusively that millions of barrels of oil would indeed burn underground on that kind of scale?
I certainly could not say that conclusively. I don't know that anyone could say that conclusively. We did see, at least I saw on the monitor not too long ago, evidence of fairly substantial oil fires going on right now. The real question is what the intensity. I don't think anyone has ever really intentionally created that kind of combustion. You might think of some analogs like Yellowstone Park burning, for example, and there have been massive fires that have taken place that are observable from satellites and spacecraft. There have been volcanic eruptions even in recent history. But the intentional creation of a climatic change has never been accomplished for military or non-military purposes.
All right, Professor Martin Hoffert from New York University. We thank you indeed for joining us on Business Day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we will, coming up, we've got the latest news from the Gulf, of course, and we'll have a wrap-up of all today's activity on the financial markets. That's next on Business Day.
there's a man in Chicago planning his retirement this year. Because there's a family in Boston who hopes to send their kids to college someday. Because there's a doctor in New York looking forward to the day she'll open her own clinic. Because every investor is different, with dreams all their own. Dean Witter measures success, one investor at a time. Dean Witter, a member of the Sears Financial Network.
What do we have here? Acute lower abdominal pain.
I don't see any alternative.
I don't either. We have to go in. Have we gotten the parents yet?
I have them on the phone, doctor. They're out of the country.
Fax them a consent form, stat.
That's the only thing we're waiting on.
I know it.
Okay. I've got it. Any minute now. Doctor, I've got the parents' signatures.
Excellent. Here we go.
Dex Facsimile, one of a wide range of business communication solutions from Fujitsu, the global computer and communications company.
Moms have to get up early to make their rounds.
How's my patient?
They know the way to doctor their family's coughs is with Robitussin.
Spoon.
Because more doctors and pharmacists recommend Robitussin than any other cough medicine.
Spoon. Not you too. Spoon.
I think he's coming down with a math test.
Robitussin, recommended by more doctors, pharmacists, and Dr. Mom. And Robitussin DM also comes in single doses that you can take anytime, anywhere.
Sunday night. Fly with Eagles, the Winged Hunters, on TBS's National Geographic Explorer, 9 Eastern, Sunday night.
It's coming up on 12 minutes before the hour.
And for the latest from the Gulf, we'll go now to Rick Moore in Atlanta. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Deborah Stewart. Good morning, everyone. Key members of Israel's cabinet reportedly have just concluded discussions concerning the overnight devastation in Tel Aviv. One Iraqi Scud missile got through the Patriot defense system Tuesday night. The missile slammed into several apartment buildings, collapsing one of them, leaving 3 dead, 98 hurt. Ironically, it is a neighborhood of former Iraqi Jews. A few minutes ago, CNN asked an advisor to Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir if Israel's response will be an eye for an eye.
Israel will do whatever it can to have this murderous and repugnant attack on innocent civilians by the Iraqi dictator stopped. As you have said, we will do that shrewdly. And it's not here a ping-pong game that you absorb a missile and you do something. What we, if and when we will do it at the time that we will choose, at a place that we will choose, in a manner that we will choose.
Senior U.S. advisors, including Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleberger, are still in Jerusalem consulting with the Israeli leaders. From Baghdad, word comes today from CNN's Peter Arnett about conditions in the Iraqi capital after he made an escorted trip outside the city. His report was cleared by Iraqi censors.
Some people appeared to be returning to Baghdad as cars did pass us on the road coming into town loaded with luggage. Water trucks were driving around the streets filling up cans. The lack of water and power seems to be the biggest problem for the civilians in Baghdad.
Arnett also said vendors were back on the streets of Baghdad, and residents appear to be over the shock of the initial Allied air assault. Authorities in 3 nations are linking explosions to the Persian Gulf War. Brazilian police characterize recent attacks on a church and synagogue as, quote, a warning clearly related to the war. In Turkey, police say bombs exploded today at 2 offices with U.S. ties. A note protesting Turkey's involvement was reportedly left at one of the sites. And in Lebanon, 2 explosions were reported at Allied-affiliated banks. A security guard was killed in one of the blasts, which police say were apparently in retaliation for the war on Iraq. U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Colin Powell today will give their first full-scale briefing since last Thursday. The briefing is set for 11 a.m. Eastern. CNN will have live coverage. And at the top of the hour, we'll take you live to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for a U.S. military briefing on the Allied campaign against Iraq. Stay with CNN for up-to-the-minute coverage on the Persian Gulf War. I'm Rick Moore at the CNN Center in Atlanta. We rejoin Business Day with Deborah Marchini and Stuart Barney.
Thank you, Rick. Now, turning to today's financial markets, the U.S. dollar struggling to hold on to its earlier gains.
Traders awaiting Israel's reaction to yesterday's Scud missile attack. In London, the dollar's mixed against the major currencies. The changes are only fractional. On the credit markets, bond prices are rising this morning, but the 30-year bond isn't moving much. It's up 5/32, the yield at 8.22%. And gold is down this morning. The precious metal selling $1.40 lower at $378 an ounce.
The London Exchange is one of the only winners in today's stock market action. The FT 100 share index opened a couple of points lower, but has since moved into positive territory. At the moment, the 100 index is up 7.5 points at 2,089. However, excuse me, stocks on the European continent are lower. In Paris, the Bourse is down 1%, and the DAX index in Frankfurt is down 1.25%.
Stocks in Tokyo also lost ground. This the third fall in a row for the Nikkei. Todd Benjamin has the market's wrap-up from Tokyo.
Tokyo stocks starting the day on the downside and staying there over developments in the Persian Gulf. The Nikkei, down just over 300 points at its low, ended the day 203 points poorer at 23,050. Many investors on the sidelines, worried about a possible escalation in the Gulf War. Volume reflecting that concern. Only 250 million shares changing hands on the first section. What investors worry about is possible retaliation by Israel after Iraq's latest missile attack on Tel Aviv. Iraq's attack on some Kuwaiti oil wells and storage tanks, while a negative, was apparently less worrisome to investors. After all, Japan has been living without Kuwaiti oil since August.
Even though we do not have a supply from Iraq and Kuwait, still oil market has plenty of oils.
But if Iraq made a massive attack on oil fields in Saudi Arabia, then the market could have a more pronounced reaction. One broker suggested, unless there is a serious escalation in the war, Tokyo is likely to react rather calmly to daily events. But then again, Tokyo investors are assuming the war will be relatively short. Todd Benjamin, CNN Business News, Tokyo.
Now, bank stocks posted strong gains yesterday on Wall Street, but they may give back some of those gains today. Most U.S. bank shares, which trade overseas, are down about a quarter point apiece so far today. The reason? Citicorp, the nation's largest bank, has announced further details of its massive restructuring. Citicorp has ruled out any mergers with other banks for now. Citicorp stock is down a half point in London. Most other U.S. blue chip stocks, which trade over there, are down an eighth of a point apiece. Traders expect Wall Street to open lower, the Dow losing perhaps 5 to 10 points.
Today, 2 million business people will go out of town. Some of you will be carrying SkyTel's nationwide pagers with voicemail. You'll get information sooner and close deals faster. And the rest of you, lots of luck. SkyTel, that great communication system in the sky. For more information, call 1-800-456-ALL-3s.
First moment we slipped into the crystal clear waters of the Cayman Islands, we knew we'd be coming back.
The Cayman Islands.
Touchstone Pictures presents Green Card, the winner of 2 Golden Globe Awards for Best Picture and Best Actor. Bravo! And Joel Siegel raves, if you like Pretty Woman, give Green Card a try. Green Card, rated PG-13. And from Walt Disney Pictures, on the Alaskan frontier, nature is man's greatest challenge. But a wolf will become this boy's closest friend. Jack London's legendary adventure. White Fang, rated PG. And Green Card, both playing separately at a theater near you.
Tell me the merit in an album which managed to use the F word 226 times.
Oh, the consequence of enforcing this law would be so nightmarish, even you don't have the guts to be for it.
Crossfire, tonight, 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
Raytheon is making as many Patriot missiles as it can. The defense contractor revealing it began manufacturing Patriots 24 hours a day shortly after the Gulf crisis began last August. The Patriot's been extremely valuable in shooting down Iraqi Scud missiles. The stepped-up productions allowed Raytheon to deliver Patriots to the military ahead of schedule. Each missile costs about $1 million. Last year, Raytheon sold more than 800 Patriots to the U.S. military. And that is Business Day for this Wednesday. Just ahead, CNN live coverage of the U.S. military briefing in Saudi Arabia. I'm Deborah Marchini.
And I'm Stuart Varney in New York. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Business Day is a presentation of CNN Business News.
On to be 7 again, high-spirited. A parent's pride and joy.
I'm gonna be 8 in 2 weeks.
Don't count on it. Problem Child, coming to video stores January 31st from MCA Universal Home Video.
They destroyed everything he had, everything he was. Now crime has a new enemy, and justice has a new face. Who is Darkman? Find out February 14th at your local video store.
I get this awful sinus pain, crushing, pounding. It's agony.
Are you still taking any of these sinus pain formulas? They all made news in the 80s. Surprisingly, they all have the same medicine. Today's news is Dristan Sinus. Only Dristan Sinus combines the leading decongestant with the modern pain reliever ibuprofen.
I found it relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes, and no drowsiness.
So if you're taking the same medicine that made news in the 80s, get new Dristan Sinus, today's sinus medicine.
Do you realize just how much difference there is in life insurance rates from one insurance company to the next? For instance, if you're in good health and don't smoke cigarettes, Geico Life Insurance may be able to save you as much as 50% off the cost of your life insurance. That's right, 30, 40, 50% off what you'd have to pay for a comparable amount of coverage elsewhere. And not just this month, but year after year for the rest of your life. Savings like that are well worth looking into. So if you need $100,000 to $1 million or more of quality term life insurance, you owe it to yourself to check with Geico Life. Get the facts fast by calling now 800-257-1257, toll-free, for this free information package, including a personal coverage proposal that shows you just how much your savings might be. There's no obligation, no sales pressure, and it could be a real eye-opener. For instance, if you're a healthy 40-year-old male who doesn't smoke cigarettes, you may qualify for $100,000 worth of quality term life insurance at rates so low they're less than 60 cents a day. How do we do it? First, you save because we offer this life insurance at these low rates only to people who are in good health. That cuts our risk and your premiums. Then, because this quality term life insurance is sold in amounts of at least $100,000 or more, you get the advantage of volume discounts. And it's easy to do business with Geico Life because you deal with us directly. You're always just a phone call away. So call today, 800-257-1257, toll free, 800-257-1257 for your free information and personal coverage proposal. No obligation, no pressure. Discover how this quality term life insurance could save you as much as 50% off your premiums every year for the rest of your life. 800-257-1257, toll free. Call Geico Life Insurance for your free information package today. 800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
In Israel, leaders again face a decision about hitting back after a deadly Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv.
And the Allied coalition launches a leaflet war against Iraqi forces dug in Kuwait. This one warns remaining here means death. Our coverage of the Gulf War continues. I'm Bob Kane.
And I'm Bobby Batista. The Israeli cabinet has been pondering what response, if any, at this time to make to last night's Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. A single missile struck an apartment house and 3 people are reported dead. Scores are injured. As many as 20 buildings were damaged in the heavy blast. Iraq says the Scud was fired to avenge Palestinian stone throwers that have been killed by Israeli security forces. The round-the-clock pounding of Iraq goes on. French jets attacked Iraqi artillery positions near Kuwait City. The French report the targets were hit. Iraq's appeal to Muslims to attack Western interests may be being answered. A bomb at a U.S. missionary office in Istanbul injured a Turkish woman. A message was left at the site of a second blast in Istanbul, protesting Turkish involvement in the Gulf War. In Lebanon, bombs hit 2 banks partly owned by French or Saudi interests. 1 man was killed. In Brazil, a Mormon church and a Jewish synagogue were attacked with bombs. Officials say both blasts were related to the Gulf War. No injuries were reported. And finally, the Iranian news agency says Iraq is reporting a ground assault on Saudi Arabia. There is no confirmation of that from any coalition source. The Pentagon, however, says there have been a number of minor land skirmishes along the Saudi border since the war broke out.
CNN's Vaughn Morrison reports now on the latest developments in the war in the Persian Gulf.
Iraq says its latest missile attack on Tel Aviv was, quote, for the sake of Palestine and the children of the stones, in revenge for Zionist crimes. 3 Israelis died in the Tuesday evening Scud missile attack. Nearly 100 people were injured, at least 10 of them children. Ironically, the Iraqi Scud slammed into the Tel Aviv neighborhood of Ramat Gan, an area Israelis say is inhabited mostly by Jews from Iraq. Key cabinet ministers met today to weigh Israel's response to this, the most devastating attack so far.
It's not the matter of an eye for an eye, it's the matter of how to act in the best way in order to defend our population and in order to prevent further attacks in the future.
The Israeli army says the Scud eluded the U.S. Patriot missile defense system, although 2 Patriots were launched. On another front, Allied bombardment of Iraqi targets continues, but the U.S. Army says Iraq's largely hidden Air Force has managed to repair up to 20% of bombed runways. U.S. Marines say they traded fire with Iraqi occupation troops within Kuwait early Monday. They say they unleashed a barrage of howitzer fire across the front lines, payback for nightly harassment by Iraqi artillery fire.
It's a source of pride for a lot of people that we were able to do that. A lot of the Marines were ready to shoot back, especially after taking incoming for a few days, and we were really glad to shoot back.
The Pentagon is confirming it has launched a propaganda attack on Iraqi troops in Kuwait, dropping leaflets like these, which have Arabic messages urging Iraqis to surrender or die. Iraqi television is using a different type of psychological propaganda on Allied troops, continuing to air pictures of men it claims are prisoners of war. Unlike other POWs who have been shown, this man did not express criticism of the war. Vaughn Morrison, CNN reporting.
The most devastating Iraqi Scud missile attack to date on Israel came last night. This morning, CNN correspondent Gary Stryker is in Tel Aviv. Gary?
Good afternoon over here. We are now cleared to report that the Scud missile attack that hit the greater Tel Aviv area last night actually hit a small town just outside Tel Aviv, a town called Ramat Gan, which ironically is populated heavily by Iraqis who came here and settled in Israel, Iraqi Jews who have left Iraq to come to Israel as immigrants. The damage that was caused by the Scud missile last night is now being cleared. The mayor of Tel Aviv has made a commitment that this damage will be cleared up quickly and that the repairs will be made as early as possible to the apartment buildings, some 20 apartments that were destroyed, so that the people who have been evacuated can get out of the hotels and back to their apartments. There is a commitment by the municipal authorities here and the government to keep the life in Tel Aviv going as normally as possible. People have gone back to work. The streets of Tel Aviv were filled with traffic today. Children have still not been sent back to school, but there is an attempt to get life returning here back to normal. And the people here in Tel Aviv, surprisingly enough, they are angry, and there's a lot of defiance. But they're scared as well, of course, because of the approaching night. They're afraid of what might happen. But surprisingly, we did not find among the people in Tel Aviv, on the streets here, much of a mood of anger to the extent that they want immediate retaliation by the government. That is that's unusual for the people of Israel. There is no indication that we can see that there is widespread sentiment among the people that there should be retaliation. I think we got some clips from people in the streets now.
We have to respond, but I think that all the population agree that in this moment we have to choose our steps in wisdom.
Before they had to think how to do and when to do.
So you plan to leave Tel Aviv?
No way. I came back after 6 years in New York to live here. I'm not going to go back nowhere. This is my place.
Streets of Tel Aviv are still filled with traffic. It is now 10 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here. A few more hours until sundown. And I'm sure that by then or shortly afterwards, these streets will be deserted. People will be in their homes, waiting for the approaching night and what might come from the skies sent over here from Iraq then. Thank you.
Gary Stryker with a live update on the status this morning in Tel Aviv, Israel, where a suburb of the city, ironically, as he pointed out, containing Iraqi expatriates, was hit last night by an Iraqi Scud missile. We have just received a pool photograph. It is an aerial photograph taken by the Persian Gulf War Forces pool coverage, showing different views of the Al-Wafra oil field in far southern Kuwait, the oil field which was set afire, apparently by the Iraqis. We see smoke billowing from installations which have been set afire. Exactly why the several oil fields were put to the torch has not yet been made clear. There's been speculation. We see there the overall map view of the oil fields which have been set afire. We have heard generally about the Allied bombing campaign against Iraq, but there have been few specifics from coalition forces military briefings. This morning, we would like to look at an overview of the war strategy and military tactics. Joining us live, retired Air Force Major General Perry Smith. Good morning, General Smith.
Good morning.
General Smith is a former commandant of the National War College. He also commanded an F-15 fighter wing in Europe. He is also the author of several books, including Assignment Pentagon and Taking Charge. The war now is just hours short of 1 week old.
I think it's time to step back and take a look at our strategy and see where we're going, where we may be going into the future. And I'm going to recommend 3 books for people who might be interested in looking in more detail about what the war is all about. In reflection, over the course of the last 49 years, the Americans have been involved in 4 major wars. I personally was at Pearl Harbor at age 6 and had a very exciting time in the back of a truck on the way back from Sunday school the day the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. So all 4 of those wars are clear in my mind as in the minds of people of my age. War is a horrible, horrible activity, and this one is particularly horrible because it seems so unnecessary, and yet it's not the most horrible of all things, as we learned in World War II. War is also the most complex of all human endeavors, and understanding this war is particularly hard because of the enormous complexity of the systems. It's hard for me, and I've flown the F-15 and been in combat many times, and it must be hard for others. So I'm trying in this dialogue and other dialogues to try to explain as best I can the war. There are a number of remarkable things. We have an Army general in Colin Powell who is very much like George Marshall in World War II, the overall strategist providing the overall guidance to the war. We have an Army general by the name of Norman Schwarzkopf, who is the Eisenhower of our time, who has pulled together and held together a very difficult coalition with considerable skill. And what's even more remarkable is 2 Army generals are basically running an air campaign, because the predominant force in this war, at least during the first week, has clearly been air power. In fact, as we look forward to the future, it may well be that we have a major paradigm shift here in the sense that air power may be the prominent force and ground power in a supporting role for the very first time in major combat in the history of warfare. So that's something to think about. The strategy itself of the air campaign really in two phases. The first phase was the strategic phase, and that went forward in the first week and will continue into the next week. And now we're beginning to shift to the tactical phase, and that's an important phase because we're going to focus now on the forces in Kuwait and in southern Iraq. The big advantages we have, clearly high technology. This is a high-tech capability against a medium-tech threat, and we're doing well in that regard. Logistics, we have a lot of advantages there. Logistics being both supplies and distribution. The distribution system in Iraq is already weak and is becoming weaker by the moment as we hit the roads and the bridges and so forth. Our supply system is really quite good. We also have an advantage of intellect. The great advantage of democratic states is the intellectual opportunity for people to debate issues and come forward with new ideas. That is not clear in an authoritarian state, and that is an advantage we have. We have the advantage of terrain. It's hard to hide in the desert. You could hide in the jungles of Vietnam. You cannot hide in the desert of Kuwait and of Iraq, and that's another advantage we have. I want to go through, if I may, just a few surprises that we've run across. One, as I mentioned, the delegation of field command. The Pentagon is not running this war. The war is being run by the field commander, as it was in World War II. That's enlightened leadership. I made some calls to the Pentagon this weekend and found some offices actually closed there, which would never have happened in the Robert McNamara period of the Vietnam War. The second thing is low attrition. I have frankly been surprised that we have lost such few airplanes. I would have predicted by this time, at the 1 week mark, maybe 50 or 60 airplanes. We have lost less than 20, and that's a very happy surprise. A third surprise is the maintenance of our aircraft. The maintenance is holding up very well. We have many units with more than 90% operational readiness status, which is very good after this intense first week campaign. That bodes well for the future. We should be able to sustain the 2,000 sorties a day for a very considerable period of time. A fourth surprise from my perspective is the unwillingness of the Iraqi Air Force to fight. I was really surprised that they didn't come up at least sometime in the last few days. The disadvantage to the Iraqis, of course, is we're going after their hardened shelters, and one by one we're taking out their airplanes. And so the Iraqi Air Force was never going to be a major problem, is going to be less of a problem in the future. One unhappy surprise is the high losses of the Royal Air Force. Having spent 11 years in Europe and flown with the Royal Air Force, they are considered by many to be the best of the NATO air forces, and yet their losses are much higher than the losses of the other coalition partners. I think that's partly bad luck. I think it also is partly the fact that they've been given very difficult targets to hit. But that has been one of the unhappy surprises compared to the happy surprises. The biggest misperception of the war, I think, was indicated in R.J. Appel's piece in the New York Times today. He said greater and greater complexity means more and more glitches and more repairs. He's dead wrong on that. The F-15 is much easier to maintain than the F-4. I flew them both. I was responsible for maintaining them both. We have newer systems that are in fact more complex but easier to maintain. The toughest problem, understanding Saddam himself. A quote from 1985, 4 years into the Iraq-Iran war, Saddam said he defined victory as, quote, defending ourselves until the other side gives up. The biggest danger the next week or so, there'll be some pressures for a pause. We must avoid that. And I'll stop now. There are a few other points I'd like to make, and I'd like to recommend a few books, but I think it's time to move to something else.
General, one quick question. You talked about the list of advantages the Allied forces in the Gulf have, and you mentioned desert terrain. Why is that any more to the Allies' advantage than to the Iraqis?
Because we have air power, and they don't. And we have the advantage of going after them, and we can see the targets so readily in the desert, and they don't have air power. If they had a lot of air power, then it would be a push. I would like to recommend these books if we have time.
Go ahead. Please list them, though, before we go any further. I think you should.
Okay. There are 3 books I would really recommend. First is the fact book called the Desert Shield Fact Book. It's a short book. It has lots of good, hard information about what's going on over there, the units, the various types of vehicles, and so forth. It's not as complete as it should be, but it's a pretty good book. The second book is a book called If War Comes. This is a brilliant book. It just came out about 2 weeks ago by Trevor Depew, who's written 90 books in his long career in looking at warfare. If War Comes, How to Defeat Saddam Hussein. A short book, but very useful. It lays out about 4 or 5 scenarios of how the war might be fought, and I think he's done a brilliant job in this book. And the third book, which we don't have a cover for, is a book called The Air Campaign by John Warden. The Air Campaign by John Warden, who's an active duty Air Force colonel who lays out the air campaign, the history of air warfare, the lessons from air warfare, and he's very much involved in the planning of this campaign. So those books I would recommend to everybody who would like to seriously look at this war.
All right. Thank you, General Perry Smith. We have late word we'd like to report to you from Independent Television News, British-based. They have just heard from their reporter aboard Her Majesty's ship, the Gloucester, in Persian Gulf waters. The ITN reporter says U.S. bombers have just knocked out of commission an Iraqi civilian tanker in Gulf waters, a tanker suspected of having been used as a military early warning station in the Gulf. Again, that ship has, according to ITN, been attacked and knocked out of commission. Our coverage of the Gulf War continues in a moment.
If after test driving a Sterling, you find another car with all of its standard features and appointments for $28,500 or less, we'll do more than congratulate you. We'll buy it for you. If you suffer from congestion caused by colds, allergies, or sinusitis, you should know that more doctors and pharmacists recommend Afrin, America's leading nasal spray. But if you're in the dark about relieving dry, itchy, irritated noses, now there's new Afrin Saline Mist. It delivers soothing moisture to irritated noses. And because it's non-medicated, you can use it as often as you want. New Afrin Saline Mist and Afrin 12-hour nasal spray. We're just what your nose needs.
A cup of that coffee, please.
You know, it's going to be a nice day for the parade.
You know, even the coffee tasted somehow better back then. I guess that's why those Maxwell House folks slow roast their 1892 coffee. Didn't even change the way they used to make it. Introducing Maxwell House 1892 coffee, made with old-fashioned pride, the way things used to be.
Fredent's the one. Only one gum passes the test when you've got dental work, and that's Fredent. Fredent won't stick to your dental work, so you can be confident chewing it. And because it also moistens your mouth and freshens your breath, Fredent's in a class by itself. Fredent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and Fredent moistens your mouth. Yeah, moistens your mouth and freshens your breath while you chew.
Non-stick Fredent moistens your mouth and freshens your breath.
The Pentagon has confirmed that Allied forces are dispersing propaganda material to Iraqi troops to encourage them to surrender. Some of the material provided to CNN by a Kuwaiti resistance group is in cartoon form. One pamphlet warns Iraqi soldiers that the Allies have, quote, powerful firearms, long range, and pulverizing weapons. Another says remaining here means death. The material could be dropped into Iraqi positions from aircraft, passed out by infiltrators, or fired behind the lines in special artillery shells. There is an unconfirmed report today that 7 men in Baghdad died trying to broadcast a TV message calling for the ouster of Saddam Hussein. The Guardian, a British newspaper, says Iraqi security forces shot and killed the men last week as they tried to take over Baghdad's main TV station. The paper's source was an Iraqi opposition leader who was visiting London for meetings with British officials.
As we mentioned just a short while ago, we have now gotten some still photographs by pool reporters, aerial photographs of the Al Wafra oil field in southern Kuwait, which was only yesterday spotted having been set afire by the Iraqi forces who occupy the area. You can clearly see the smoke billowing from the installations that have been put to the torch. It is not clear precisely why this was done. There's been speculation that it may have been done by the Iraqis to create an interference with radar or other communications should the Allied coalition attack, or perhaps simply as a matter of sabotage. Speculation even including the possibility that the Iraqis planned simply to leave in waste anything they left behind, the Al Wafra oil field in southern Kuwait. Our coverage of the Gulf War continues after this.
Gracie Allen on Family Introductions.
I'm sure he won't know you because Aunt Clara always said that nobody recognizes you sober, and George doesn't drink.
Gracie Allen on cooking.
It says to separate two eggs, but it doesn't tell you how far apart to separate them.
Now you can own Gracie Allen and George Burns on video cassette with 3 side-splitting episodes of The Burns and Allen Show. Yours for just $4.95. First, Gracie gets George in trouble with a dangerous criminal.
We've been married for 25 years. You're not going to shoot me.
Why should I? If you want to get out of it, shoot yourself.
Next, Gracie hires a gigolo for a night on the town. Finally, Gracie surprises George with a portrait for his birthday.
And it certainly will be, because it doesn't look anything like him.
So call today for the non-stop laughs of The Burns and Allen Show. 3 big episodes, yours for just $4.95. Call now.
If you think Architectural Digest is only for architects, take another look. Architectural Digest covers the entire spectrum of fine design. Take inspiration from our pages, then put it to work with our exclusive insider's advice on where to shop and how to buy. If you think Architectural Digest is an investment to be saved and savored again and again, then you are right. Each spectacular issue brings you the very best in interior design, art, antiques, and travel. Call now, and you'll find the investment is smarter than ever with 12 fabulous issues for just $29.95. As part of this offer, you'll receive this special bonus, Celebrity Homes Revisited, your free gift as a new subscriber. Call toll-free 800-257-1257 for Architectural Digest. That's 800-257-1257.
It is 23 minutes past the hour. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett remains in Baghdad, filing reports which are first approved by Iraqi censors. Earlier today, he spoke with CNN's Patrick Emery.
CNN's Peter Arnett, still in Baghdad. He has an update for us now via phone. Peter?
Yes, it is noon here on Wednesday. It's sunny. The skies have been quiet so far today. Now, the Iraqi government is saying that the multinational air and missile attacks on Iraq and Kuwait, now I guess in their 7th day, they say they're targeting not only strategic and military targets, but also installations. Yesterday, Information Ministry officials took me on a 2-hour visit to a powdered milk factory that makes actually infant formula, and this was on the western outskirts of Baghdad. They said it was destroyed by American bombing. Now, CNN had visited this plant last August for a story on how Iraq was trying to beat the international economic embargo by producing more essential foods at home to make up for the loss. The factory at Abu Ghraib had been constructed of aluminum siding. There was about 4 acres of land. The force of the explosions had torn the aluminum sheets from the steel frame of the factory and scattered them over the countryside. The steel girders that had been holding up the building were twisted and blackened, and the machinery inside was a molten pile. The intact signboard at the entrance to the factory read "Baby Milk Plant" in English and in Arabic. An official said it had been producing 20 tons of powdered milk a day and was the only source of infant formula food for children 1 year and younger in Iraq. Officials valued the plant at $150 million. They said it was destroyed in 2 aircraft missile attacks. One was at 5 a.m. in the morning of the 20th, and the plane fired 2 missiles. The other was at the same time the following morning. 4 missiles were said to have been used in both attacks. No one was injured. Excuse me. No one was injured, officials said, because the 300 workers had already finished their evening shift when the first raid had hit. Outside the plant is a large painting of President Saddam Hussein comforting a distressed child. It was unmarked by the air attack. We have an all-clear sounding in Baghdad right now. You may hear it. There was an alarm about an hour ago, but we did not hear any bombing. In the drive we made yesterday from the Al Rashid Hotel, where we're staying, there was no visible damage along the 10-mile route. It took us through the prosperous Mansour suburb and poorer communities along the highway to the Jordan border to the west. the population in these civilian areas gotten over the shock of the war, the initial shock. Hundreds of cars were lined up at several open gas stations, and drivers were waiting patiently by their vehicles. We passed half a dozen vegetable and fruit stores that were open and doing business. Some people appeared to be returning to Baghdad as cars did pass us on the road coming into town loaded with luggage. Water trucks were driving around the streets filling up cans. The lack of water and power seems to be the biggest problem for the civilians in Baghdad. Air raid alert sirens have been, up to today, blasting their warnings about 10 minutes before each attack. It's been a 24-hour around-the-clock bombing campaign here. And traffic in the wide boulevards around our hotel moved very fast, and few people venture onto the as I say, today so far on Wednesday. There's been little activity in the air around Baghdad.
Peter, there was, of course, a Scud missile made it into Tel Aviv. 3 people died, roughly 98 injured. Any reaction to that by the Iraqis?
There hasn't been any immediate reaction here. It hasn't been announced here to my knowledge, but the newspapers and television broadcasting the news in the evening has been praising the missile gunners who are firing these missiles into Israel. They've been saying, as I've reported before, that Iraq is coming to free the Palestinians. The missile shooters have also been praised for shooting into Arabia. We've had no comment yet on these apparently new raids into Tel Aviv.
Also, you mentioned the television broadcast in Baghdad. On those broadcasts, are you seeing, are the pictures of the POWs being broadcast?
Now, that's a very, if I understand it, sure, on television they have showed on 2 occasions the tapes of the prisoners of war, if that was your question, being interviewed. Now, most of the city does not have power. I have been told that cities elsewhere in the country do have power.
All right, I was only asking...
I mean, if you don't have a generator in Baghdad, you won't be seeing television pictures. However, Iraqi radio has been broadcasting parts of the POW interviews, so I presume people have radios in their homes.
Okay. All right, Peter, I only asked that because there had been some question as to whether those were actually being broadcast or simply shipped out on tape. The prospect of an Israeli retaliation for the Scud attacks is very real. Do you have any kind of reaction from the Iraqis to that very real possibility?
Let me answer the first. Now I understand what you were saying. I can tell you that the interviews with the POWs were broadcast on Iraqi television. The first 7 I saw them broadcast myself at 8 o'clock in the evening, Baghdad time, and 2 others were broadcast the night before. I also did see those particular broadcasts. We did tape the broadcasts from Iraqi television and sent them out through Jordan, where they can be transmitted. The Iraqi government did make tapes available also of those videotaped interviews. They were basically the same as were being seen on television. Now, can you ask me again about Israel?
Yeah, the question simply was the Israeli cabinet is meeting this morning, and it's beginning to look more and more like the possibility of retaliation is becoming real. I'm wondering if there is a brief reaction to that possibility of Israeli retaliation by the Iraqis.
Well, we wouldn't know at our point here what kind of reaction there would be or what attitude there is. I can only say that the multinational forces attacks have been coming around the clock and hitting at many targets, as has been well reported. And adding the Israelis to the mix, I guess, would be just be upping the noise level and the damage level around here. But considering the extent of the multinational attack, I would say the Israelis participating will simply be more of the same kind of thing, unless they have something special in mind to bring over here.
Peter, there are reports that heavy carpet bombing is going on. The Republican Guard would be in the area of southern Iraq along the Kuwaiti border, also an attack on the town of Basra. Can you tell us anything about heavy bombing and Basra specifically?
Patrick, I can't tell you anything about the Kuwait front because it's very limited information. that has been coming to us here. Excuse me a minute. And I wasn't sure of the town you mentioned, that it may have been subject to an attack, but officials here have been reporting that the city of Mosul and to the north has been hit with repeated bombing, and they were saying this morning that they had videotapes of a school that was bombed, and while the school was empty, they say that there were children living in homes around that particular school in Mosul, and that they were killed, and there were many. They would be playing that videotape on television tonight, and they would bring us a copy of it to ship out of the country. The newspapers published here this morning, the two Baghdad papers, of pictures of lots of damage, and saying this was from the bombing. But we haven't been to see any areas where there have actually been civilian casualties. We haven't been there so far, Patrick.
Peter, have you heard anything at all? The Iraqis have apparently had some measure of success with decoys, drawing fire, Scud decoys. And I'm wondering if you're getting any kind of reaction to that, and probably in a general sense, just the feeling of the Iraqis that you come in contact with in terms of their feeling of success or lack thereof in the war effort from their vantage point.
Well, it's an area I really am not only am I in no position to talk about.
We did not cut that off. Peter Arnett's report ended there. Either he was cut off or the signal was lost due to some other cause.
This programming reminder that we are standing by to bring you the daily U.S. military briefing from the Allied Central Command in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It is scheduled to begin, we believe, now at around 8:45, and we'll bring that to you live when we get it. And our coverage of the Gulf will continue right after this.
Right. Move, individual right.
I watched what I ate, worked out on my Easy Glider, and lost 75 pounds.
This is actual footage of Keith's home video showing his dramatic weight loss. All across America, people have found that 20 minutes every other day works to firm all major muscle groups and helps to lose weight aerobically.
I'm using my arms, my shoulder, my back, my tummy, my thighs, my leg. I get it all.
Dual resistance allows you to adjust tension for both legs and upper body.
I have tried bikes, jogging, even racquetball, and Easy Glider is definitely the best.
And this handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage.
Call toll-free like I did to shape up and slim down with Easy Glider.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. We'll bill your credit card 3 easy payments of $19.95 each. You get a full 60-day home trial with a money-back guarantee. The total price, $59.85 plus $9 shipping and handling. Call 1-800-257-1257 now.
This is CNN.
Recapping the latest on the Persian Gulf War, Iraq is reportedly claiming that it has launched a ground attack against Allied forces in Saudi Arabia. That information has not been independently confirmed. According to the report, though, Iraqi forces have occupied Saudi territory on the border and have captured a group of Allied soldiers near the Saudi-Kuwait border. The Pentagon says it knows of some skirmishes involving Iraqi forces near the Saudi border, but nothing that indicates any large-scale ground action. The Pentagon says the skirmishes are similar to the kinds of small arms and artillery exchanges that have taken place from time to time throughout the course of recently past days. Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir has conferred with his cabinet members on the latest Iraqi attack. 3 people died. About 98 others were wounded after Iraqi missiles hit in the Tel Aviv area last night. 2 of the victims died of heart attacks. And terrorist-style bombs have blown up in Turkey, Lebanon, and Brazil. In Istanbul, 2 bombs exploded at the offices of a U.S. missionary group and a shipping company with ties to the U.S. 1 Turkish woman was slightly wounded. In Lebanon, 2 bombs exploded at French and Saudi-affiliated banks in Beirut and eastern Lebanon, killing 1 person. And in Rio de Janeiro, police say the bombings of a Mormon church and a Jewish synagogue have been linked to the Persian Gulf War. No one was injured there.
Again, a reminder that we are standing by for live coverage of the daily military briefing from the U.S. Command in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. At this time, we'd like to go to the business desk in New York to find out how today's events, or at least of the last 24 hours, might affect the financial markets today. Stuart Varney joins us. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Bobby. Well, oil prices are rising this morning. Traders are waiting any kind of response from Israel to yesterday's Iraqi missile attack. The Israeli cabinet met a short time ago to decide what course of action to take. Right now, a barrel of Britain's North Sea crude is up 68 cents at 21.68. Iraq's attack on oil facilities in Kuwait helped send oil prices higher in New York yesterday. The benchmark American light sweet crude gained $2.88, closing the session just above the $24 level. Well, traders are cautious on the world stock markets this morning. They're also waiting to see if Israel retaliates. In London, the FT100 index is up 7 points, but that's on very slow trading volume. On the continent, shares on the Frankfurt Exchange are down 1.25%. The Paris Bourse also down just over 1%. As for Tokyo, Iraq's attack forced many traders to the sidelines. The Nikkei average fell 203 points. It closed the session just above the 23,000 level. As for the US dollar, only slightly higher this morning. Very little exchange rate movement, really. We've got the dollar up about 1/3 of a yen. It has gained a fraction against the German mark. It is, though, down a fraction against the pound. Treasury bond prices, same story. Slow trading, little price movement. The long bond is up 3 ticks, the yield at 8.23%. Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady wants an additional $80 billion to continue the savings and loan bailout. Mr. Brady is scheduled to ask the Senate Banking Committee today for that money. Brady wants Congress to act quickly before it becomes preoccupied with paying for the war. That's the latest in business. Another update in 1 hour, including the opening numbers from Wall Street. Until then, here's how the stock market closed out yesterday.
And we will be back in a few minutes with more of today's events in the Gulf War.
Poor thing, you've got a real miserable cold, huh? Well, you could take Sudafed for your stuffy nose, plus chlortrimeton for your sneezing, plus, yep, there's more, plus regular Tylenol for your aches and pains, plus, why are you looking at me like that? Plus Benylin DM for your cough. You don't want to take all these? Well, you can relieve all those symptoms with multi-symptom Comtrex. It's that simple. Just take Comtrex and you'll feel better.
Comtrex, all alone, it does it all.
How far do you think it is? Oh, about 140 miles. And there ain't a thing out there.
Reliability isn't a sticker you put on the windshield. It's something you darn well better design in from the start.
This is far. This is forever.
You know, we're not selling these cars to mechanics. It could be someone like your mother, and they just gotta know they won't be left sitting somewhere by the side of the road.
I mean, that's the way I would want it if I was a customer.
Hey, look at this. Civilization. Sort of.
Touchstone Pictures presents Green Card, the winner of 2 Golden Globe Awards for Best Picture and Best Actor. Bravo! And Joel Siegel raves, if you like Pretty Woman, give Green Card a try. Green Card, rated PG-13. And from Walt Disney Pictures comes a spectacular new outdoor adventure in the great Disney tradition, White Fang. Critics call it more gripping than Dances with Wolves. And Siskel and Ebert give 2 thumbs up for Jack London's White Fang, rated PG, and Green Card, both playing separately.
Grapefruit should be eaten in the morning, and only in half.
The man who wrote the book on Florida grapefruit is out the door.
You don't just have to have it in the morning. You can feel it anytime you feel it. Spice it if you like it as a treat. You just can't beat it. Florida grapefruit anytime.
Grapefruit, fresh from Florida and Florida's Indian River.
You don't just have to have it in the morning.
Now 19.5 minutes before the hour, the weather has become a dominant arbiter of what goes on in the Persian Gulf. Here to tell us what she can about the weather in that area, Valerie Voss. Val?
Thank you, Bob. The weather will continue to be a dominant player in this Persian Gulf War. As we look at our satellite view, you can see cloudiness now moving out of Israel, across Jordan, Syria, and covering much of Iraq. Kuwait remains generally fair at this time, although clouds have pushed across the central Persian Gulf region and appear to be covering Dhahran at this hour. As you know, it has been days now since any of the reporting stations in this area have been sending out observations. Here at CNN, we have not generated, nor have we broadcast any specific forecasts for the region, nor do we intend to do so. We are showing you a satellite view that is a sectorized version of the European Meteosat. It is available to meteorologists worldwide, and we are certain that meteorologists associated with the Persian Gulf War are studying it far more carefully than we are. We will continue to bring you this satellite picture as it is available to us, but right now the news continues.
Well, as you know, Iraq claims to hold several Allied POWs. In two different instances, Iraq has broadcast video of two groups of men and their statements. But as CNN's David Hall reports, there is a marked contrast in the condition of the two groups of POWs.
Your base of mission.
Iraqi TV first broadcast pictures of the captured airmen 2 days ago. A short clip of one of the two made it to Western news organizations yesterday. Video of the second arrived today. The latest pictures are in contrast to the first such pictures aired by the Iraqis over the weekend. In those, the POWs appeared to be in poor physical condition. They also denounced the Allied war effort. That first broadcast brought a storm of international outrage and threats of war crimes charges against Saddam Hussein for violating the Geneva Conventions.
There is no doubt about Iraq's obligations under the Geneva Convention.
I would make the strongest appeal that these people be treated properly, that they be given the treatment that is accorded to them under the international conventions, and they are not being.
Now the newly seen men appear in better shape, and gone are the condemnations of the war.
Your mission?
A bombing mission south of Baghdad.
كانت مهمتي هي مهمة قصف جنوب بغداد. كيف تم إسقاط طائرتك? How you have been shot down?
I was shot down before reaching my target south of Baghdad.
What was your mission?
I was to attack an oil refinery near Baghdad.
كانت مهمتي هي قصف مصفى للنفط قرب مدينة بغداد. كيف تم إسقاط الطائرة? How you have been shot down?
I was shot down by a surface-to-air missile.
There's been no official U.S. reaction to these new tapes. The White House says it wants time to study them. David Hall, CNN, reporting.
Journalists covering the Persian Gulf War have expressed some frustration with the kind and quantity of information they are getting. Let's look at what the situation is now at the White House. CNN correspondent Frank Sesno. Frank?
Well, Bob, there's not a great deal more information here at the White House, at least if you listen to what is stated by officials, administration officials. They say that the bomb damage assessment has plagued their efforts to remain updated throughout this thing as much as it has over at the Pentagon. That being said, President Bush and his aides are receiving classified briefings and presumably are getting considerable more detail than the public is. Bob, overnight, President Bush called Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir again, and in a statement just released by the White House, a piece of paper from White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater, Fitzwater says the president expressed his outrage to Shamir at this unprovoked aggression, and again extended his sympathy to the prime minister over the casualties caused by this latest attack. In addition to that, the president reassured Shamir, we're told, that the coalition continues to respond to the provocations, and in Fitzwater's words, the coalition effort against Iraq was proceeding well, and the president expressed his appreciation for Israel's continued restraint. The U.S., of course, has called on Israel to remain on the sidelines throughout this. Officials say they think that will hold for now. However, no one is suggesting that there have been any commitments, and the expectation is that when Israel feels it can do something that will have some effect, it will. Bob?
Frank, is there any way of knowing how much pressure there is or how much pressure there need be on Israel to continue its restraint?
Well, we don't know a great deal about the private conversations, Bob. What we do know is that a great deal of pressure was brought to bear before the Iraqi attacks started happening. A great deal of pressure was brought to bear after the first one. But now that there have been 3, and now that there have been more casualties all the time, despite the fact that those Patriot missiles are in Israel, the administration is, many in the administration anyway, let me put it that way, those with whom I am talking, suggest that there is increasing sympathy for Israel, and the Israelis recognize the very difficult political problems that the coalition and the U.S. is in, but that the U.S. recognizes Israel's right to retaliate and respects that.
It would be safe to say then that the coalition's door is more than ajar to the possibility of an Israeli retaliation now.
It remains a very, very sensitive issue, but there have been a number of public comments from some of the principal players within the coalition, the Arab players in particular, Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and others, who have said that every country has a right to protect itself, to protect its citizens, and to retaliate when necessary. All that being said, though, obviously, as far as many in the Arab world, especially in Syria, are concerned, the longer Israel stays out of this thing, the better.
Thank you, Frank Sesno. Bobby?
There has been just a slight delay in the daily U.S. military briefing from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but it does look like events might begin there momentarily, and we'll bring them to you right after this break.
What makes Ziraat the largest international bank in Turkey? Look around you. To Germany, where Ziraat's Frankfurt branch and representative offices monitor the European market, building bridges with Turkish citizens working in Europe. To London, where Ziraat provides a full range of banking services for business between the UK and Turkey. To Brussels, the heart of the European community. And to Rotterdam, where Ziraat forges vital links with European financial institutions. To New York, where Ziraat speeds up banking transactions between the United States and Turkey. And to Tokyo, where Ziraat acts as an advisor on business opportunities between Japan and Turkey. All this makes Turkey's biggest bank also its most international bank. So when you're looking for help and guidance with your investments in Turkey, from industry to tourism, look to Ziraat first.
You just couldn't resist eating the last of that crunchy, sweet Cracklin' Oat Bran. How do you avoid being blamed?
Hey, Tiger.
You never saw Daddy eat the Cracklin' Oat Bran.
Hiya, sweetie. You didn't eat all the Cracklin' Oat Bran, did you?
With the crunchy, sweet taste of Kellogg's Cracklin' Oat Bran, an open box is an empty box.
Sarah, keep an eye on your brother.
No matter what size your business, no matter what size the job, Konica copiers are ready. Konica, capturing the imagination.
The stress headache. When its pain stretches you to the limit, take aspirin-free Anacin 3.
I take Anacin 3 for the pain. It's not aspirin. Doesn't upset my stomach.
Anacin 3, aspirin-free pain relief for today's stress headache.
Three ships loaded with sailors and Marines are leaving the Norfolk Naval Base in Virginia this morning, heading for the Mediterranean Sea. The Norfolk Naval Station has been the departure point for many U.S. personnel now involved in Operation Desert Storm. CNN's Tom Mintier is with us now live from Norfolk. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Bobby. The last of the three ships is now about ready to go. They have lifted the gangplank. This is the USS Charleston. This is a cargo ship behind me. The amphibious assault ship has already left. They will be going from here down to Morehead City, North Carolina, to pick up 2,200 Marines. They will take those Marines on board. There are a few on board right now, but they will pick up a lot more when they get to Morehead City in the major deployment to the Mediterranean for many people around here. Earlier this morning, the USS Guadalcanal, the assault ship, pulled away from the pier here at Norfolk. There were very few families here. It was very cold this morning. It's about 18 to 20 degrees right now, so very few families made the trip down to the pier. Those who did, it was a tearful goodbye as they waved goodbye. This is a 6-month cruise, and they're going out into the Mediterranean. They are not, as it stands right now, going to be in the Persian Gulf area, but it is definitely a time of uncertainty for them.
Me, it is. Because of what's going on overseas right now. It's a little bit harder to deal with, mainly because we don't know, we just don't know what's going to happen. All we know is they're leaving and due to come back in 6 months. But it's kind of hard because you really don't know the truth of it.
I know that he knows his job and that they're safe and that they will do the best to protect and defend our country.
The White House is sensitive to what's going on in the Norfolk area. There's been probably almost 40,000 people that have shipped out from this area since the deployment to the Persian Gulf began back in August. Vice President Dan Quayle is coming here to Norfolk today, part of a 3-base tour that he is making, and he will address many of the families of the servicemen that have already shipped out from this area. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Norfolk.
The pilots of U.S. Apache helicopters have been conducting maneuvers in Saudi Arabia in case their call to action comes. The helicopters are equipped with sophisticated laser-guided missiles. The pilots are also counting on night vision technology to give them an edge over Iraqi forces. U.S. Pool correspondent Martha Teichner has this report.
The A-64 Apache helicopter, mean and black. Its pilots say, "We own the night." As dusk gathers, the Army's 229th Helicopter Regiment prepares for night attack practice, a simulated deep battle mission. As if they were penetrating secretly behind enemy lines, they will stalk 100 feet off the ground, 120 miles an hour, and destroy a mock target, the kind that might be in the way of oncoming U.S. tanks.
Basically, the H-64 fires the Hellfire. That's the bottom line. And that missile will ride a laser light to the target. You take the front of the aircraft, the target acquisition detection system, you point it at a target, you squirt the laser, you shoot the missile, and the missile rides that light beam to the target area.
And wham.
And that's intermission for the bad guys.
The rotating nose of the Apache not only sees in the dark, it effectively gives the helicopter peripheral vision. All of its information is transmitted to the pilot's gee-whiz seeing eye helmet.
Basically, it points the gun for him. He just looks at the target, puts the crosshairs on the target, and pulls the trigger.
The pilot sees his target through a night vision lens.
You can actually see whatever you're looking at outside, plus see the FLIR picture on this little lens here.
The aircraft is so quiet that its crews say the last thing the enemy hears is a whistle in the wind, seconds before its missile hits. The Hellfire missiles the 229th is loading have messages for their intended Iraqi targets. Apache crews call it the soldier's helicopter because they say it flies in the dirt. They admit it does need extra maintenance in the desert, but insist it's doing fine. The 229th is called the Flying Tigers after their World War II.
We have been awaiting and now are told the U.S. military briefing in Saudi Arabia is getting underway. Let's listen.
Navy and Marine aircraft and the Air Forces of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Kingdom, Canada, Italy, France, and as of yesterday, Qatar, have executed over 12,000 sorties. Of these, approximately 6,000 were combat and 6,000 were combat support, such as refueling and command and control. Our allies flew approximately 15% of these missions. During the first 6 days of note, you should also note that Qatar flew combat missions for the first time. Their missions occurred yesterday, and they struck Scud missile storage shelters in Kuwait. The coalition continues to attack vital Iraqi targets throughout Iraq and Kuwait. As a result of unfavorable weather, both in the target area and on the Arabian Peninsula, some operations have been interrupted. Additionally, assessment capabilities have also been hindered. However, the effect on the overall plan has been minimal. Operation Desert Storm continues on track. Yesterday, you asked some specific questions on weather. I'd like to put that issue to rest. We're unable to discuss specific weather conditions. The operations we conduct under these conditions could provide an indication to future operations should we encounter the same adverse weather. However, in a general sense, I can say that today's weather has been relatively clear throughout the area. In the area of air combat, no U.S. aircraft were lost today to hostile fire. However, one Marine AV-8 Harrier crashed yesterday during a training exercise. The pilot was killed, and the cause of the mishap is being investigated. Additionally, we also lost an Army AH-1 Cobra helicopter, also in a non-combat mishap. There were no injuries. Turning to ground forces, the U.S. Army and Marine Corps continue to maintain a defensive posture within Saudi Arabia. Although there still has not been any major direct hostile confrontation on the ground forces continue to receive sporadic incoming artillery fire. Yesterday evening, soldiers from the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, located at an observation point near the Saudi Arabian-Iraqi border, encountered an Iraqi patrol and returned small arms fire. The skirmish resulted in 2 U.S. soldiers being slightly injured. They were treated and returned to duty. Additionally, 6 Iraqi soldiers were taken prisoner and have been evacuated to a collection point in the rear. Looking at the Navy, they continue combat air patrol in the Arabian Gulf in addition to conducting strike operations. Additionally, they continue to search the northern Arabian Gulf for floating contact mines, as well as enforcing the UN sanctions through maritime intercept operations. Now, let me update you on some areas that we've addressed previously. First, the issue of the crater that was a result of a recent Scud attack in this vicinity. The analysis of the debris showed both Scud and Patriot remains in the crater. Our analysts indicate the Scud was successfully intercepted, most likely at a low altitude. The combined debris then caused the crater and accompanying structural damage. It should be noted that the damage was minimal to what would have occurred had the Scud impacted on its own. Secondly, the other day we reported that our forces had shot down 10 MiG-29s. Upon further data analysis, it has been determined that, in fact, 2 of those were MiG-25s. The overall figures now read as follows: 8 MiG-29s, 2 MiG-25s, 1 MiG-23, and 6 F-1s, for a total of 17 downed enemy aircraft. And for my third subject, I would like to address battle damage assessment. As I stated earlier, weather has hindered our capability to obtain assessment of battle damage in a real-time manner. For obvious reasons, cloud cover hinders aerial photography. Additionally, depending on the level, clouds may also prevent us from sending in reconnaissance aircraft below them. As a last point, a very vital source of our information, along with cockpit video recordings, is the assessment of the aircrew and the pilot himself. When you consider that the pilot is concentrating on the target and getting out of the target area, finding his wingman, and evading enemy ground fire through the whole process, his priority is not on target assessment. It's a secondary concern. And when you put all these factors together, you can see the battle damage assessment process is difficult. We need the correct information, but we're not going to compromise safety of our pilots by tasking them with target assessment as their main priority. Additionally, we're not going to send in recce pilots for the same reasons. We simply don't need the information so fast that we can't wait until conditions are prime. In summation, in the last 24 hours, no U.S. aircraft have been lost as a result of hostile fire. However, 2 aircraft, a Marine Harrier and an Army Cobra, have been lost to non-combat causes. This brings the total number of U.S. aircraft lost in Operation Desert Storm to 14. Of these 14, 11 were fixed-wing aircraft, and 9 of those were lost to hostile ground fire. 2 were lost to non-combat accidents. The remaining 3 aircraft were helicopters, all of which were lost in non-combat operations. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have for you at this time. I'll be glad to entertain your questions.
Okay, we'll start right here on the front row. Go ahead.
Thank you. Colonel, bearing in mind that a war has a political as well as a military dimension, in that context, could you comment on the report from CNN News that we've bombed a baby milk plant in Baghdad, and that is our target. Are we targeting baby milk formula plants?
I've heard that report. I don't have any information on it, but I can assure you that our targeting is strictly limited to military targets.
Okay, over here on the right, on this side of the room, go ahead.
Colonel, I wonder, as a fighter pilot, whether you could characterize the behavior of the Iraqi Air Force so far as being not just trying to avoid air combat, but defensive, retreating into a shell for later use, and the effectiveness of that strategy, if that's how you see it?
I really can't get into the motivations of what the Iraqi pilots or the Iraqi Air Force may be going into. I'm not sure that I could categorize what they're doing with their aircraft as defensive maneuverings. They may have some big overall scope and plan. I just, anything I'd say on that subject would be speculative, and I just can't get into it.
Okay, back here in the back of the room over this way.
Sir, how much more heightened are your concerns about points in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, Dhahran, and others? Are you after the successful missile attack on Israel? And as a follow-up to that, what do you know about how the Scud eluded the Patriot that might be relevant to this region?
I have 100% faith in the capability of the Patriot missile system. With respect to what happened in Israel, I don't know the facts over there, and we'd have to talk to the people in that theater to get impressions on that.
Okay, right here in the second row.
Colonel, have we underestimated, has our military underestimated both the number of Scuds that the Iraqis possess and the number of launchers? And if we have underestimated, do you have a new estimate of the numbers of both?
Intel estimates are a ongoing process. To answer your first question, I don't think we ever underestimated them, and we continually update them on a day-by-day basis. As you can see in my briefing, I changed from 10 MiG-29s to 8 MiG-29s. That's an ongoing process, and we do it day by day.
Okay, back here on the back row.
There's a report from Iran quoting Iraqi sources as saying there was a skirmish along the border in which some Americans were taken prisoner, ground troops. Can you comment on that report?
I don't have any information on that report.
No, we have nothing on that at all. Right now.
Colonel, does the military command here feel at all that the Iraqis set the oil fires in Kuwait for military reasons? We talk about weather all of the time and how chemical warfare and the way the wind is blowing and being able to see that smoke. Is there any military reason for that, do you think?
Once again, that's one of those questions that only the Iraqi military knows, and as far as our assessment of that, speculation is what I'd term it.
Okay, right here on the third row.
Jonathan Birchall, BBC. There's been a report in an Egyptian newspaper quoting an Egyptian eyewitness as saying that the American planes have attacked the city of Karbala in Iraq, which is the Shiite holy city. There are 3 cities in that vicinity, Karbala, Najaf, and Al-Kufa. Are you involved in operations in that vicinity, and could you outline what parameters your Air Force is operating in within the vicinities of those holy shrines?
We've taken great pains to analyze our targeting. And those targeting do not include civilian facilities. They don't include religious facilities. And with respect to the area that you're talking about, I don't have any information on whether or not we're there, and if I did, I couldn't talk about it because targeting remains...
in theory, is it possible that you could attack military installations in the vicinity or in those cities?
I'd prefer not to get into our targeting philosophy.
Okay, right here on the first row. Go ahead.
I don't mean to split hairs, Colonel, but earlier today we had gotten from you guys that you absolutely denied the Iranian report that American prisoners were taken. Now you say you have no information on that. Can you tell us, is it that you don't have any information on it at all, or it isn't true, or what? I'm sorry, but I don't
I don't
understand.
have any information on that.
So the denial is no longer valid?
No, no, it's okay. We can deny that report.
Okay.
Okay, right here.
Have Navy planes or U.S. planes sunk an Iraqi tanker ship and an Iraqi hovercraft? There's a report to that effect.
I don't have any report to that effect.
Okay, right on the first row, go ahead.
Now that you have a more complete battle damage assessment, sir, can you give us a more complete accounting of how you've done in targeting Iraq's nuclear, biological, and chemical installations?
Targeting assessment is still going on. The weather, as you're aware, yesterday was bad. It's clearing up, and I can't really give you any specifics on that.
A lot of these facilities, particularly the nuclear facilities, have been fairly well destroyed. Can you go beyond any of that now that you have a more complete assessment, particularly on the chemical or the biological sites?
We have done a good job of attacking those sites. As far as giving you any specifics on it, I don't have those to give you at this time.
Okay, on the far end of the front row.
Have you discovered how or why 2 Patriot missiles were launched from here accidentally several days ago?
That incident is still under investigation. To answer your question is no, we haven't yet.
Well, then how can you be confident they're 100% safe?
I'm not aware of any injuries conducted or as a result of any of that inadvertent launching. The Scud missiles have not made it to any target within Saudi Arabia, and I think those facts speak for themselves.
Okay, on the front row over here, go ahead.
Major, in this fighter pilot question, we've heard a lot about these underground shelters, reinforced concrete, steel. What is it? Will a 2,000-pound laser-guided bomb take those out if we had to go after them individually? And two, what's your estimate, or what's the reaction on defenses around these airfields and damage assessment, the effect of the strikes on, I think it's the 6 major fields up there since this thing has started? They still operating runways, for example?
They asked me 2 questions, kind of long ones. The first one has to do with the 2,000-pound bomb question. You know, the stability of hardened shelters can range from low, stable. It runs a spectrum. As far as what those the degree of stability of those targets and the ability of our munitions to take them out, that's once again, that runs the spectrum. We'd have to make hits in certain areas. We'd have to have, hopefully have chosen the right armament for that. We continue to drop what we consider is appropriate, and if it hadn't been appropriate, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll make it appropriate.
What about the other part?
Okay, now, would you repeat the other part?
Air defenses remaining around these bases, and whether they continue to repair and operate the runways.
The answer to your question is yes. But we are making great headway in making it such that the air defense capabilities are being eliminated. And with respect to the runway question, runways are a very, very tough thing to take out. But we continue, and our goal is to keep making it harder and harder for them by making them have to repatch and repatch and repatch to the point where they can't do it anymore.
Fourth row. Go ahead.
David Fairhall, The Guardian in London. We've heard a lot of somewhat contradictory reports over the past few days as to the extent to which you're now able to devote your resources to the Republican Guards, ranging from carpet bombing to very selective attacks. Can you give us some impression of what you're actually doing about those particular targets? And could I just ask on the side, a question about the skirmish on the border. Could it be that your report of the skirmish is the same one that's being reported from Tehran as involving the capture of 2 U.S. soldiers?
I'll take the first question first. I have no way of knowing what the Tehran reporters are reporting, so we'll put that one to bed. And the second part of the question refers to targeting. Let me just say this. We are proceeding according to plan. We're exactly where we thought we'd be at this stage of the campaign with respect to taking out any target, be it the Republican Guard or be it command and control facilities or whatever.
Okay, Barry, did you have one back there?
Colonel, I'm not sure that this is necessarily in your realm, but a Soviet general is reported to have said that American bombing has been only about 10% effective. Do you know if the Soviets are in any position to actually be able to make that kind of an assessment? And generally speaking, what would be your response to that?
The first part of your question, no, I don't know if he's in that position, but if he is, I can assure you that he's inaccurate. I think the fact that the proof that we showed you the other day when General Horner was here with the film shows our bombing capability.
Okay, on the back row.
David Mangan from the Oil Daily. There are several reports that in addition to the oil field that's burning in southern part of Kuwait, there are big fires in the storage areas, at least, of 2 major refineries inside Kuwait. And also a report that 50% of all of Iraq's refining capacity has now been destroyed, and that's from a British military source. Could you at least say if aerial reconnaissance has been able to verify the 2 storage facilities in Kuwait proper are ablaze or not?
I don't have any information on that, so the answer to your question is no, I can't verify
we've
that.
only got time for 2 more because we're pushing the Saudis out of their time slot.
Very quickly, Colonel, on the border skirmish involving the 3rd Cav that you referred to, which side of the border did that take place on when you took the 6 POWs?
That took place on the Saudi side of the border, south of the border.
Okay, and one more.
This is about the British military briefing yesterday. They were expressing some concerns that they were suffering the highest rate of attrition of their planes of all the Allied forces, and that they were rethinking their low-flying tactics. I wonder if you could comment on that. Is there concern among American air forces that the British maybe should be changing their strategy to some degree?
I don't think the American forces get into how the British employ their aircraft. I can tell you that from an American standpoint, our pilots and our train with our aircraft in all avenues of tactical employment, be it low altitude, high altitude, or medium altitude. And we're, as the Air Vice Marshal said yesterday, as the war progresses, you reevaluate what you've been doing and you try to improve upon what happened the day before. And I think that's true throughout the whole coalition Air Force.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We have an update for you that I need to read here just quickly. Thank you very much, Colonel Scott. Now, we were just asked a few minutes ago about this baby formula plant where Saddam Hussein took some press apparently earlier today. Apparently, this facility, by what we've just learned, has military guards around it, barbed wire fence. It has a military garrison outside, and numerous sources have indicated that the facility is associated with biological warfare production. So that's some new information to add to that report that you had.
Where did that come
from? From CENTCOM sources. I'd now like to make an announcement.
Wait, Mike, does that mean you're confirming that we have indeed bombed this baby food factory that may be also producing biological weapons?
I'm just talking about the facility at this time, so that's all the information I have right now.
The thing is that the information out of Baghdad that this was purely a baby formula place may not be entirely accurate.
Sounds good to me. Okay, now for the announcement.
How do you know we're talking about the same facility?
The Secretary of Defense, Secretary Cheney, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Powell, will hold their press briefing in Washington today at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 10 p.m. Riyadh time, for those of you in the room, your information. Again, we must apologize to our Saudi forces because we have taken up some of their time with this late information. Thank you very much.
We've just heard the briefing from U.S. military spokesman Colonel Mike Scott of the Air Force, briefing the assembled press corps in the Persian Gulf War gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. One brief note on the question that arose during that news briefing on a CNN report that U.S. or Allied forces may have destroyed a baby milk plant in or near Baghdad. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett reported that he was shown by Iraqi authorities a plant which purported to be, Arnett said, a baby milk plant. He noted the presence of a still intact sign with words both in Arabic and in English saying baby milk plant. And he said the plant had been destroyed. Colonel, the military spokesman just filled us in just a moment ago that U.S. or other allied intelligence sources indicate that that plant may have been associated with the production of biological weapons, biological and/or chemical warfare weapons. CNN correspondent John Sweeney is in Riyadh and was at this military briefing. John?
Yes, that was sort of, if you'll excuse the phrase, Bob, sort of a bombshell at the end of this conference here. When asked earlier about the baby formula plant that was first reported to the world by Peter Arnett, Colonel Scott only would say that we target only military targets. And then, as we just heard, he said, actually, Colonel Mike Gallagher said that there was indication that, that this place was guarded by military guards, was surrounded by barbed wire, and that the Central Command here had information that in that building biological weapons were perhaps being formulated. So this is the Central Command's answer to that particular question. The Air Force colonel also said that there were 12,000 sorties to date now. That would mean, based on yesterday's briefing, that there were 10,000, that 2,000 sorties have occurred in the past 24 hours. And that is about the normal rate, a furious rate, but normal since this war began almost a week ago. He indicated that 2 aircraft have been lost to non-combat means. One, a Marine Harrier plane, the other, an Army Cobra helicopter. And he mentioned a skirmish up near the front lines between American troops and the Iraqis, in which 6 Iraqi prisoners were apparently taken.
John, I sensed a seeming contradiction continuing there. The U.S. military spokesman said that the damage assessment in the war theater continues, and yet he said just a few moments later that the Allied forces are right where they thought they'd be at this time. How can they say both?
Well, the damage assessment, as they've been saying in all of these sessions so far, has been very difficult to ascertain because of the bad weather that has been over the area for the past few days. The colonel indicated today that the weather has cleared somewhat, at least over Kuwait, and they did indeed release some aerial photos of the Al Wafra oil facility burning. So I assume, based on that, that perhaps the weather will clear more today or tomorrow, and we'll get more battle assessment, damage assessment.
Thank you, John Sweeney in Riyadh. Bobby?
And our coverage in the Gulf will continue right after this.
When you get a cold or an allergy,
you need some herbal tea.
You also get a lot of advice.
What you want to do is feed a cold.
A lot of advice.
Take Judy to call me in the morning.
But the best advice is what doctors have said millions of times. Take Dimetap. Dimetap in non-prescription formulas brings proven relief. So take the advice of doctors and pharmacists.
The tea work, huh?
And take Dimetap, the best advice you can take.
Wherever your business takes you, the Gulfstream 4 can take you there. The Gulfstream 4 can take you nearly 5,000 statute miles non-stop, equaling or exceeding airline timetables. Or it can take you to several locations in a single day, optimizing your time and energies. No other business aircraft gives you global access with such uncompromised timeliness, convenience, and security.
When 1 in 4 adults looks at dairy food, their stomach says stop, say no now, or pay later. Antacids aren't made for this problem, called lactose intolerance. But new Dairy Ease is. It's not an antacid, but a natural nutritional supplement that lets you comfortably digest ice cream, cheese, and milk without distress. Enjoy dairy food as naturally as everyone else with pleasant-tasting, chewable new Dairy Ease.
Call 1-800-257-1257 and get your free video with 25 issues of the Sporting News for 3 payments of just $9.96. Save 52%. Call now, 1-800-257-1257. 1257.
As you watch this, the world is changing. To find out how and why, you need the latest national and international news. Updated every half hour. Only on Headline News.
Bringing you up to date now on events in the Gulf today. Iraq reports a ground attack, but as you may have heard moments ago, the Pentagon says that it only has reports of some artillery fire and one skirmish across the Kuwaiti-Saudi border of late. And Britain's ITN is reporting that U.S. bombers attacked and destroyed a civilian Iraqi tanker some miles off the Iraqi coast. The tanker is believed to have been used by the Iraqi military for early warning of Allied air attacks. In Kuwait, a fire appears to be still raging at an oil field believed to have been started by Iraq. U.S. military officials say Iraq has damaged or destroyed several oil facilities. And the Israeli cabinet met in emergency session this morning to discuss the latest Scud missile attack, but there are no immediate details on what Israel has decided. CNN's Al Hinman has more now on the attack on Israel and other developments in the Gulf.
Many angry Israelis are demanding retribution for Iraq's damaging and deadly Scud missile attack Tuesday. The direct hit on a residential neighborhood killed 3 and injured nearly 100.
Israel will do whatever it can to have this murderous and repugnant attack on innocent civilians by the Iraqi dictator stop. As you have said, we will do that shrewdly. And it's not here a ping-pong game that you absorb a missile and you do something. What we, if and when we will do it at the time that we will choose, at a place that we will choose, in a manner that we will choose, and we are not going to play into the hands of Saddam Hussein and do what he wants us to do. When we will do how we want to do.
The Israeli cabinet met today to examine their options. Israeli officials say they're in close touch with the United States over what action Israel may take. The U.S.-led allies have been urging continued Israeli restraint, fearing an escalation of the war and possible Arab defections from the Allied forces.
I think what we also have to ask ourselves is whether Israeli retaliation at this moment would actually add to the military battle, and I don't believe it would. I very much doubt if the Israelis have intelligence on Scud missiles launchers that we haven't got, and every effort is being made by the Allied air forces to locate these and take them out. And we've had a degree of success at doing that, but I don't think we're going to remove all these launchers in a short time. It's going to take some time to do this, but I do think everything is being done militarily that can, and therefore I don't actually think that by the Israelis coming in, they would actually add to that military conflict against the Scud launchers.
Iraqi radio today broadcast a military communique saying the attack on Israel was, quote, for the sake of Palestine, in reply to the wishes of the children of the stones and in revenge for Zionist crimes. Saddam Hussein repeatedly has tried to link any settlement of the Persian Gulf conflict to an Israeli withdrawal from the occupied Palestinian territories. The Iraqi president was shown Monday on Iraqi TV meeting with his top advisors. More Allied prisoners of war have appeared on Iraqi TV. The United States has had no immediate comment on the latest POW broadcast, but President Bush has accused Iraq of war crimes in its handling of captured Allied pilots. The Geneva Conventions, of which Iraq is a signatory, state that prisoners of war will not be exposed to danger, insults, or public curiosity, or misused for propaganda purposes. While Allied ground troops continue to reinforce their frontline positions, the Pentagon has told CNN it has reports of fresh skirmishes involving Iraqi troops across the Kuwaiti border in Saudi Arabia. The Pentagon says it has no information confirming an Iraqi claim reported by Iran of a large-scale Iraqi ground offensive into Saudi Arabia. Al Hinman, CNN, reporting.
Vice President Dan Quayle has arrived at Mayport Naval Air Station in Florida, where a little later this morning he will be speaking to a gathering. We're looking here at a live picture of a hangar at the Mayport Naval Air Station. Our coverage of the Gulf War continues in a moment.
average cost of this luxury car is $37,000. The average cost of the American home is $134,000. The average cost of a private college education is $45,891. Yet the cost to examine this magazine is nothing. Just call this number now, and we'll send you Money Magazine to examine risk-free. If you like it, do nothing, and we'll continue your subscription with articles on better ways to cut your taxes, how to look for a smart investment that delivers exceptional returns. Money will show you ways to improve your lifestyle, get more value from your home. We'll even outline 12 steps to financial security. So in a world where costs are high and so are risks, take advantage of Money's risk-free offer. Call this number now. We'll send you your first issue of Money Magazine to examine risk-free. If you find Money is not for you, then just write cancel on the bill and send it back. The issue is yours to keep free. Otherwise, we'll continue your subscription with 12 more informative, entertaining issues for a total of 13, payable in 4 monthly installments of just $8.99 each. Your taxes average $4,800. A retirement plan costs $2,400 yearly. Yet these financial guides cost you nothing. Because if you call now, we'll also send you Money's financial advisor free. It's a 3-part series that helps you manage your taxes, retire worry-free, invest and win. So why not call now and examine your first issue of Money risk-free? Plus, get the financial advisor free. And while the average American phone bill is $45.33, this phone call will cost you nothing. Call this number now and take advantage of Money's risk-free offer. It has the perfect ring to it.
We take you back live now to Mayport Naval Air Station in Florida, where Vice President Dan Quayle is getting ready to address military personnel in a hangar on that Naval Air Station. You are now looking at the podium where the Vice President will be addressing the crowd momentarily. Our CNN's John Zarella is also there at Mayport Naval Air Station.
Bobby, yes, the Vice President is here. He is in the front of the room. There are some reporters gathered around him up at the front. Right now, what he is doing is going through the crowd. He is shaking hands with many members of families whose sons and husbands and wives and daughters are deployed in the Persian Gulf on ships that have departed from here, such ships as the USS Saratoga and perhaps very soon the USS Forrestal, which is scheduled to depart here tomorrow at about noon on a training cruise. But it is believed that that ship, after it has completed its training, will head on to the Mediterranean and be somewhere in the Mediterranean off of Israel. He is also meeting this morning with the family, the widow of Lieutenant Commander Michael Spiker, who was an F-A-18 fighter pilot, and he was the first pilot downed.
Right, John, we'll take a commercial break here for our local cable companies and be back with the Vice President's remarks in just a moment.
It's almost game time. Henry's relaxed, but Jim is scrambling. Jim tries every 900 number. Plenty of losers and bills. Jim reads all the papers and gets what he pays for. Not much. Jim stays in the dark with out-of-date information from tout sheets. He needs what Henry already knows, that Danny Sheridan and Larry Norris give expert picks and analysis before every playoff game. Between the Lines, live from the Las Vegas Hilton, only on pay-per-view.
Hutton has it all. Since 1981, Hutton has been bringing you the best cars, both import and domestic. Hutton specializes in satisfied customers, offering such conveniences as express rent-a-car, a consistently good selection of used cars, a top-notch service department, an international body shop, and the Hutton VIP plan. Hutton, Chevy, Geo, Jeep, Eagle, Dodge, Chrysler, Plymouth, Mitsubishi, I-20 East, just 12 minutes outside I-285 in Conyers.
is CNN.
Let's return now to Mayport Naval Air Station in Florida, where CNN's John Zarrella is standing by to bring us up to date on the Vice President's address to military personnel. There, John?
Some introductory remarks at the present time. The Vice President scheduled to speak in just a minute or so. Part of the Vice President's itinerary today takes him from here to Fort Bragg. Much of the same will happen at Fort Bragg, where he will make a speech and meet with families of servicemen and women deployed in the Persian Gulf. He will also, after that, go on to Norfolk, and again, the same itinerary. It is very much interesting here in Mayport. You might know from past experience that Mayport has had a very, very historic relationship with the Navy and the 6th Fleet. And right now we go to the Vice President of the United States, Dan Quayle.
Admiral Reddy, thank you very much. It's indeed a personal honor for me to be with you today. And let me just say at the outset that I am here on behalf of a proud Commander-in-Chief and a grateful nation to salute the outstanding servicemen and women from Mayport, Jacksonville, and Cecil Field. In the last few days, we've all heard a great deal about Operation Desert Storm being a high-tech war. That's true, and I think a lot of credit goes to not only President Bush, but former President Reagan for making America's military technology strong and dependable. Our servicemen and women deserve the very best, and today they've got it. And at the same time, we must remember that it's not technology, however advanced, and it's not weapons, however smart, that keep our country free. Yes, our technology is second to none. But let me be very clear. It's the men and women of the armed forces who do the most important work of all. And they, too, are second to none. And today, we honor many of those fine Americans in uniform. Personnel from Mayport, Jacksonville, and Cecil Field are giving vital support to our efforts in the Gulf area. And they are contributing greatly to the magnificent record being amassed by the ships now in the Persian Gulf region, including the USS John F. Kennedy Battle Group, which I happened to visit on New Year's Day. And let me just tell you that your colleagues and your loved ones are dedicated to their jobs, and they are performing brilliantly. On my trip to the Gulf, many servicemen and women expressed to me their concern that they would not be permitted to finish their job. Now, the President has asked them to finish the job, and they will. And I'm also here to salute the courage of all the families whose loved ones are serving in the Middle East, as well as those of you who are serving stateside. All of you have made an enormous sacrifice for our country. Spouses, children, and I see a few children on the front row here, and parents left behind must, every day, live with anxiety, and uncertainty. You too are brave. You too are essential to our success. And you too are serving our country with distinction. Winston Churchill once said that courage is the first of all human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees all others. The courage of America's fighting men and women, their professionalism, and their devotion to duty are unequaled. They never let us down. They always make us proud. And they always get the job done. And they are getting the job done today. I know that all of you, as well as the rest of America, have been glued to your television sets since last Wednesday. And this is the first conflict that we've been able to witness live on television, rather than reading or hearing about it the next day in news accounts. We are indeed impressed with what we see on television, solid evidence of America's preeminence in technology, the very best of America serving our country. One can only marvel at the fact that a ballistic missile known as the Scud can be knocked down by an anti-ballistic missile weapon properly known as the Patriot. I'll never forget the initial live CNN reports of the Scud attack on Saudi Arabia and the blast in the sky as the Patriot made a direct kill against the Iraqi Scud missile. This ballistic missile defense system's success will immeasurably change the way we think about and fight wars. Ballistic missile defense is not a new concept, but many of its critics said it would not work. To those critics, I say, watch CNN. It does work. Along with the good, there are also some less inspiring sights in this time of war. As expected, there have been some demonstrations against our policy in the Gulf, and some American flags have been burned. Unfortunately, the media seem compelled to devote too much more attention to those protests than they deserve. As all of you know, from speaking to your friends and neighbors in your communities, in your churches, and in your living rooms, there is overwhelming support in this nation for President Bush's determination to get Saddam out of Kuwait. My friends, the American people are united behind the men and women of Operation Desert Storm, and notwithstanding the naysayers, the American people are determined to achieve victory. I wish that I could tell you that the task facing our troops in the Gulf is an easy one, but I can't. I wish I could promise you that your loved ones will be home tomorrow, but I can't. but I can reaffirm President Bush's pledge to the American people. Operation Desert Storm will not be another Vietnam. Our troops will have the best possible support in the entire world. They will not be asked to fight with one hand tied behind their backs. And this time, we will win the conflict. And then, as soon as possible, our troops will come home. Saddam Hussein has been building his military machine for the past 10 years. He's bankrupted his people to bankroll his army. He has amassed a tremendous arsenal of conventional weapons and weapons of mass destruction. These weapons have been used to terrorize his own people and to intimidate and conquer his neighbors. Taking out that huge military arsenal isn't easy, and it will take some time. President Bush is determined to minimize the risks our brave men and women face. But unfortunately, risks remain. There are and will be casualties, and we honor those who gave what Abraham Lincoln called their last full measure of devotion to their country. And, in the words of President Lincoln, those that perish in battle shall not have died in vain. As for those of our brave fighting men who are taken prisoners of war, let me say this. Iraq has signed the Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners of war. We demand that Saddam Hussein abide by the provisions of these conventions. Since he has not, we will hold Saddam and his henchmen personally accountable. In this respect, as in others, Operation Desert Storm is not going to be another Vietnam. You know, back in 1930, Winston Churchill said, "Never, never, never believe any war will be smooth and easy." That was good advice 60 years ago, and it's good advice today. But while the length of Operation Desert Storm is unclear, its outcome is certain. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored. Iraq will comply with all the relevant UN resolutions, and security and stability will once again return to the Gulf region. And Saddam Hussein's ambition to control the bulk of the world's energy supply, to dominate the Middle East, and to blackmail the entire world will most definitely fail. The United States is a peace-loving nation. We didn't want this war. We didn't go looking for a fight. On the contrary, President Bush exhausted every reasonable chance for a peaceful solution. But Saddam Hussein refused to yield to the force of logic. And now he will have to yield to the logic of force. As I speak to you today, Americans everywhere are with you in spirit, praying for a speedy end to this conflict. And I know that your prayers are the most meaningful of all. To paraphrase General Douglas MacArthur, the soldier and his family, above all other people, pray for peace, for they must suffer and bear the deepest wounds and scars of war. May I take this occasion to add my prayer to yours. The Lord bless and keep our servicemen and women. The Lord make his face to shine upon them and be gracious to them all. The Lord lift his countenance upon them and grant them peace. Amen. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless this great country of ours, the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice President, we really appreciate those comforting remarks, and on behalf of the great American fighting men and women and the great American families, we thank you from the bottom of our heart.
The Vice President here this morning, some very tough words, calling Saddam and his henchmen responsible for the treatment of POWs, that they will be held responsible for the treatment of POWs. And also saying that American fighting men and women are still going to be the key to the success of the war, and that it will not be another Vietnam. This is John Zarrella reporting live from Mayport, Florida. Back to you, Bob.
Thank you, John. Going on simultaneously with the Vice President's address in Florida has been a military briefing from the Joint Arab Forces Command in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. When our coverage continues, we'll brief you on that.
Grapefruit should be eaten in the morning, and only in half.
The man who wrote the book on Florida grapefruit is out the door.
You don't just have to have it in the morning. You can feel it anytime you feel it. Spice it if you like it as a treat. You just can't beat it. Florida grapefruit anytime.
Grapefruit, fresh from Florida and Florida's Indian River.
You don't just have to have it in the morning.
The Quaker Man brings a delicious surprise.
Surprise!
Quaker Oat Squares. You're gonna love them from square one. Surprise! Love that crunch.
Surprise! Love the toasty taste. Love the touch of brown sugar.
Surprise!
Last one in the bowl, and it's still crunching. I love it.
Quaker Oat Squares.
Surprise! You're gonna love them from square one.
There have been two military briefings at the Allied Coalition military headquarters in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia today. The one just concluded was by the Arab Forces Command. Joining us is retired Air Force General Perry Smith. General, you have been listening to the Saudi leaders' briefing. Did we hear anything new?
Yes, there was one thing. He mentioned that we are now using the multi-launch rocket system, which is an artillery system, but it shoots artillery-type pieces, rocket pieces, in great rapidity. The first time we've had that mentioned, that's another weapon system. We're giving some artillery fire into the Iraqi positions in Kuwait, so that's a step forward.
Does that indicate military action close to the border?
Close to the border is, we're getting closer, we're moving closer, we're beginning to exchange some artillery fire and multi-launch rocket systems, so that's an indication that there is at least some exchange with the ground forces.
You wanted to make mention of one thing you heard in the U.S. briefing.
Yeah, one thing in the U.S. briefing that needs to be mentioned, for the second day in a row now, no combat air losses. 2,000 sorties a day with no combat air losses. Very significant. A couple of training losses, but no combat losses.
All right, thank you. General Perry Smith. Bobby? I'm sorry. We're going to join Bobby Batista now for a look, I believe, at what has transpired in the U.S. military briefing also.
Get a camera on me. Okay, Bob, thank you. We are going to go now back to Saudi Arabia, where moments before the joint Arab forces briefing, there was a U.S. military briefing in Riyadh. And so Rick Salinger will join us now from Saudi Arabia to bring us up to date and recap that a bit for us. Rick?
Bobby, one mystery was cleared up at that briefing today. If you remember, a few days ago in the capital of this country, Riyadh, a large Scud missile landed pretty much intact on the ground, creating a large crater and doing considerable damage to a building. It was thought that perhaps it had not been intercepted. But now we were told at the briefing this afternoon that indeed there was an interception, that part of a Patriot missile was also found at that site, and that the damage was caused was considerably less than might have been the case had there not been an interception. On the subject of the weather, yes, it has been a problem, especially in the area of bomb damage assessment. They haven't been able to do as much of that as they would like to. Over us, the clouds are now above us, but we are told in Kuwait and southern Iraq it is clearing, and so that should help. One other point, there have been some skirmishes going on at the border of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, but we are told that is all that they are, according to Air Force Colonel Michael Scott. Nothing like what was reported out of Iran today. There has been no major Iraqi attack on the ground.
Yesterday evening, soldiers from the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, located at an observation point near the Saudi Arabian-Iraqi border, encountered an Iraqi patrol and returned small arms fire. The skirmish resulted in 2 U.S. soldiers being slightly injured. They were treated and returned to duty.
There were actually several military briefings today. Another came from London, from the British side, where we are told that there's been considerable success in taking out Iraq's Scud missile capability, particularly those mobile launchers. And they also say that Iraq's oil refining capacity has now been reduced by 50%. But there's another side to all what's going on over here, and that is the civilian side. Thousands of Asian workers have been left in a state of limbo.
You can see the worry on their faces, feel the concern on their minds.
Everybody wants to leave from this place. Everybody is scared. When the missile fell on your head, of course, everybody is afraid of that.
These are some of the thousands of workers from Asian countries in Saudi Arabia. When the war started, many stores and other businesses shut down.
Some of our company are closed as of now, and some of our employers have fled away.
It is very dangerous. The situation in Saudi Arabia is very dangerous. All of us want to go back to our own country, but our own country companies are not leaving us.
The shop is already closed, sir.
Do you get paid?
No give, sir.
No pay while you're not working?
Others received their money in advance, but weren't allowed to leave the country if they wanted to have a job when they came back.
We don't have a choice because our company, they will not let us go home, even though we will submit our resignation papers.
In some cases, their companies hold their passports. So many of these people from the Philippines, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan sit idle.
Some Filipinos, some Indians are afraid to work, because they don't know that sometimes when you hear the siren in the morning or in the evening, especially in the evening, you cannot sleep,
They carry their gas masks at their side in anticipation that another missile attack may come.
But all is quiet right now in eastern Saudi Arabia. However, it was just about this time last night when another volley of Iraqi Scuds came out of the sky and the three were met by another volley of Patriot missiles, successfully knocking them down, unlike the case in Israel, where 3 people were killed. Reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia, I'm Rick Salinger, CNN.
Our coverage of war in the Gulf continues. Stay with us.
Today, many of the Fortune 500's heaviest hitters will leave town on business. They'll be carrying SkyTel's nationwide pages with voicemail, which means they'll get information sooner and help customers faster. Which is how the heavy hitters get to be heavy hitters. SkyTel, that great communication system in the sky. For more information, call 1-800-456-all-threes.
Alan, your recommendations for the site of the new plant.
For the tax incentives and the state financial assistance programs, Kentucky.
Jim.
In education, the reform program setting the trend nationally is in Kentucky.
Carol.
Kentucky's workforce ranks as one of the best in productivity.
That was easy.
Every day, more companies realize what Kentucky has to offer. Give us a call and see what we can do for you.
Question: how can you help stop America's growing dependence on foreign oil? Proper tire inflation. It can save over 4 million gallons of gasoline a day. Let's put our energy into saving it.
The Murine Earwax Removal System has drops that safely loosen hardened wax when used as directed, plus an ear washer to gently flush wax away. Murine, the complete medically approved system to safely remove earwax.
In our continuing coverage during our next hour of the war in the Gulf, a conversation with Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons.
Also, we are awaiting yet another briefing from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, this one a British one, on the British contributions to the Allied forces in the Gulf. Stay with us. I'm Bobby Batista.
I'm Bob Kane.
If you'd like to give a special gift to a boy or girl 8 years old and up, get your pencil ready and write down this number, because I've got just the answer for you. It's National Geographic World Magazine, published especially for kids by the National Geographic Society, the same people who produce world-famous National Geographic magazine. It brings real-life adventure, page after page of fascinating articles and pictures in National Geographic color on animals, outdoor adventure and science, faraway places, sports, and hobbies. And yet, while it entertains, it fulfills curiosity, stimulates imagination, and encourages your youngster to read more. It's amazingly inexpensive. For 12 issues in brilliant geographic color, compare this once a month, 12 times a year gift to a single gift from a toy store, and you can see what a bargain this is. There's no shopping, no wrapping, no shipping. You cannot buy it at a newsstand or bookstore. You can get it only through the mail, and it's so easy to order. Just call with that special child's name and address today. Call 1-800-257-1257. Each issue has exciting surprises, puzzles to solve, games to play with friends, stories about kids doing special things, and often supersized pullouts to put on the wall. Youngsters even have the opportunity to compete for a $5,000 scholarship. National Geographic World, what a wonderful gift for any boy or girl. And when you call with your subscription order today, we'll also mail a special personalized gift card from you. So call or write today with your young reader's address and your name for the gift card. Call 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. 12 colorful issues and a card from you for only $12.95. This gift lasts a year. The benefits last a lifetime.
This is CNN.
More ground skirmishes and the air assault continues. 12,000 sorties now since the war started, despite sometimes frustrating weather conditions.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. I'm Bobby Batista.
I'm Bob Kane. As Israeli leaders contemplate possible retaliation against Iraq, ground fighting begins to escalate between the U.S. and Iraqi forces along the Saudi border. One U.S. military official reports U.S. ground forces continue to get incoming artillery fire, but he says he has no information on an Iranian report of a large-scale ground attack. We have more from CNN's Gary Daughters.
Very close. The U.S. military says the first artillery duel of the Gulf War took place between a U.S. Marine unit in Saudi Arabia and Iraqi occupation troops in Kuwait. The Marine Battalion says it was fired on first and shot back Monday, taking out opposing artillery and a supply convoy. There is no word yet on a decision by the Israeli government on whether to retaliate against Iraq for last night's Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. The Israeli government says the attack killed 3 people and left nearly 100 wounded. Emotions are running high in Israel, even among officials who will make the crucial decision on whether to retaliate.
Our hearts are full. My heart is full, I can assure you. But we are going to act as the people of Israel expect us to act, with our heads, not with our hearts.
The Allied air campaign on targets in Iraq and occupied Kuwait goes on day and night, and U.S. military officials in Saudi Arabia say much of the cloudy weather that somewhat hampered air operations for several days has cleared out. The U.S. command says Allied warplanes have flown more than 12,000 sorties as the first week of the Gulf War comes to an end. The Allies are publicizing videotape depicting the pinpoint accuracy of so-called smart bombs, but have yet to release an extensive assessment of bomb damage. Meanwhile, Iraq is claiming Allied warplanes destroyed a factory for making infant milk formula. The claim was made to CNN correspondent Peter Arnett on a tour yesterday outside Baghdad.
The force of the explosions had torn the aluminum sheets from the steel frame of the factory and scattered them over the countryside. The steel girders that had been holding up the building were twisted and blackened, and the machinery inside was a molten pile.
But a U.S. military spokesman said today the plant was a valid military target.
Apparently this facility, by what we've just learned, has military guards around it, barbed wire fence, it has a military garrison outside, and numerous sources have indicated that the facility is associated with biological warfare production.
Allied forces have been dropping more than bombs on Iraqi targets. In occupied Kuwait, they've been dropping propaganda leaflets warning Iraqi troops the Allies possess powerful firearms, long-range and pulverizing weapons. The leaflets say, remaining here means death. Gary Daughters, CNN reporting.
We now go live to CNN's Gary Stryker in Tel Aviv, and we remind you that an Israeli censor is present monitoring all live reports from that country and could cut off the transmission at any time. Gary?
Bobby, the Israeli cabinet met in emergency session today to discuss the situation here following the missile attack on Tel Aviv last night. We don't have any details about that meeting, but we do have one, and that is that the cabinet has decided that all information concerning these missile attacks will henceforth come from only 3 government officials: the Prime Minister himself, the Foreign Minister, and the Defense Minister. This is obviously an attempt to control the information about these missile attacks that could be of value to the Iraqis in targeting the city. We have also learned that before the cabinet meeting, President Bush made a personal telephone call to Prime Minister Shamir, expressing his outrage over the attack and his appreciation for Israel's continuing restraint. That restraint, of course, is a policy which the U.S. and other multinational allies have been urging Israel to follow. On the situation in Tel Aviv today, the aftermath of the bombing last night, we have a package from CNN's Richard Roth.
A Tel Aviv building stood here before the Scud missile made a direct hit Tuesday evening. Unlike the other Scud attacks on the Tel Aviv area, this time people died as a direct result of the missile blast. It was the most devastating of all the Iraqi missile raids on Tel Aviv. One person was crushed under a collapsed wall. Others died of heart attacks. This woman was declared clinically dead when brought in, but was revived. She heard the missile hit. Rescue teams feverishly worked through the night to bring people out of the rubble. The attack occurred in a town called Ramat Gan next to Tel Aviv. Ironically, there are many Jews of Iraqi ancestry who live there. The morning after, dazed residents surveyed what was left of their homes and gave thanks for some near misses.
My house is destroyed completely. I went to the child's room. It's absolutely destroyed, nothing left there. I keep on thinking that if the baby was still there, she was surely dying or something very terrible could have happened.
Feel good, yeah.
Good.
Feel good. Be happy.
Good, because I have a lot of lucky because I'm not in my room.
Even in the ruins, the people vowed to stay in Tel Aviv despite the ongoing threat. This man was born in Iraq.
I'm not going to leave Tel Aviv. No way.
Why?
Because this is I live here. I came from Iraq. I was born there. I left Iraq when I was 13 years. Then I went to Tehran, and then I came here when I was 15. My kids were born here. I'm almost sober. My son here is 26 years old. So why should I live here?
He declined to say if Israel should retaliate against Iraq, but this recent Soviet immigrant has changed his mind and now wants Israel to respond militarily.
I didn't think so. I think we must wait, but now, after I felt it by myself, on my own hand, just now I think that only we by ourselves can do something with him.
Many other Israelis want retaliation, and the government continues to consider the question. However, the mayor of Tel Aviv said he does not favor retaliation and that the city could withstand the assaults for years if necessary. People were urged to go back to work Wednesday in Tel Aviv, and many did. Streets were crowded, but when darkness falls, they will be deserted once again. Israeli officials say they have patience, but the deaths and destruction in Ramat Gan will put that to a test. How many Scud attacks can the country take before lashing back at Saddam Hussein and his missile launchers? Richard Roth, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Bobby, daylight is almost finished here in Tel Aviv, and the people in this city are understandably very nervous about the approaching darkness. Most of them are going to seal themselves inside their homes and wait for that uncomfortable air raid siren that's going to go off. Another missile attack here tonight is a distinct possibility. You know, yesterday, after 3 days of peace, the people of Tel Aviv were getting back to normal. They'd gone back to work, as Richard Roth reported, and they felt fairly safe under this umbrella of Patriot missiles. But that feeling of security now has dissipated, and there's a feeling of tremendous tension here. And the Israeli government has urged the people to get back to life as normal, to normal. And obviously they are worried that this psychological campaign waged by Saddam Hussein is going to spread an air of despondency among the people. But the government is trying to do its best to prevent that. And however, there are events that take place during the day, sounds that you hear in the sky. It makes people very jumpy. There are things that happen normally that take on an added significance. For instance, Israeli Army radio reported today that there was an exchange of gunfire, a shot fired across the Jordanian border at an Israeli Army soldier, slightly wounding him last night, shortly after the missile attack. The Israeli authorities believe that the shot was fired by a Jordanian soldier on the Jordanian side of the border, possibly of Palestinian background. And this kind of thing happens quite frequently, but obviously because of the situation, because of the missile attack, the government believes that this was an act done in solidarity with Saddam Hussein. Because of the situation here, that event, although it's normal, it happens quite frequently, it has taken on a different significance at this time. This is Gary Stryker, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
There is probably no one in Israel feeling any more pressure as the result of events over the past 24 hours or so than the country's defense minister. We will talk shortly with Defense Minister Moshe Ahrens as our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. Also very much affected by the events in Israel, the President of the United States. CNN White House correspondent Frank Sesno joins us live. Is there anything new on that count from there, Frank?
Well, Bob, President Bush spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir around midnight Eastern time last night, again expressing his outrage and sympathy, in the words of his spokesman, Marlon Fitzwater, at the most recent Iraqi attack on Israel, and his sympathy for the victims of what the president brands as another terrorist attack. President again, according to Fitzwater, expressing his appreciation for Israel's restraint. That word restraint, Bob, is a word that has come up in almost every single presidential statement or official U.S. response to Iraq's attacks on Israel, Israel's response to those attacks that we've seen so far. It is because the United States is doing everything it can to keep Israel's profile low, keep it out of the war, for fear of the implications of a widening war. So far, though, there are no indications, in fact, quite the contrary. There are indications that the coalition, the Arab members of the coalition, would hold as long as Israel's response were proportionate to what's happening upon it. That doesn't change the president's viewpoint, however, that he'd like Israel to stay out of this thing.
Thank you. CNN White House correspondent Frank Sesno. Our coverage of war in the Gulf continues.
Real hardwood adds so much warmth and substance to a home that lots of people try to imitate real hardwood. They actually print a picture of wood on plastic, even paper, to fool you. Don't be fooled. Real hardwood glows with beauty and character you can't copy. Beauty to enjoy for lifetimes. To find out how you can get a book of fresh ideas for adding genuine hardwood solids and veneers to your home, call 1-800-835-2246, extension 50.
Grapefruit should be eaten in the morning, and only in half.
The man who wrote the book on Florida grapefruit is out the door.
You don't just have to have it in the morning. You can feel it anytime you feel it. Slice it if you like it as a treat. You just can't beat it. Florida grapefruit anytime.
Grapefruit, fresh from Florida and Florida's Indian River.
You don't just have to have it in the morning.
Your high-fiber cereal.
Tastes like a high-fiber cereal.
But my high-fiber cereal is different.
Why? Because it comes in a big red box?
No, because it's delicious.
Really?
It's the only one with this delicious combination of raisins, dates, nuts, and crunchy clusters.
Keeps sounding better and better.
And crispy high-fiber bran flakes.
That makes it perfect.
That makes it fruit and fiber.
And that makes fruit and fiber my high-fiber cereal.
Post fruit and fiber cereal.
Delicious.
Why would you want your fiber any other way?
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire, plus the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call 1-800-257-1257.
Iraq has been claiming that civilian installations are among the targets of the Allied bombing campaign. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett filed a telephone report this morning from Baghdad about a plant destroyed by Allied bombing. Iraq said the plant was a baby formula factory. Arnett's report was cleared by Iraqi censors.
Yes, it is noon here on Wednesday. It's sunny. The skies have been quiet so far today. Now, the Iraqi government is saying that the multinational air and missile attacks on Iraq and Kuwait, now I guess in their 7th day, they say they're targeting not only strategic and military targets, but also installations. Yesterday, Information Ministry officials took me on a 2-hour visit to a powdered milk factory that makes actually infant formula, and this was on the western outskirts of Baghdad. They said it was destroyed by American bombing. Now, CNN had visited this plant last August for a story on how Iraq was trying to beat the international economic embargo by producing more essential foods at home to make up for the loss. The factory at Abu Ghraib had been constructed of aluminum siding. It was about 4 acres of land. The force of the explosions had torn the aluminum sheets from the steel frame of the factory and scattered them over the countryside. The steel girders that had been holding up the building were twisted and blackened, and the machinery inside was a molten pile. The intact signboard at the entrance to the factory read "Baby Milk Plant" in English and in Arabic. An official said it had been producing 20 tons of powdered milk a day. It was the only source of infant formula food for children 1 year and younger in Iraq. Officials valued the plant at $150 million. They said it was destroyed in 2 aircraft missile attacks. One was at 5 a.m. in the morning of the 20th, and the plane fired 2 missiles. The other was at the same time the following morning. 4 missiles were said to have been used in both attacks. No one was injured. Excuse me. No one was injured, officials said, because the 300 workers had already finished their evening shift when the first raid had hit. Outside the plant is a large painting of President Saddam Hussein comforting a distressed child. It was unmarked by the air attack. We have an all-clear sounding in Baghdad right now. You may hear it. There was an alarm about an hour ago, but we did not hear any bombing. In the drive we made yesterday from the Al Rashid Hotel, where we're staying, there was no visible damage along the 10-mile route. It took us through the prosperous Mansour suburb and poorer communities along the highway to the Jordan border to the west. The population in these civilian areas gotten over the shock of the war, the initial shock. Hundreds of cars were lined up at several open gas stations, and drivers were waiting patiently by their vehicles. We passed half a dozen vegetable and fruit stores that were open and doing business. Some people appeared to be returning to Baghdad as cars did pass us on the road coming into town loaded with luggage. Water trucks were driving around the streets filling up cans. The lack of water and power seems to be the biggest problem for the civilians in Baghdad. Air raid alert sirens have been, up to today, blasting their warnings about 10 minutes before each attack. It's been a 24-hour around-the-clock bombing campaign here, and traffic in the wide boulevards around our hotel moved very fast, and few people venture onto the as I say today so far on Wednesday. There's been little activity in the air around Baghdad.
Well, U.S. military officials have responded to that part of Peter's report that that Iraqi claims that one of the targets hit today was a baby milk factory. CNN's Gene Randall is standing by at the Pentagon now with the latest on that. Gene?
That's right, Bobby. The response came from U.S. military officials this morning as they held a briefing with reporters in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
We were just asked a few minutes ago about this baby formula plant where Saddam Hussein took some press apparently earlier today. Apparently this facility, by what we've just learned, has military guards around it, barbed wire fence. It has a military garrison outside, and numerous sources have indicated that the facility is associated with biological warfare production.
On Iraqi claims that civilian areas and religious sites were being targeted, journalists were told great pains are being taken to avoid that. On the continuing question of bomb damage assessment.
Weather has hindered our capability to obtain assessment of battle damage in a real-time manner. For obvious reasons, cloud cover hinders aerial photography. Additionally, depending on the level, clouds may also prevent us from sending in reconnaissance aircraft below them. As a last point, a very vital source of our information, along with cockpit video recordings, is the assessment of the aircrew and the pilot himself. When you consider that the pilot is concentrating on the target and getting out of the target area, finding his wingman, and evading enemy ground fire through the whole process, his priority is not on target assessment. It's a secondary concern. And when you put all these factors together, you can see the battle damage assessment process is difficult. We need the correct information, but we're not going to compromise safety of our pilots by tasking them with target assessment as their main priority. Additionally, we're not going to send in recce pilots for the same reasons. We simply don't need the information so fast that we can't wait until conditions are prime.
Defense Secretary Cheney holds a briefing in this building at 2 this afternoon Eastern Time. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
It is now 20 minutes after 6 p.m. in Baghdad. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett is there, and he joins us live by telephone from the Iraqi capital city. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Bob. I'm sitting in the garden outside the Al Rashid Hotel here this evening. It's dark, and I'm reading my notes with a flashlight, so bear with me. We were taken on a two-hour tour of the market areas of Baghdad this afternoon as the final week of the air war against this city is coming to an end. It seems clear that the civilian population of Baghdad is no longer concerned or very concerned about being targeted in these around-the-clock raids in the city. In the main marketplace around the sacred Kadiwa shrine, the crowd buying fruit and vegetables and fresh meat gave no sign of any stirring when the air raid alarm sounded very loudly nearby. And when a bomb blast shook the market area, it was probably a mile or two away, several minutes after the siren, the people were no more startled than if a car had backfired. Each day, government military communiques announce attacks against strategic military and industrial installations around the city, but it's clear that none of the bombing has come in close yet. But in the market areas that we visited today, there is no sign of damage, as I said, not much, no apparent effect of bombing. The population had begun coming out of doors, we could see, and going about their business. Residents said that the city water system is beginning to function again after shutting down on the first day of the war. One man said he had enough water now to use in his garden. Those we interviewed expressed defiance at the multinational military campaign against their country, and all voiced eager support for President Saddam Hussein. One young man, "I don't care what the future holds as long as our president lives." Shops open in the market areas were catering to immediate food needs. Shops dealing in other consumer goods and business establishments are tightly closed, doors bolted throughout Baghdad. I have some information on the Gulf Peace Team that has been at a camp on the Iraqi-Saudi Arabian border, about 300 miles south of here, for several weeks. There are 73 people down there, including some Americans. There's an 80-year-old man and a crippled woman. This international assembly sees itself as a human shield to avert ground hostilities in the place where it's camped, and it's refusing to leave the area for Baghdad and then home. There are about 11 or 12 from the same peace organization living here at the Al Rashid Hotel. Bob?
Peter, in an earlier report, you reported to us that you had been shown by authorities in Baghdad the bombed-out ruins of what they described as a baby formula factory. Now, U.S. military authorities say that factory had been heavily guarded. There had been armed guards, military, troops stationed around it, and that they had seen signs that it may have been used for the production of biological or chemical weapons. Are you able to respond to that?
Well, I'll tell you what we saw when we went there, Bob. It was a plant alongside the main highway leading to Jordan. There was one guard at the gate. There was, they were bringing out, as we arrived, they were bringing out a cart full of powdered milk from Britain that they used to
Hello, Peter? Hello, Peter Arnett. Peter, we assume you are still there, and we will wait, in case you are in communication with Iraqi authorities there for the moment, for you to respond. We will wait as long as we can. All right. We are not reestablishing communication with correspondent Peter Arnett. He is in Baghdad. His report has been interrupted. We're not sure precisely how, why, or by whom. We'll continue to monitor the line, though, in our control room. If we're able to reestablish contact with Peter, we'll bring it to you live. Okay, Peter, do you hear me now?
I do hear you now. We had a break in transmission, and it was some atmospheric. It was nothing to do with this end, Bob.
All right. Did you have anything further to say about the question I had asked you, Peter, then?
Well, I did answer it. I'll just repeat it.
No, that's fine if you feel you had answered it already.
Yeah, that's as much as I could tell you about it,
right.
Bob. It looked innocent enough from what we could see.
What commodities did you find in short supply there at the market area, Peter?
We could, well, fruit was available in quantities, oranges and bananas that were being snapped up. There were leaf vegetables, lettuce and other items. There's lots of, there was lamb and goat meat fresh being sold. And there were candles, and there were a few small grocery stores selling canned goods. We could not determine, there didn't seem to be any bread available. There was cheese. But it was not easy for us to determine what, in fact, was in short supply, Bob.
Peter, have prisoners of war been seen in public anywhere in Baghdad in the past day or two?
We have no knowledge of any prisoners of war being seen anywhere. The government officials say they will play on television tonight interviews with two POWs, one an American, one an Italian, who had been television 3 days ago. Now, the interviews are a little more in-depth, apparently, but the question, have American prisoners been seen or paraded around the city? Not to our knowledge. In fact, the streets are basically, as I say, the marketplaces have people in them, buying goods, but you don't see any crowds gathering anywhere around the place, certainly in the main city center, Bob.
All right, this has been at least your second foray out into the city, escorted by Iraqi authorities. Peter, has there been any public response to you that you can note?
Public response, that's an interesting question. Certainly the militia, the military around the city ask questions immediately when we get out of our vans and pull our cameras out, and they want to but the officials with us quickly calm it. I've told them I'm an American, and no one seems to be too concerned. At this point, I haven't found any hostility towards us from these people we meet around the city so far.
Peter, you covered Hanoi, North Vietnam in the Vietnam War era. Can you draw any parallels to or compare Hanoi then with Baghdad now?
They're two completely different cities. Hanoi was a French colonial city that hadn't had a new building constructed in it since the 30s. And it was a crumbling ruin of a place, probably even more crumbly now. And so in terms of layout, in terms of appearance, it is very different to modern Baghdad, which has a pretty fabulous modern skyline. It has wide boulevards, large gardens in the city, and a bustling population. A very modern. It is a metropolis in that sense. The parallels, of course, are the air raid alerts in Hanoi. People would rush to holes dug in the ground with steel manhole covers over them. That you had these air raid alarms in Hanoi. They would sound, say, 10 minutes before the attacking planes come in. That's exactly what happens in Baghdad. And you had a sort of purposeful population in Hanoi that had gotten used to air assault, and I think you have that in Baghdad. They have for 8 years, as they keep telling me, been fighting Iran, and occasionally they were certainly hit with missiles, not infrequently, Bob.
Has President Saddam Hussein been seen in public, Peter?
Not that we know. We have not seen President Saddam Hussein in public. We don't know if he has been seen. He was on television a couple of nights ago making a speech, but no, not to our knowledge.
Are you getting any estimates, or can you make any, of damage and or casualties in Baghdad?
I cannot make any estimate. In fact, we could see only what we see from the hotel windows, and you probably have a better idea of the damage to strategic installations than we do. I can only report that in the civilian being shown, other than the powdered milk factory, we have seen no damage so far. Now, the government is claiming that in other cities, such as Mosul in the north, there was a mosque hit, and that a civilian area or school was hit, and some people around there were hurt. But that's as much as we can tell you so far, Bob.
Is Iraqi television still on the air, Peter?
Iraqi television is indeed on the air. It broadcasts every evening around 8 o'clock. Well, that starts earlier in the evening. It's for several hours of sort of entertainment programming. It's interesting that for the first 4 days there was martial airs and very militant music and programming. Now it's gone back to sort of normal entertainment and dancing, other than in the half hour to an hour news program in which they have a series of military communiques. I'm not sure how people in the city see the television if they have a community television set which has power. We in the hotel see it because there's a hotel generator that we can look at this television program. But I have been told that some cities around it is a national program, and cities around the country are seeing it, cities that do still have power, Bob.
How frequently is the city being attacked from what you're able to tell?
Up to yesterday, the raids were around the clock every 2 to 3 hours. Today, I can count probably 2 to 3 raids so far, but most of the bigger raids seem to come late in the evening or early morning hours.
Have there been any diplomatic comings and goings in the city that you know of, Peter? Are there any diplomatic initiatives underway or hinted at?
The only diplomatic word I can report that it was pictures on Iraqi television the other night showed President Saddam Hussein meeting with Ben Balla, a former president of Algeria many years ago. He is visiting, and I guess he's stuck here. But he was seen meeting with President Saddam Hussein. We know of no diplomatic initiatives other than, I mean, the rejection that Saddam Hussein made a couple of nights ago to apparently a Gorbachev message. The President Saddam Hussein said that the message looking for a peaceful settlement should be directed at President Bush rather than he himself. He claimed that Iraq has always looked for a peaceful solution to this problem here.
Would you, Peter, from where you are, note any signs of preparations for a counter-offensive if one were underway?
I haven't seen anything like that, and if I had, I couldn't report it. But literally, I have seen very little to do. None of us have seen anything to do with any military activity, really, here, other than very strong anti-aircraft defenses that we see functioning every day, Bob.
Peter, what is the process that you go through right now to get in touch with us? You say that you're in the garden of the Al Rashid Hotel. Tell us a little more about that.
Well, we're using an MRSAT satellite phone that comes in a suitcase that is powered by a generator that we have going behind us, which is a gasoline generator, and we have a search every day for gasoline. We have the phone inside the lobby. We pull it outside into the garden as far from the generator as we can, so we can hear ourselves speak. We aim it into the sky. It's very simple to use. It takes us only about 3 minutes to set it up. And I am sitting here. There's a Ministry of Information official sitting near me, but he is not in. And what I'm telling you now, earlier the dispatch I read to you was looked over. It is subject to censorship. That there's very little done, but he is here, and we are being supervised. The conditions at the hotel are not easy to work in. There are no elevators. We walk up and down the stairs, but they are serving 3 simple meals a day, and we can get bottled water from the town. I've learned how to shower, shave, and shampoo on 1 bottle of mineral water a day, Bob.
You will have to show us that at some future date, Peter. Have you been able to contact any government officials other than those who accompany you?
No, we had the information minister, Mr. Jazim. We met at one point. Met any other than those in the information chain of command. And not as yet anyway, Bob.
You spend, of course, necessarily only a limited amount of time filing reports, Peter. How do you spend the rest of your day? What are you allowed and not allowed to do?
That sounds like an editor or an executive producer asking. What are you doing with your time, man?
It is. It is.
Actually, that is a very good question. We spend a lot of time lobbying our officials here for an opportunity to actually go out. But it takes some time to prepare anything we do because of the lack of power. I mean, I either write by longhand my notes, or there's one typewriter that's floating around the peace group that I can occasionally get my hands on. There's, modern technology failed here as far as the press corps is concerned. In the office, there are 4 laptop computers in the CNN workroom here. None of them work. The batteries have long ago died. And we have no hot water. I spent the first part of the day figuring out how to get clean, and I have a pile of laundry which I don't know how to wash. It's probably looking presentable, takes a while, but basically I'm waiting around hoping to get a chance to use this phone I have, this Inmarsat phone. They basically say you can use it a couple of times a day. And it's a matter of getting their approval to use it, and then going out when we can. And in the evening, tonight now, it's getting pitch dark. We will have dinner in the hotel. I'll look at our videotape that WTN team shot, and we'll look at it with a generator power and see what we can do about getting it off in the morning to Jordan. Every morning we have a taxi that moves goes to Jordan from our location. It's an all-day affair, and often it's not till late in the evening that the tape arrives in Amman, but the system seems to be working. There is no censorship so far of any of the videotape that we're sending.
Well, Peter, CNN has been criticized for leaving you there. Questions have been raised also about whether there are efforts underway to influence your reporting. How independent are you, other than what we know to be the censorship, the occasions when they say, no, you can't say that?
I think the only information that they're reluctant for me to mention is security material. They don't want me to talk about important buildings that have been destroyed in the bombing. I mean, they don't want me to say that such and such an installation was hit for the fourth night, and they don't want me to talk about the changing skyline of Baghdad. So that comes under military security, and I know they wouldn't let me talk about anything about movements of any military hardware around that I would see, and not that I have seen much. They just ask me what I want to send and what I want to do, and we do it, and I try to present to you as best I can what I can actually see. I think I've given the parameters of what I can see from the roof of the hotel and around the town. Of course, we're under a controlled environment. We're nowhere near the front, but I've these conditions in quite a few capitals in the last 30 years of being a foreign correspondent. And I don't think the conditions here are probably more relaxed, say, than when I was in Hanoi in 1972 or in some other locales where there has been pretty strict supervision. I think the fact that I can sit here and talk with you for 10 or 15 minutes means that they are fairly confident that I am not getting access or, to the kind of information, or that I am probably, being able to, I don't know quite what I'm trying to say, but they probably feel I haven't had access to the kind of information which could be detrimental to it, that they certainly do not point me too much in any direction, insisting on me saying anything to you, Bob.
Are you free to leave if you want to, Peter?
I am free to pack my bag and get into one of the half a dozen taxis outside and pay a considerable amount of money, but I could actually leave at any time and make the 7-hour trip to the Jordanian border and go to Amman, Bob.
We are sitting here looking at a still made from a tape of an earlier transmission showing you at the satellite dish where you stand, Peter. Why haven't you left then?
Why don't you ask me that question again, Bob? I didn't quite hear it.
Well, why have you not left?
Well, why haven't I not left? Well, I've been in much more dangerous situations in my career, Bob, with much less attention that I'm apparently getting now. I haven't left because the story is quite doable. I don't think we're in any real danger in the city. This is an air war that is targeting strategic installations. I am not sitting in a strategic installation. I'm with officials who are interested in getting their point of view across, who believe that they have a point of view which the world should hear about. They are concerned about our security and our safety. The hotel is functioning. I don't see any reason in the world, Bob, to leave here. I think the first 2 or 3 days of the war I did some soul searching because I was not sure what the multinational force would do with its bombers over Baghdad. But it's clear to me that while danger, the danger is not really a consideration anymore. The other reason I'm here is that, you know, I'm with the CNN, a great international news organization, and they should have someone here. And I'm here. I stayed in Saigon when the fall of Saigon, when I worked for the Associated Press with a couple of colleagues, because I felt that the AP, which had covered the war for a decade, our readers, our editors, had the right to know what the final curtain, when it fell, what was behind that curtain. And I guess I'm doing what war correspondents have done, certainly for a century that I know of, Bob.
All right, Peter, we're going to look forward to your next report. Anything you have to add before we ring off?
Nothing, Bob. It's just a pleasure talking with you and with the outside world.
Thank you very much. Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad, who has just told us that he sees no reason in the world why he should leave Baghdad, Iraq. Lovely.
Well, Bob, Israeli officials have said it's not a matter of whether they will retaliate against Iraqi attacks on their country. It's a matter of when and how. In a moment, we'll talk with Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons live. Stay with us.
Touchstone Pictures presents Green Card, the winner of 2 Golden Globe Awards for Best Picture and Best Actor. Bravo! And Joel Siegel raves, if you liked Pretty Woman, give Green Card a try. Green Card, rated PG-13. And from Walt Disney Pictures comes a spectacular new outdoor adventure in the great Disney tradition, White Fang. Critics call it more gripping than Dances with Wolves. And Siskel and Ebert give 2 thumbs up for Jack London's White Fang, rated PG, and Green Card, both playing separately.
Hey! That's not us! That's not us! We're down here! We're Daihatsu from Japan, and we're new in the neighborhood. So you haven't seen a lot of Daihatsus here. Not yet. But as word spreads about Daihatsu quality, we'll grow bigger, and we won't get a stiff neck from looking up at the neighbors.
Daihatsu charades and Rocky 4x4s. It's not how many we make, it's how we make them.
Freedent's the one. Only one gum passes the test when you've got dental work, and that's Freedent. Freedent won't stick to your dental work, so you can be confident chewing it. And because it also moistens your mouth and freshens your breath, Freedent's in a class by itself.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and Freedent moistens your mouth. Yeah, moistens your mouth and freshens your breath while you chew.
Non-stick Freedent moistens your mouth and freshens your breath.
I was afraid to go to the doctor. I didn't want to hear that I might have an ulcer, but I just couldn't ignore my stomach. You can imagine how relieved I was when my doctor said Mylanta. He told me it wasn't an ulcer. It was indigestion. And indigestion like mine needed a strong medicine.
Mylanta is strong medicine, strongly recommended. In fact, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
We go back live now to Tel Aviv, where CNN's Richard Roth is standing by with Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons.
That's right, Bobby. Thank you very much. I'm here with Moshe Aarons, the Defense Minister of Israel. Quite an interesting time in Israel these days, especially in the city of Tel Aviv, where we are. In the last week, 3 Scud missile attacks from Iraq. Missiles fired into the heart of the city. So far, at least 3 people dead and more than 100 people have been injured. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Minister. First, is there anything new that you have to tell us regarding what happened last night, the last missile attack here in Tel Aviv, and subsequent developments?
No, there's nothing new. I was on the scene last night shortly after it happened, and the casualty count is, as you've reported it, it is the first time, the 3rd attack that we've had by Scud missiles, but it's the first time where we've had fatalities, people killed, and many, many injured. Very serious.
Now, you participated in a meeting of cabinet ministers today, consultations. Can you tell us a little bit about that meeting?
Well, I can't tell you much about the contents of the meeting. I can tell you that it was a serious and I would say somewhat somber meeting, people realizing the heavy weight of responsibility that rests on their shoulders.
Mr. Minister, was the question of retaliation discussed? Retaliation for the attacks by Iraq?
The principle does not need to be discussed. We have said all along that we would respond to these acts of terror that are directed against us. I suppose you won't be surprised if here and there in the cabinet meeting, of course, we discuss some of the details.
But surely you sense that that is the question of the moment in this country.
That is a question of the moment in this country, and if you would like details from me, timing and so forth, then I know you're not, you know that you're not going to get it, and I shouldn't be giving it to you.
That's right. Now, you have also, I think, stated that in the very beginning that you didn't rule out these Scud missile attacks. This was not a surprise to you, right?
It was not a surprise because we knew that he had the missiles, we knew that he had the launchers, the missiles have the range to hit Israel, and the man has been threatening us for some time. And he seems to be the kind of person that would make good on a threat like that and engage in acts of terror against civilian populations.
Could Israel do a better job at knocking out the missile launchers than the U.S.-led coalition forces, in your opinion?
Well, that's not really, I would say, it would not be fair on my part and probably even presumptuous if I were to answer yes to that. You know, pilots are a pretty cocky crew, and I would say any group of pilots, if they're asked, would probably tell you they can do it better than the next group. But there's no doubt that the United States Air Force is doing a very serious, massive, and intensive effort to eliminate the missile threat from western Iraq. But as we found out last night, it hasn't been eliminated yet.
Right after these Scuds hit, there are some calls by people in the government for retaliation, and then perhaps with sunlight the next day, a little bit more restraint again. Perhaps you can lay out for us right now where the government of Israel stands regarding retaliation for these attacks.
Well, it's true. There is a motion, and there's rationale, and that's true for ministers as well. That's certainly true for the citizens of the country. But the cabinet, I think, understands that this is a complex situation. You see, in the past, Israel has had to fight alone, had to stand alone. And when we made our decisions as to how to pursue our defenses, we had to take into consideration only our own concerns. This is an unusual situation. In some ways better, in the sense that the enemy of Israel is being faced not only by us, but by the United States and Allied forces. On the other hand, the United States being deployed in large numbers, trying to eliminate the missile threat against Israel and western Iraq, we have to also take into consideration, not only, but also take into consideration U.S. concerns, and we're doing that.
These missiles are coming in one or two at a time. How is that an effective strategy, you think, and in what way for Saddam Hussein?
Well, it's 600 kilometers away, and of course we're trying to guess or understand just what is going on over there in western Iraq at the missile bases. What is behind the numbers of missiles that we've had. In the first attack there were 7 or 8. The second attack had 4. Then we had 3 days without any missiles, and last night we had 1. My guess is that he probably wanted to get off more than 1 yesterday. It's difficult to make any kind of rationale for just getting off 1.
Why wouldn't he have gotten off more than 1?
Well, the area has been bombed now for quite a number of days, and my guess is that it's not a particularly pleasant environment to work in.
Is his tactics working, though? Is it a form of psychological terror that is succeeding?
If your question is directed at whether Israel cannot take that kind of a stress, whether the Israeli population cannot take the strain, I would say it's certainly not succeeding. It will not succeed. We here have gone through many crises. We've gone through wars. This one has some specific difficulty in the sense that usually it is the soldiers at the front that bear the burden of the danger, and here it is the civilians that are suddenly in danger. But no, in my mind, there's no question about our ability to go through this difficult period and respond as we need to.
Today at the bus station, there are many people leaving Tel Aviv. Is the government going to perhaps change its strategy regarding what to do with the population in this city as these attacks continue?
No, as you know, we have instructed the population to go back to work. Life must go on. We're not going to interrupt the productive efforts of the Israeli economy. We can't do that, and so we will go on a daily basis.
But how can you keep a policy of normalcy when every night there's a chance of a large missile coming in, slamming into a residential neighborhood? It does end up getting a little difficult to...
Yeah, it's a little difficult, but you see that we are doing it, and we will continue to do it. And I count on the Israeli population to be able to do it.
How many missiles do you believe Saddam Hussein has left that he can throw at your country?
I think the limitation on the number of missiles that he can direct against us is not the number of missiles themselves. because there's no doubt that he has very many. It's the launchers. It's the launchers and the equipment that is required to check out the missile and fire it.
What is happening? How many does he have left, and why have they not been able to be knocked out, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, I don't have the exact statistics on that. That's probably something that's being, these statistics are being kept at the headquarters of the U.S. Armed Forces in Saudi Arabia. And I'm not really authorized or competent to tell you why more progress has not been made.
Well, from your military experience and your portfolio you have now, can't you shed some...
I would say generally that he has in Western Iraq a fairly large number of fixed launchers. In addition, a number of mobile launchers. They are deployed over a fairly wide area. And as a result, and they're relatively small targets. So the job of knocking them out is not easy, and the job of locating and knocking out mobile launchers is even more difficult.
The assumption is that after a Scud missile attack occurs here, that immediately the Allies are able to detect where they were fired from, and then they can send planes in to get them. Is that happening? And if not, why not?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, that is happening, but I guess that the people who do the firing also make it their business to scurry out of the area within seconds.
Are the reports accurate that Saddam is successfully using dummies there to throw off targets, and there have been false claims of hits on launchers?
I don't know for certain. It stands to reason, because that is a strategy that is used by everybody under these circumstances, that he makes dummy targets to draw away fire from the real targets.
What is your assessment of the way the Gulf War is going so far, for the U.S. and for Saddam?
I think you've got a concentration of military power, and especially air power, that the world has never seen, I think, not even in World War II, certainly not in any specific location. And there's no doubt in my mind that that power will prevail, and I'm not in a position to tell you just how long it'll take and where the breaking point of Saddam and the Iraqi army is. But I have no question that that power will prevail.
Well, after the first day or so, there was some elation, and including here in Israel, about the way the raids were going, though. Are you disappointed that the success has not been followed up by more substantial gains, and as your nation takes more Scud attacks?
Well, that's natural in any war. You have periods of elation, and then you find that reality does not live up to your expectations, and so then you're not that elated, and back to elation. When there are successes, I think that should have been expected. I don't think that anybody could have expected that that war would be a continuous series of uninterrupted and quick successes.
Your country has garnered, some would say unprecedented, but certainly substantial thank yous, sympathy, credit for your stance on restraint so far. How does that make you feel? How does it make the leadership here feel? How are you handling that?
Well, everybody likes to receive credits and applause, sympathy, I'm not so sure. Because, you know, we Israelis find that we get sympathy when we're in trouble, when people are getting killed over here. And if I have to choose between people not getting killed and getting sympathy when people get killed, I prefer people not getting killed.
Well, the question is, it appears there could be many weeks of this. How many casualties have to occur before Israel responds militarily?
We are going to respond. Even if there's not a single other casualty, we're going to respond.
How? When?
Okay, I think we talked about that before. We've not closed the circle.
We did? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Do you have a different answer?
Same answer.
Okay, let's move on. After a period of what some would say a rather chilly phone relationship between President Bush and Prime Minister Shamir, now President Bush is calling, it seems daily, certainly after every Scud missile attack. Is there a change in the relationship right now? Where does it stand?
I think the relationship certainly has become more intimate during this last week. They're not only the conversations between members of the government and between the President and our Prime Minister, but you also have a higher-level delegation here now for the second time, led by the Deputy Secretary of State, Larry Eagleburger. I think this is perfectly natural. We are fighting the same enemy. Israel may not be a member of the coalition that President Bush is leading, but we are fighting the same enemy.
What kind of capital will you be able to make, though, of this new relationship? What are you looking to explore?
Well, you know, at this point where we face this imminent daily danger in our civilian population, I don't think you'll find many people here thinking about what will be a month or two from now and how you exploit capital that may have accumulated during this time. What we're concerned about and what our discussions are concentrating on is how to best deal with the threat that we're facing.
Let's talk about the threat. What happened last night in the skies over Tel Aviv? How many Patriot missiles were fired, and were there any interceptions made of any Scud missiles?
Well, to the best of our knowledge, one Scud missile came in. My guess is that that's probably all that the Iraqis were able to get off that night, because it really does not make much sense to shoot just one. The missile is not very reliable. It could have broken up in the air, as some already have. It could have gone up to the sea. It's not very accurate. But they did get one off, and it landed in a very sensitive location right in the residential neighborhood. Now, Patriots were fired at it. 2 Patriots were fired at it. And it looks like there was almost an interception. Very close. And, well, it happens in war, you know. It takes a little bit of luck, too. And this time we didn't have it.
There was a loud explosion in the clouds, which were pretty low there. You haven't been able to rule out that there was an intercept?
The theory right now is, I can't confirm it finally, is that the missile may have broken up into 2 parts, and that the intercept was with the rear part of the missile, namely the motor, and the warhead landed in Ramat Gan.
Can Israel do more to defend itself against these incoming Scud missiles?
In terms of interception, right, in terms of strictly defensive measures, that's the only capability we have. We're happy to see that the advanced version of the Patriot does have the capability of intercepting Scud missiles, and we today have a number of batteries that are out there watching. They're watching right now.
Well, the Deputy Foreign Minister said after the attack last night that if these Patriots don't work, and he was assuming that they didn't work last night successfully, admittedly it was the first try, that Israel would have to take steps to defend itself.
Well, that we've talked about before, right? Okay, the answer is yes.
Would you have a message for the people of Tel Aviv? The mayor today said that he thought the people here could take these type of Scud attacks for 10 to 15 years if necessary.
Well, you know, I know the mayor. He's a great guy, and in principle, I wouldn't disagree with him, although I have no expectations at all of having to face that kind of possibility. I think the immediate danger that we see is that we might have to face these kind of attacks for the next week or 2. And that's not easy, but we can do it.
Now, we've had various ministers state no deals, Patriots for no retaliation. How much is Israel accepting money in aid to as part of the Gulf effort here in place of no retaliation, in place of accepting the Patriots?
First of all, we have gotten no money, although we are in difficult financial straits because our deployment and the state of alert that the Israel Defense Force is in is costing a lot of money.
But you'd like money from the United States, yes?
Well, I think that we are entitled to support by our friends. This is a small country and is facing a very big threat. But we have made no deals, we will make no deals, and nobody has offered us any deals. I think that would be totally inappropriate.
There was a lot of concern before this war started about what would happen in the occupied territories. There was a lengthy curfew placed there. How do you feel the situation has gone there? The Supreme Court ordered the Army to hand out gas masks. I'm not sure if all were indeed handed out to Palestinians there. What is your view of the way things have gone there?
So far, things have gone quietly.
Better than expected?
No, I think we expected that. I think the population knows that this is no time to fool around, and we would not be fooling around if there was serious trouble. The disappointment to most Israelis, maybe not to all, some felt that they knew that all along, is the great enthusiasm for Saddam Hussein amongst the Palestinian population. The great joy at the Israeli casualties when Iraqi missiles land in Tel Aviv.
Yes, sir. Arafat was quoted as saying that the balloon of Israel's vulnerability has been broken by these Scud missile attacks. True?
I think that every country in the world, including superpowers, can have their populations bombed by ballistic missiles if somebody's crazy enough to try that. Now, Saddam Hussein is crazy enough to try that.
It's certainly unprecedented. A major city in Israel's history receiving incoming missiles. As you mentioned, usually the war is for the soldiers at the front. Israel has always had a reputation for swift retaliation, swift retribution or counteraction. Is this a difficult tack now for you to handle?
Well, the situation is more complex than the kind that we faced in the past because of the massive presence of U.S. troops in the area and the fact that we have to take into consideration U.S. concerns, just as I believe the United States is taking into consideration Israeli concerns.
What are your feelings about how Syria and some of your Arab neighbors have accepted Israel's fate so far? Could this lead to closer ties?
It could be. It could be that if Saddam Hussein is defeated, that this may strike a very effective blow against Arab intransigence and Arab extremism and hostility to Israel, but it's not necessarily so. And I think we have to be alert and watch. I would be very happy, but I tell you, surprised to see Hafez al-Assad, the Syrian dictator, change his views and suddenly become friendly towards Israel.
Do you feel that the coverage, the TV pictures, the journalists who are here watching these scuds come in, who are under military censorship, the reporters here, do you feel in any way that the coverage has helped or aided the Iraqis in their attacks on Tel Aviv or other Israeli cities?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean it's obvious that he is interested in knowing just where the scuds landed, and we are trying to make sure that he does know just where the scuds landed. And it may be that from some of the coverage, he did glean some information.
In what way?
That he might have been able to identify the location of where the scuds landed.
You have many censors out there that are sticking with journalists. You think that it's possible that they have picked up something through journalists?
Well, I think maybe just through the pictures that were shown, you know. And I understand there was a problem with one of the networks, which I think has now been solved, but the basic problem, everybody understands. We are not interested in giving this kind of information, and he's interested in getting this kind of information.
Are there different standards for the network you're on now, CNN, regarding what pictures we can show or can't show or what we can say since we are seen in Iraq?
We try to follow a policy of total fairness and maintain the same attitude to CNN as we do to all the other networks.
Where do you see the Gulf War heading now? Do you think a ground war is going to be necessary, and if so, how soon before it starts?
Well, you know, the argument about whether you can win wars with air power alone is an old one. It goes back to Billy Mitchell. And I suppose that there were many who thought that you could win this war just with air power, and of course that's the cleanest and easiest way to win that war. And there's tremendous air power out there. My guess is that probably the generals leading that campaign want to give air power and air power alone a chance, but I think it is not likely that they will win the victory they're seeking without the involvement of ground forces.
Is Israel getting everything that it wants from the United States in regards to military cooperation?
Well, I wish I could say that. You know, we get considerable financial assistance for the procurement of weaponry in the United States, and you will not be surprised to hear me say that I think it is not sufficient considering the circumstances that we're under at the present time. So this is something that we discuss with the administration, with our friends in Congress. And I think that the present circumstances where people in Washington, and I think all over the world, have suddenly become so aware of the difficult environment in which Israel lives in the Middle East, and the danger that a man like Saddam Hussein presents for Israel and for the entire region and for the world. I think that this situation, I think, will lead to people understanding better just what our needs are, and Israel getting greater assistance than it did in the past.
Would you like the codes for identifying friendly aircraft in case Israel was to go into Iraq?
Well, again, you'll pardon me if I don't get into these kind of details, right? It's a very nice question and very subtly put, but I'm not going to answer it.
Okay, it also happens to be my last question. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much. Again, this is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
All right, Richard, our thanks to you both. And our coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue with the latest updates in just a moment. Thanks for joining us. I'm Bobby Batista.
I'm Bob Kane.
Imagine learning to cook elegant Italian cuisine where it all began, at Lorenzo de' Medici's famous Villa Table cooking school in Chianti. Enter Bay's Villa Table recipe contest, and Bay's English muffins may fly you to Italy on Alitalia. Just send us your original recipe using Bay's English muffins. And if you win, the week-long cooking school and trip for two is yours. Look for specially marked packages in your grocer's dairy case. Bay's.
Hey, Mrs. Susan Amato of Teaneck, New Jersey writes, I really want a Volkswagen Jetta, but what exactly does Fahrvergnügen look like? Well, Mrs. Amato, did you see it? Farfignugan. It's what makes a car, a Volkswagen.
Ricola, the all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Ricola has been soothing throats and relieving coughs naturally for over 60 years.
Do your friends like to party, especially on their birthdays? Well, if you can't attend one, send one. Just call or visit your FTD florist, the only one who can send a birthday party bouquet almost anywhere. Send a party today.
Civilians in Tel Aviv still feel the force of yesterday's Scud missile. Now the world waits to find out what, if anything, happens next. CNN's coverage of the war on the Gulf continues. I'm Reed Collins in Washington.
And I'm Don Miller at CNN Center in Atlanta. The bombing raids to smash Iraq's war machine are running non-stop, but the toll from these missions is widely divergent, depending upon who's giving the report. The anti-Iraqi forces say 15 of their planes have been shot down. Iraq says it has downed more than 160. Allied commanders also say Iraqi President Saddam Hussein might be planning surprise attacks to stop the erosion of his forces. In Germany, Chancellor Helmut Kohl is promising humanitarian aid worth $165 million to missile-shocked Israel. We get more now from CNN's Sophia Manos.
Once again, the world waits to see how Israel will respond to an Iraqi missile attack. Last night, a Scud struck in Tel Aviv. 3 people were killed, nearly 100 others were injured. Reactions from ordinary Israelis.
We have to respond, but I think that all the population agree that in this moment we have to choose our steps in wisdom.
Before they have to think how to do and when to do.
Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir has held a crisis meeting with his cabinet ministers and military chiefs about the Scud attack. Against that background, these words from an Israeli government official.
No country on earth, none, can accept night after night that its citizens sit in sealed rooms wearing gas masks and waiting for the butcher of Baghdad to launch his missiles. Israel is no exception. We have the right to self-defense, and we shall exercise this right.
U.S. military authorities report Allied forces have flown more than 12,000 sorties since the start of Operation Desert Storm. Scud hunting remains a top priority in Day 7 of the air campaign. The bottom line for military briefers, it's a tough, time-consuming task.
The Scud threat has been reduced. There's been a steady reduction in his fixed and mobile launchers, and yesterday was a particularly successful day against his mobile launchers.
The job of assessing exactly what damage the Allied air assault has done remains slow going.
Weather has hindered our capability to obtain assessment of battle damage in a real-time manner. For obvious reasons, cloud cover hinders aerial photography. Additionally, depending on the level, clouds may also prevent us from sending in reconnaissance aircraft below them. As a last point, a very vital source of our information, along with cockpit video recordings, is the assessment of the aircrew and the pilot himself. When you consider that the pilot is concentrating on the target and getting out of the target area, finding his wingman, and evading enemy ground fire through the whole process, his priority is not on target assessment.
In the meantime, aerial photographs show the Al Wafra oil field in Kuwait on fire. Allied military authorities say Iraqi forces have destroyed this and several other oil installations. Why was this done?
And that's one of those questions that only the Iraqi military knows, and as far as our assessment of that, speculation is what I'd term it.
From Baghdad, a military communique saying its latest Scud attack on Israel was, quote, for the sake of Palestine, in reply to the wishes of the children of the stones and in revenge for Zionist crimes. And on Iraqi TV, pictures of another man said to be an Allied prisoner of war. Unlike the POWs shown by state-run TV previously, this man did not criticize the war against Iraq. Sophia Manos, CNN reporting.
And an embattled Israel continues to try to overcome yesterday's Scud missile bombing. Linda Scherzer is there now and gives us this update. Linda?
The cabinet ministers who met in the emergency session this morning are not revealing any details of that meeting, except to say that Israel still reserves the right to retaliate and will respond to those 3 missile attacks when it feels that the timing is right.
We Israelis find that we get sympathy when we're in trouble and people are getting killed over here. And if I have to choose between people not getting killed and getting sympathy when people get killed, I prefer people not getting killed.
Well, the question is, it appears there could be many weeks of this. How many casualties have to occur before Israel responds militarily?
We are going to respond. Even if there's not a single other casualty, we're going to respond.
Yeah. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir spoke with President Bush this morning. The president expressed outrage for last night's attack, but it is still the understanding of U.S. officials that Israel will continue to exercise its policy of restraint. It is now a little after 6 o'clock in Israel. Darkness has set in. The nighttime hours are now greeted with a fair degree of apprehension. In Tel Aviv, many people are already off the streets and are in their homes, but people are feeling that there is a threat of another missile attack. Many people in Tel Aviv are already leaving the city. They have fled to the southern city of Eilat. They've gone to Jerusalem, where many people are checking into hotels, and those hotels report full occupancy these days. Interestingly, throughout the Intifada, Tel Aviv residents used to avoid coming to Jerusalem. They regarded it as a rather unsafe place to be. But now it has become a mecca of sorts. Hotels have become temporary homes for children, for parents, for house pets, who are all sitting and waiting out the war.
Most of the customers are from Tel Aviv. They're really rushing to because they're afraid from the old situation. So very bad.
We cannot handle it anymore in Tel Aviv because 3 bombs fall not far from us. So we prefer to be here. We feel safer here.
We had the missiles last night in Tel Aviv, very near from us. We heard the boom, and it was very frightening.
One interesting sidebar, while Tel Aviv residents are leaving their city, plane loads of Russian Jewish immigrants are still arriving in Israel, fleeing the Soviet Union. Last night, a plane load of people came in from Budapest, about 200 of them. They had just received their gas masks and instructions on how to use them when an air raid siren went off, and I'm told that people scrambled to put those gas masks on. They were barely in the country as new immigrants when they got their very first lesson, a very sobering lesson on what it's like to live in what's become a very dangerous part of the world. This is Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem.
As we heard, President Bush placed a midnight telephone call to the Israeli Prime Minister Shamir after that Scud hit Tel Aviv. To get us up to date, CNN's White House correspondent Frank Sesno joins us now live. Frank.
Well, indeed, Reed, as we heard Linda discuss briefly, the president's phone conversation to Prime Minister Shamir was intended to express the president's outrage and sympathy over the most recent Iraqi Scud missile attack upon Israel. The president, according to White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, again thanked Israel for its restraint. It continues to be U.S. policy and the U.S. preference that Israel refrain from retaliation just now. There continue to be a number of assurances that U.S. and coalition forces are scrubbing western Iraq as thoroughly as they can in that difficult search for the elusive mobile Scud missile launchers. I thought it was significant that Moshe Aarons, the defense minister, just a few moments ago in his interview with CNN, said that there remain not only mobile Scud launchers, but also fixed sites over a large area of western Iraq. Clearly, the Israelis believe quite firmly that this Scud threat remains. Aaron said that the Israeli population might have to face the threat from Scuds for the next several weeks. This is a problem that apparently simply will not go away. In the meantime, Aaron's also signaled that Israel is looking for additional aid, economic aid from the United States. And a knowledgeable administration official tells CNN that the search for such aid is in its first stages. Number 2 man from the State Department, Lawrence Eagleburger, who is in Israel now, has received a request from Israeli officials, rather vague still at this time, but in the ballpark for some $13 billion of new U.S. aid, presumably over the next several years. The administration official says that Israel, like other frontline countries, is indeed affected by this war, and the U.S. would like to help, though there have been no commitments made. And again, the administration official stressing that this Israeli request and U.S. consideration of it is only in its first stages. So the close consultation between the United States and Israel continues, even as the United States continues to prosecute the war in the Persian Gulf, and efforts continue to hold the coalition, especially the Arab members, intact. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Frank, in the indicated patients for Patriot's swap-out, Aaron's indicated there was a possibility the Patriot had not failed, that it had in fact destroyed or at least knocked in half part of the incoming Scud, and that the warhead simply went on and hit Tel Aviv. Is it possible that there is any more that the United States could do aside from provide Patriots and perhaps even a little more money?
Well, I really don't know about any specific military operational details, what more the United States could do in that regard, or for that matter, what more the Israelis would like. The number 2 man remains in Israel and apparently is going to stay there for an indefinite period of time. President Bush is picking up the phone and talking to Shamir, it seems, after virtually every attack. There is what appears to be favorable consideration of an early Israeli request for more financial assistance and continued assurances that the United States and its coalition partners are scouring Western Iraq in search of those Scud missiles and other possible threats. So what more can be done beyond this, I don't know, but I will tell you this. There are expressions of gratitude and almost amazement, Reed, at virtually every person you talk to within the Bush administration at the degree of restraint the Israelis have exercised to this point, and there is considerable expression of satisfaction at a new, more cooperative and much warmer relationship between the Israelis and the most senior members of the Bush administration.
Frank Sesno, live at the White House. Let's get back to the operational scene now. Greg Lamott's in Saudi Arabia. Greg.
Well, U.S. forces have now captured a total of 29 Iraqi POWs since the war with Saddam Hussein began some 7 days ago. 23 Iraqis were captured early on in the fighting, and now we are being told that 6 more are in U.S. custody.
Although there still has not been any major direct hostile confrontation on the ground forces continue to receive sporadic incoming artillery fire. Yesterday evening, soldiers from the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, located at an observation point near the Saudi Arabian-Iraqi border, encountered an Iraqi patrol and returned small arms fire. The skirmish resulted in 2 U.S. soldiers being slightly injured. They were treated and returned to duty. Additionally, 6 Iraqi soldiers were taken prisoner and have been evacuated to a collection point in the rear.
The military says the skirmish took place on the Saudi side of the border with Iraq and that Allied troops were fired upon first. The Allied forces say, once again, weather has become a problem in flying their missions and being able to ascertain the amount of damage done so far by the missions that have been flown. Over 12,000 air sorties have been flown, of which 6,000 were actual bombing runs. The other 6,000 were air support groups. The Air Force says there is some concern about bombed runways. They feel that the Iraqis may be quickly repairing them, but the British say that they've got a bomb that they believe is keeping the Iraqi Air Force on the ground.
Well, the JP-233, which was one of the primary weapons that we're using and is unique to the Royal Air Force, certainly does a fantastic job in denying the enemy the use of them. It craters the runway like no other weapon extremely effectively, and it also puts out hundreds of mines, anti-personnel mines. Now, those things don't explode on impact. They hang around for a while, and they hang around, some of them, for a long while, varying times. And they are a very, very difficult thing to to counter. There is no doubt that we have had enormous success with this particular system.
To date, 22 Allied aircraft have been lost, 7 due to mechanical problems. 15 Iraqi airplanes have been lost. They were all shot out of the skies during aerial dogfights. Greg Lamont, CNN Live, Central Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Greg. A live report on a massive deployment of troops from Norfolk, Virginia, when we come back.
Right. Move individual one.
Thomas Jefferson. That's right. And why did so many people come to America? Jimmy.
To work hard and save their money so they could have lots of good stuff.
But why here? Mary Ruth.
They knew they'd be safe here. That's what our government does.
The safety of the American government and the confidence of having hard-earned money grow. The two principles behind Spartan U.S. Treasury Money Market Fund from Fidelity Investments, a money fund that combines high current yields with the added safety of U.S. Treasury investments. Plus, there's no sales charge. What's more, Fidelity guarantees to keep fund expenses low all the way into 1995. Call this number now for a free fact kit. Spartan U.S. Treasury Money Market Fund. Bringing in the future with safety and security for your savings. For your free fact kit, call 1-800-351-1500. The minimum investment is $20,000. Call Fidelity today.
On to be 7 again, high-spirited. A parent's pride and joy.
I'm gonna be 8 in 2 weeks.
Don't count on it. Problem Child, coming to video stores January 31st from MCA Universal Home Video.
They destroyed everything he had, everything he was. Now crime has a new enemy, and justice has a new face. Who is Darkman? Find out February 14th at your local video store.
If you've been itching to get relief from the discomfort of a dry nose, here's good news. Nasal, it's not a decongestant. Nasal's a gentle moisturizing spray that soothes away dryness. Try Nasal. It's what every dry nose has been itching for.
Boston Garden is alive again. The Celtics are hot. Awesome. But the bad boys from Detroit are coming over for some hoops and stuff. Oh! Detroit battles Boston tonight at 8 on TNT. Bigger than life.
About 1,500 fleet soldiers and 2,200 Marines are leaving Norfolk, Virginia for the Mediterranean today. Standing by live now with that departure is Tom Lintier. Tom?
Don Miller, the ships are all gone from here, and it looks like a ghost town behind me. This area is normally filled with ships, ships coming in from cruises, but for more than a half a dozen times since August, they have shipped out here from this area of Norfolk.
For a Navy family, it is a day they don't look forward to, shipping out. Wednesday morning in Norfolk, 3 ships got underway for a Mediterranean cruise. The deployment had been scheduled for some time, but was moved up due to the war with Iraq. As mothers and fathers waved goodbye to sons, as wives and sweethearts looked for that someone special on deck, mothers tried to console their children as best they could. In all, more than 1,500 Navy personnel and 2,200 Marines are scheduled to make the trip across the Atlantic. For those left behind, the 6-month cruise comes at a difficult time.
Because it's scary. You don't know if they're coming back or not.
You gonna watch TV while he's gone or not?
Yeah, a lot. It's a little bit harder to deal with, mainly because we don't know. We just don't know.
As each ship pulled away from the Navy piers, loudspeakers blared patriotic music. The vocals were for the dependents. For those aboard ship heading to a region now involved in a shooting war, the familiar notes of other songs were designed to give them strength.
The USS Guadalcanal, the USS Austin, and the USS Charleston are going to the Mediterranean. They are replacing ships that have been moved into the Persian Gulf area. And one wife told me she is not sure how long it will be, if ever, if they get orders into harm's way. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Norfolk, Virginia.
Thank you, Tom. And 3 amphibious assault ships sailed out of Norfolk, Virginia today for the Mediterranean. 2 of those on board are young Marines. CNN's Larry Lamont spent some time with them before they left, and this is his report.
No, but the Bills are going to win next weekend, right? Right?
2 young Marines trying to squeeze out one more laugh, trying to make one more memory.
What's the last weekend, bub? For a while. Oh, wow. Gotta get rowdy tonight.
Tim Lawn is the older of the 2, 25, a Marine for 7 years, in the Army for 1. Born in Lakeview, New York, near Buffalo. David Newton is younger, 21, but the more reserved of the 2. He's been a Marine for 3.5 years. His family is in Seattle, Washington. Both are waiting in the Norfolk area to ship out. Both are heading for the Mediterranean and possible combat with Iraq. Both are making the most of their last days.
It's just like letting loose with things you wanted to do, and you know that you may not get a chance to do again.
Run naked down the boardwalk?
Well, nothing that extreme.
Thoughts of the ultimate extreme, war, seem to work their way into the minds of Dave and Tim, despite their every effort to let the good times make them forget.
Do you have any fears?
Sure.
What are they?
Getting killed. You know, that's a natural fear. That's almost like an inbred fear. You're born with that fear. Getting crippled, or, you know, like facing something that we've never been trained to face.
Both men fear chemical and nuclear weapons. Both detest war, but they enjoy their jobs and as Marines feel confident they will perform well in battle. They see it as giving back to America some of the greatness America has given them. That's one reason anti-war protesters anger them.
You want all the benefits that you have being an American citizen, but you don't want to support it. And you're taken, but you're not given, and that's not right.
They don't think Saddam Hussein is right either.
We're convinced the man has to be removed. He has to be stopped.
The Marines know stopping Hussein means paying a price. So in their final days before leaving, they are trying to get their lives in order, reassuring their families, goodbyes to friends, and pursuing interest. In Tim's case, his art is his escape.
One of the best ways to overcome fear and everything is by putting it in the back of your head. You know, yeah, you know, you can't sit there and dwell on it. You do, you're gonna just turn into a, you know, a closet case.
For Dave, reading relieves tension, and video games.
I'm not thinking too much about not coming back, because I believe that I'll come back, but maybe not. So I might as well do what I want to do right now.
Cheers.
So what do you want to do the rest of the night?
Do what we do best.
Okay.
Have a good time.
Make it up as we go along.
There you go. Improvise and adapt.
Larry Lamont, CNN, Norfolk, Virginia.
Time now to see what the weather holds in store for the world and the United States. And for that, let's go to Flip Spiceland. Flip?
Thanks, Reed. We're going to take our look at the Mideast, which we have been doing throughout the duration here. This is a satellite photograph that we received, but it has worldwide distribution. This is not even from a U.S. satellite. This is I believe it's European-owned satellite. It is available to everyone in the world. You can see here heavy cloudiness. First of all, this is Iraq, this is Kuwait, this is Saudi Arabia. You can see the heavy cloudiness that you've been hearing in the Pentagon briefings. You've been hearing them complain about. That heavy cloudiness, the heavy cloudiness, is now moving on over into Iran, and there have been reports of some rain from Iran. Behind it, there is still a low cloudiness in portions of Iraq. Yesterday, it was relatively clear. There had been some rain in the area, too, over in this portion of the Persian Gulf, but is now moving on to the east. We'll keep you updated on this as things continue to develop. You notice that to the south, things are virtually crystal clear. It's a little warmer down in that area of the world. We'll have more coming up a little bit later. Now back to Reed in Washington.
And in just a moment, we're going to check what the financial markets have in store for this day, and we'll talk to a person whose sad duty it may be one day to walk up someone's front walk.
I just got back from the hospital. My husband was in a car accident. Oh, he's okay. It wasn't his fault. But he'll be out of work 3 or 4 months. Our bills won't stop. We have 3 kids, and now the hospital bills. I'm going to call King & King attorneys.
Are you suffering an injury, financial loss as a result of an accident that wasn't your fault? You may not have to suffer financial loss. Pick up the phone and call the law offices of King & King now.
Hutton has it all. Since 1981, Hutton has been bringing you the best cars, both import and domestic. Hutton specializes in satisfied customers, offering such conveniences as express rent-a-car, a consistently good selection of used cars, a top-notch service department, an international body shop, and the Hutton VIP plan. Hutton, Chevy, Geo, Jeep, Eagle, Dodge, Chrysler, Plymouth, Mitsubishi, I-20 East, just 12 minutes outside I-285 in Conyers.
This is CNN.
Now checking the latest developments in the war in the Gulf, U.S. military officials say 2 American soldiers were hurt in a skirmish with an Iraqi patrol today just inside Saudi Arabia. They say that 6 Iraqi soldiers were taken prisoners in that clash. The officials say they have no information on any Allied soldiers having been taken prisoner, as was reported by the Iranian news agency earlier in the day. Israel considers its next step following the latest Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv last night. 3 people died, nearly 100 others were hurt. Hurriedly installed U.S. Patriot anti-missile batteries apparently failed entirely, at least, to intercept that Scud. Today, a crisis meeting between the Israeli Prime Minister Shamir and his cabinet broke up without the issuance of any formal statements. The focus, whether and or how to retaliate against Iraq. The United States again has commended Israel for its restraint in the face of these repeated attacks. President Bush relayed that message in a telephone call personally to Shamir last night. Mr. Bush is calling the attacks nothing short of brutal terror. Aerial photos released by the U.S. military show that smoke from a fire still raging at an oil field in southern Kuwait is traveling long distances. It's believed Iraqi forces ignited the fire at the Al Wafra field for reasons not yet clear. One theory would be Iraq is hoping the thick black smoke may interfere with the Allied bombing raids.
And to see how the markets are doing at midweek, on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange is Jan Hopkins. Jan?
Thanks, Don. Here on Wall Street, stocks are moving higher in moderate trading. Right now, the Dow Industrials are up 9.91 at a level of 2613.12. Volume is moderate, 66 million shares changing hands so far. Advancing issues are ahead of declining issues by a 6-5 margin. The broader market is higher. The New York Stock Exchange Composite Index up 0.09. The S&P 500 Index up 0.25 point. The American Stock Exchange Index is down 0.5 point, and the over-the-counter market, the Nasdaq Composite, is up 0.89. The biggest loser here today is 3M. It is down 4 3/4. The company today reporting somewhat disappointing earnings, at least disappointing according to Wall Street. 21 brokers have been arrested in connection with an alleged scheme to defraud customers. The Manhattan District Attorney says the scheme involved stock rigging in the over-the-counter market. More details are expected later this morning. Oil prices are edging higher again today at the New York Mercantile Exchange. Right now, the U.S. benchmark crude is up $1.52, selling at $23.40 a barrel. But precious metals are lower in New York trading. Gold is down 40 cents at $379.70, and silver is down 5 cents at $3.97. Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady is asking Congress for more money for the S&L bailout. Brady says the Resolution Trust Corporation will run out of money by March 1st. He asked Congress to establish permanent and open-ended funding to complete that rescue. Turning to the credit markets, the Treasury's 30-year bond is up 6/32 in price, and that yield is 8.22%. The dollar is mixed in New York, trading unchanged against the Japanese currency, down a fraction of a pfennig against the German mark, and off a quarter of a cent against the British pound. That's the latest in business news. We'll have another update in 1 hour. Now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up almost 12 points, I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
U.S. military has held its daily briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Later today, about 2 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. Defense Secretary Cheney and the Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell are to brief reporters at the Pentagon. CNN plans to carry that briefing live, of course. CNN's Gene Reynolds at the Pentagon now and has perhaps what we could call a preview. Gene, what can you tell us about this little dust-up along the Saudi border involving U.S. 3rd Cav troops?
Well, Reed, we understand this is the kind of skirmishing which has been going on almost since January 16th, exchanges of light arms and artillery fire. What there is in this today, which would represent a first, is the capture of 6 Iraqi ground troops. That's the first time that has happened. But we were told here early this morning this should not be seen as a forerunner to any kind of large-scale ground assault, simply another one of the kind of skirmishes we have seen before along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border.
Do you expect, and everybody has been pretty hot and heavy on the Pentagon briefers trying to get a firmer handle on the bomb damage assessment. You think we're going to learn more about that today when Mr. Cheney and General Powell get up there?
Well, we hope so, Reed. As a matter of fact, Pentagon officials in the past few minutes have begun setting up a TV monitor, and we fully expect that Defense Secretary Cheney, when he holds his briefing at 2 this afternoon Eastern Time, will be prepared to fill in some of the many gaps about the bomb damage assessment, just what kind of damage is being inflicted on Iraqi targets both in Iraq and Kuwait, because as you know, most of what we know can be contained on one small piece of paper so far.
On that paper, we hear that there have been 12,000 sorties, but half of these, about 50%, are actual combat ones. Does this tell us a little bit more about the general tenor of the war?
Reed, I'm afraid I just couldn't tell you. Perhaps that's one of the questions we can ask the Secretary and General Powell this afternoon.
All right, Gene, we'll be listening to hear more when the full briefing of the top men of the Pentagon takes place later today. Don?
Vice President Dan Quayle visited families and talked to the Mayport Naval Air Station in Florida. We'll have a live report when we come back.
Those guys always seem a step ahead of us. She said, I flew to see the prospect, and they'd already been there. He said, they've got fewer people than we do. How can they move so fast? In business, you're either using SkyTel's nationwide pagers with voicemail or chasing someone who does. SkyTel, that great communication system in the sky. For more information, call 1-800-456-all-threes.
There goes my stomach again. But I've had it up to here with this antacid taste.
Then get great flavor up to here with the rich, fruity taste of extra-strength Maalox Plus Cherry Cream. Up to here with the fresh, minty taste of mint cream. And up to here with the zesty lemon taste of lemon Swiss cream. The strongest antacid tastes the best, too. Extra-strength Maalox Plus. Strong relief for all of your Maalox moments.
Maalox, you're the best.
2 kitties.
When it's cold and rough outside,
4 kitties.
try something warm and creamy inside. Cream of wheat hot cereal or instant cream of wheat. 2 warm, delicious ways to come in from the cold.
Milk-Bone dog biscuits, dog treats, and flavor snacks. Happy Valentine's Day.
No matter what shape you're in, when your hair starts to thin, you lose confidence. But you get it back with the Folicure system. An ampule of the Folicure formula massaged into the scalp every other day. An invigorating Folicure shampoo every day, and you're on your way. Folicure gives you fuller, thicker-looking, more manageable hair. The Folicure system. We grow confidence.
Some 9,000 military personnel have so far been deployed from the Mayport Naval Air Station in Florida. CNN's John Zarella is down there now and updates us with this live report. John?
Don, about an hour ago, the Vice President's plane, Vice President Dan Quayle's plane, left here on its way to another military base where he will be talking once again to families. You can hear there's a lot of activity here, the sound of airplanes taking off and helicopters. The Vice President spent some quiet moments here with the family of Lieutenant Commander Michael Spiker. He was the first pilot shot down in the war in the Persian Gulf. He was based on the USS Saratoga. That ship also, that aircraft carrier, based here at Mayport. The Vice President then talked for about 20 minutes to members of other families who were gathered here to listen to the Vice President's remarks. Several times he got outstanding ovations from the crowd, particularly when he talked about how Saddam Hussein would be held accountable for the POWs.
As for those of our brave fighting men who are taken prisoners of war, let me say this. Iraq has signed the Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners of war. We demand that Saddam Hussein abide by the provisions of these conventions. Since he has not, we will hold Saddam and his henchmen personally accountable.
The Vice President, during his remarks, also talked about the fact that high-technology weapons, the Patriot in particular, and its successes against the Scud missiles is evidence of the United States' preeminence in high technology and in this particular phase of the air war which is going on. The Vice President also indicated that there would be no Vietnam in the Persian Gulf and that Saddam Hussein would be ousted. There was no question about that.
But while the length of Operation Desert Storm is unclear, its outcome is certain. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored. Iraq will comply with all the relevant UN resolutions, and security and stability will once again return to the Gulf region. And Saddam Hussein's ambition to control the bulk of the world's energy supply, to dominate the Middle East, and to blackmail the entire world will most definitely fail.
The Vice President toured a helicopter hangar here before his departure. Right now, he should be on the ground at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. From there, his next and last stop will be the naval base at Norfolk, and he is expected again to address families at both of those locations. This is John Zarella reporting live from Mayport, Florida.
Well, it has not yet happened to her, but one day in the future, Major Kathy Blevins of Bolling Air Force Base may have the grim task of telling some family members stateside that someone they loved, son, father, mother, daughter, has been injured, taken captive, perhaps even killed in this war in the Gulf. When the war started, Major Blevins was, and still is, Director of Public Affairs for the Air Force District of Washington. Now, though, she carries an additional title because she's one of the 12 casualty notification officers, and she joins us live. Major, how does this duty fall on somebody? How do you get to be what you now are, too?
Well, your commander appoints a field grade officer, several in this case, to be a casualty notification officer.
Did you have any idea this was coming? Do you have any training for that kind of work?
Well, I had no idea that it was coming until I got the message through my mail, but as far as specific training for that, no, I don't have that. However, the Air Force has professional courses throughout an officer's career that trains them to deal with crisis situations and emergencies, so I'm hoping to draw upon some of that knowledge.
When a couple of strange officers come up the walk, a military family knows what's up, doesn't it?
I would think that they probably have a pretty good idea just from maybe watching television shows where they've seen something like that. but it's probably not until you actually get inside and say the words that they know.
What does do you have a course? Do you have training, pamphlets? How do you conduct yourself?
When you're chosen to be a casualty notification officer, you're given a briefing, and they tell you right then what is expected of you, exactly step by step what you're supposed to do and what you're supposed to say. It's a guide, helpful hints and things like that, but as far as specific and detailed training, no, that is not given.
Speaking of specifics, are you to have all of the specifics of the circumstances of what happened?
No, no. After the next of kin is notified, and they're given a very, very limited knowledge there, they are given a number that they can call any time to get more information. The next 24 hours, of course, they are contacted by a casualty assistant person from the base, which would help them with any kind of paperwork or details.
So there is support and care from that time on. Your family's just not left alone, hanging there.
Oh, no, no. The Air Force feels like every Air Force member is part of our family, and we want to make sure that they're taken care of, or their next of kin gets the best care possible.
But you say you've had nothing in your background except what we all have had, which has been life and the living of it, to really qualify you for doing what you may be called upon to do. You have a chaplain, you say, that goes with you?
Yes, in most instances, an Air Force chaplain accompanies the person to the house to make the notification. If, in fact, the person that you're notifying is possibly elderly or in poor health, we might also send a physician with us.
World War II, a lot of this was done simply by telegram.
The Air Force doesn't feel like that's a very good way to do business. We believe that if that person is a part of our family, we want to do face-to-face notification and make it as personal and easy for the family as possible.
All right, Major Blevins, thank you. This is a delicate subject, but one we wanted to get some insight into, and we appreciate very much your having come by and talking with us about a mission which I'm sure everyone hopes you're never called upon to accomplish. Thanks for discussing this. And Don?
And when we come back, we'll hear from Peter Arnett, who is still in Baghdad.
Before your copier gets the best of you, get a better copier.
Let's take a look inside the human mind.
Are you using your mind to the fullest? Read Dianetics. Clear away your negative feelings and unblock your true potential for greater success and happiness in life.
Read Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard. Get your copy today at B. Dalton Bookseller.
Do you love to exercise? I'm at one of the finest health spas and resorts going. I could enjoy a complete workout, sauna, massage, special Nautica spa diet. It's all right here. But what I really love about this health spa is that it goes everywhere I go. Take a 3, 4, or 7-day fun ship vacation on Carnival, the most popular cruise line in the world.
One in 4 adults faces the risk of heart disease from high cholesterol. A diet low in saturated fat and cholesterol with new Fleischmann's Extra Light can help change those odds. Fact is, no leading spread is lower in saturated fat. Another fact, 0 cholesterol. And on top of everything, it tastes good. New Fleischmann's Extra Light.
Baghdad has been described as a city coping with the Allied bombings. This from CNN's Peter Arnett, who is still in Baghdad. Arnett's latest report from Baghdad was phoned in less than an hour ago. He talked with Bob Kane. Arnett's report was cleared by Iraqi censors.
I'm sitting in the garden outside the Al Rashid Hotel here this evening. It's dark, and I'm reading my notes with a flashlight, so bear with me. We were taken on a two-hour tour of the market areas of Baghdad this afternoon, as the final week of the air war against the city is coming to an end. It seems clear that the civilian population of Baghdad is no longer concerned or very concerned about being targeted in these around-the-clock raids in the city. In the main marketplace around the sacred Kadiwa shrine, the crowd buying fruit and vegetables and fresh meat gave no sign of any stirring when the air raid alarm sounded very loudly nearby. And when a bomb blast shook the market area, it was probably a mile or two away, several minutes after the siren, the people were no more startled than if a car had backfired. Each day, government military communiques announce attacks against strategic military and industrial installations around the city, but it's clear that none of the bombing has come in close yet. But in the market areas that we visited today, there is no sign of damage, as I said, not much, no apparent effect of bombing. The population had begun coming out of doors, we could see, and going about their business. Residents said that the city water system is beginning to function again after shutting down on the first day of the war. One man said he had enough water now to use in his garden. Those we interviewed expressed defiance at the multinational military campaign against their country, and all voiced eager support for President Saddam Hussein. One young man, "I don't care what the future holds as long as our president lives." Shops open in the market areas were catering to immediate food needs. Shops dealing in other consumer goods and business establishments are tightly closed, doors bolted throughout Baghdad. I have some information on the Gulf Peace Team that has been at a camp on the Iraqi-Saudi Arabian border, about 300 miles south of here, for several weeks. There are 73 people down there, including some Americans. There's an 80-year-old man and a crippled woman. This international assembly sees itself as a human shield to avert ground hostilities in the place where it's camped, and it's refusing to leave the area for Baghdad and then home. There are about 11 or 12 from the same peace organization living here at the Al Rashid Hotel. Bob?
Peter, in an earlier report, you reported to us that you had been shown by authorities in Baghdad the bombed-out ruins of what they described as a baby formula factory. Now, U.S. military authorities say that factory had been heavily guarded. There had been armed guards, military, troops stationed around it, and that they had seen signs that it may have been used for the production of biological or chemical weapons. Are you able to respond to that?
Well, I'll tell you what we saw when we went there, Bob. It was a plant alongside the main highway leading to Jordan. There was one guard at the gate. There was, they were bringing out, as we arrived, they were bringing out a cart full of powdered milk from Britain that they used to
Hello, Peter? Hello, Peter Arnett.
I do hear you now. We had a break in transmission, and it was some atmospheric, and it was nothing to do with this end, Bob.
All right. Did you have anything further to say about the question I had asked you, Peter, then?
Well, I did answer it. I'll just repeat it.
No, that's fine if you feel you had answered it already.
Yeah, that's as much as I could tell you about it, Bob. It looked innocent enough from what we could see.
Again, Arnett is reporting under supervision of Iraqi censors. The baby food factory, as an alleged bombing target, was referred to in an earlier report by Arnett, one called in a few hours ago. It was also addressed at this morning's U.S. military briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, about 2 hours ago. Lieutenant Colonel Mike Gallagher said the factory was heavily guarded and was suspected of having a new purpose.
We were just asked a few minutes ago about this baby formula plant where Saddam Hussein took some press apparently earlier today. Apparently this facility, by what we've just learned, has military guards around it, barbed wire fence. It has a military garrison outside, and numerous sources have indicated that the facility is associated with biological warfare production.
Gallagher said Allied forces have been hitting only strategic targets in Iraq.
The subject of the war in the Gulf and collateral information continues to be the subject of a large number of newspaper editorials. Let's sample some of it. This from the San Francisco Chronicle. Saddam has taken one more step in removing the slim possibility the Persian Gulf conflict can be resolved peaceably. The St. Petersburg Times also says the president should be cautious not to turn his hatred for Hussein into a reason to escalate his stated goals for engaging the conflict. The predictable horrors of war are mounting, but nothing has happened to change this war into a personal vendetta. USA Today says Saddam must be shown that his breaking the rules of war won't succeed any more than his trampling the rules of peace when he took over Kuwait. Well, a large group of Arab Americans lives just outside of Detroit, Michigan, and CNN's Ed Garston looks at one way they're following events a half-world away.
Talk to us, and they want to explain themselves that if we support the group in the Gulf, it doesn't mean we support the war.
It's not the New York Times nor the Washington Post, but all of a sudden this little newsroom in a loft in Dearborn, Michigan is in the national eye. Reporters from USA Today and from the Netherlands all want to know what makes it tick.
What is the role of your newspaper?
It is Sada Al-Watan, the Arab American News. Published weekly, it's the most widely read Arab American newspaper in the United States. And now, with war in the Persian Gulf, its publisher says Arab Americans are relying on it for the inside story.
We feel, Arab Americans feel that because we came from this Middle East, we can give a better look and a view of how this crisis could be handled in the future.
بترول في الكويت المحتلة وقال متحدث عسكري في السعودية إن صورا التقط.
This is Amir Denha. He's the publisher and editor of the Chaldean Detroit Times, and this is how he gathers much of his newspaper's content.
My main sources are the shortwave radio and the European news, because they are more close to the American and they are closer to the leaders in the Middle East. They could give us the right news in different direction, different than the American news.
Different from the American. That's a common theme for both editors, who say the American media is simply not adequate in serving Arab Americans.
Especially the newsprint media. They have been extremely biased and not putting the other side of the story in.
Our people, they want to know more about the Iraqi news, more about their relatives, cousins, more about the bombing.
Denha claims the circulation of his paper has jumped from 5,000 in August to 20,000 now. The Arab American News now prints almost 30,000 copies, up from 20,000 when the crisis first began in August. Well, before the crisis began, each publication carried mainly news. But over the months since August, as the crisis developed, their publishers say they've seen the roles of their newspapers change.
Before, I didn't try to be in politics. And I used just to put something for our community here, and some news here, from here and there. But now it seems to me it's all politics.
We take what CNN reports and what the rest of the networks report, and especially the wire services, and try to make sense out of it and why it's happening.
And while those motives may be noble, Arab Americans we spoke with gave a much more modest reason for turning to these newspapers.
Because the Arabic is my language. It's easy to read it.
Ed Garston, CNN, Dearborn, Michigan.
And that is this hour of our coverage. Thank you for watching us. I'm Don Miller.
And over our next, in the coming hour, we expect to have another live report and interview from Israel. I'm Reed Collins in Washington.
Do it. Good. Thanks. Breakfast, dude.
Love me tender, love me sweet. One summer night.
songs of the 50s and 60s really know how to capture a moment. And now, all of our favorite songs are together on a new collection called Love Me Tender. Listen.
They ask me how I knew. Tears on my pillow, pain in my heart, since I don't have you. I'm sorry, so sorry. I only
Love Me Tender has 40 of the most memorable love songs ever.
Many a tear have to fall, but it's all in the game. Oh, the still of the night. Don't they know it's the end of the world? Earth angel, will you be mine? Since I fell for you.
These songs were made for moments like this. Get Love Me Tender on 4 LPs or 2 cassettes, $19.99, or 2 compact discs for $24.99. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-477-6200. That's 1-800-477-6200. Or send just $19.99 for 4 LPs or 2 cassettes, or $24.99 for 2 compact discs, plus $4 shipping and handling to Love Me Tender, P.O. Box 1880, Department 2, Alexandria, Virginia.
This is CNN.
Israel continues pondering how and when to respond to the deadly rocket attack from Iraq.
CNN's coverage of the Gulf War continues. I'm Don Miller at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Reed Collins in Washington. Well, the air campaign over Iraq continues. Today brought reports of some ground fighting, too, along the Saudi Arabian-Kuwaiti border. Conflicting reports about damage to civilian targets in Iraq. A reporter there says civilians in Baghdad are coming outside again and going about their business. A Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv yesterday saw 3 people die and scores were injured. Today, Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons told CNN his country will respond sometime, somehow, even if there is not another serious casualty. We'll have a live report from Israel coming up. First, let's get more on the latest developments in the war itself in this report compiled by CNN's Jim Kemp.
On day 7 of Operation Desert Storm, Israelis recuperate from an Iraqi missile attack on Tel Aviv. A Scud slammed into the densely populated neighborhood of Ramat Gan Tuesday evening, ironically a neighborhood populated by Iraqi Jews.
Everything is gone. Everything. My home, my flat, my partner.
I went back home after the siren, and I saw my house is destroyed. And thank God for the miracle that has happened to me, that I wasn't at home at the time of the siren. Otherwise, we could have died, all of us.
There was a sound of some kind of, when you open champagne, all the windows, all the doors, and all the walls just fell on me.
The Israeli army says the Scud eluded the U.S. Patriot defense system, although 2 Patriot missiles were launched. Israeli cabinet ministers met in emergency session today to discuss whether or not to respond to the attack. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleberger was in Tel Aviv when the Scud hit, after a meeting in Jerusalem with Israeli finance ministers. They were making a bid for more U.S. aid, saying the Gulf crisis has already cost the Jewish state more than $3 billion. On the heels of that meeting, Germany today pledged humanitarian aid to Israel worth $166 million. Allied military officials now say their forces have flown more than 12,000 missions into Iraq and Kuwait. They say the bombing is going as planned and that the weather, which hampered Allied aircraft the past few days, has now generally cleared.
As a result of unfavorable weather, both in the target area and on the Arabian Peninsula, some operations have been interrupted. Additionally, assessment capabilities have also been hindered. However, The effect on the overall plan has been minimal. Operation Desert Storm continues on track.
A London newspaper reports Saddam Hussein, shown here with his top advisors, was the object of a coup attempt last week in Baghdad. The overthrow was foiled, and the 7 men behind it reportedly were killed by Hussein's security forces. Meanwhile, the Pentagon confirms that it has launched a propaganda attack on Iraqi occupation troops in Kuwait. Leaflets like these have Arabic messages urging Iraqis to surrender or die. And Iraqi television has launched a psychological propaganda campaign of its own, continuing to air pictures of men it says are Allied prisoners of war. Unlike other POWs who have been shown, this man did not express criticism of the war. Jim Kemp, CNN reporting.
And we'll have more coverage of the war in the Gulf when we come back.
Who would you choose? A president, a prime minister, a national hero, or a maniacal villain? Would you hail the clown or the champion? Who has the right stuff? Who are the 10 most important people of the 20th century? Time reveals its choices in this extraordinary video cassette, free with your paid subscription to Time. In an ever-changing world with information coming at you from all directions, you need one source to help you cut through it all. One magazine to help you understand. Time every week. Who gets your vote? The candidates are from a variety of fields, who each in his own way, for better or for worse, has left an indelible mark on history.
It's one small step for man.
Who made Time's top 10? Who stood up to be counted? Who led the way? Who raised his voice to be heard?
Free at last! Free at last!
From peacemaker to lawbreaker, from medicine to music, the creative, the inventive. Who are they? Who are the 10 most important people of the 20th century? To find out, call this toll-free number now and get all the selections in this exclusive collector's video free. You'll see the winners through rare footage that captures their accomplishments in an entertaining style. You'll get the runners-up too. It's the best of the best, all in one astonishing video. Call now to receive your free video and save almost 55% off the cover price of Time. You'll enjoy 26 weeks payable in 3 monthly installments of only $9.89 each. Every week, Time makes it easier to understand the rush of world events with penetrating views of trends and the variety of people that affect our lives. Make time for Time.
I say we must act now.
Call right now and get the 10 most important people of the 20th century free and save almost 55% on Time.
CNN's Peter Arnett is the last Western journalist in Iraq. In an interview early this morning, Arnett reported that Iraqi officials took him on a tour of a baby formula factory that had been destroyed by Allied forces. In a later interview with Bob Kane, Arnett was asked to clarify the report about the factory. We remind our viewers that Peter Arnett's reports from and movements in Baghdad are restricted by the Iraqi government.
Bob, I'm sitting in the garden outside the El Rashid Hotel here this evening. It's dark, and I'm reading my notes with a flashlight, so bear with me. We were taken on a two-hour tour of the market areas of Baghdad this afternoon, as the final week of the air war against this city is coming to an end. It seems clear that the civilian population of Baghdad is no longer concerned or very concerned about being targeted in these around-the-clock raids in the city. In the main marketplace around the sacred Kadiwa shrine, the crowd buying fruit and vegetables and fresh meat gave no sign of any stirring when the air raid alarm sounded very loudly nearby. And when a bomb blast shook the market area, it was probably a mile or two away, several minutes after the siren, the people were no more startled than if a car had backfired. Each day, government military communiques announce attacks against strategic military and industrial installations around the city, but it's clear that none of the bombing has come in close yet. But in the market areas that we visited today, there is no sign of damage, as I said, not much, no apparent effect of bombing. The population had begun coming out of doors, we could see, and going about their business. Residents said that the city water system is beginning to function again after shutting down in the first day of the war. One man said he had enough water now to use in his garden. Those we interviewed expressed defiance at the multinational military campaign against their country, and all voiced eager support for President Saddam Hussein. One young man, "I don't care what the future holds as long as our president lives." Shops open in the market areas were catering to immediate food needs. Shops dealing in other consumer goods and business establishments are tightly closed, doors bolted throughout Baghdad. I have some information on the Gulf Peace Team that has been at a camp on the Iraqi-Saudi Arabian border, about 300 miles south of here, for several weeks. There are 73 people down there, including some Americans. There's an 80-year-old man and a crippled woman. This international assembly sees itself as a human shield to avert ground hostilities in the place where it's camped, and it's refusing to leave the area for Baghdad and then home. There are about 11 or 12 from the same peace organization living here at the El Rashid Hotel. Bob?
Peter, in an earlier report, you reported to us that you had been shown by authorities in Baghdad the bombed-out ruins of what they described as a baby formula factory. Now, U.S. military authorities say that factory had been heavily guarded. There had been armed guards, military, troops stationed around it, and that they had seen signs that it may have been used for the production of biological or chemical weapons. Are you able to respond to that?
Well, I'll tell you what we saw when we went there, Bob. It was a plant alongside the main highway leading to Jordan. There was one guard at the gate. There was, they were bringing out, as we arrived, they were bringing out a cart full of powdered milk from Britain that they used to... We had a break in transmission, and it was some atmospheric. It was nothing to do with this end, Bob.
All right. Did you have anything further to say about the question I had asked you, Peter, then?
Well, I did answer it. I'll just repeat it.
No, that's fine if you feel you had answered it already.
Yeah, that's as much as I could tell you about it,
right.
Bob. It looked innocent enough from what we could see.
The United States military in Riyadh had said earlier that, to the best of its information, the plant had been more heavily guarded than that, and there was a suggestion that it might have been used, as you heard Bob Kane suggest in his conversation with Arnett, for some other purposes other than baby milk formula manufacturing, that it might have been used for chemical or biological purposes. CNN's John Sweeney is in Saudi Arabia, and perhaps you can pick up a little more on this, John.
Well, at the end of a briefing today, that was indeed the subject of conversation, and the spokesman for the Central Command headquarters here said that factory that Peter was talking about was indeed used for deadlier purposes. That was just one of the revelations during a day of briefings here.
In this file video taken before the war, a CNN crew in Baghdad visited a factory that at the time appeared to be manufacturing baby formula. The target of recent Allied bombing raids, a Central Command spokesman says the factory became a target after intelligence indicated it was being used for the manufacture of biological weapons.
This facility, by what we've just learned, has military guards around it, barbed wire fence. It has a military garrison outside, and numerous sources have indicated that the facility is associated with biological warfare production.
Later, at a separate briefing, a Royal Air Force spokesman indicated Iraq's elite Republican Guards Force, located in southern Iraq and northern Kuwait, was receiving heavy aerial bombardment with little opposition to attacking planes.
We've been making our contribution to the attacks on the Guards, which are one of the priorities, and to ensure that they are well softened up. And we've been doing this by and large against a background of very little in the way of hostile action from the other side. And I go back just to stress again that this is a function of air superiority. One wouldn't normally expect to be able to do that. You'd expect that the commanders on the other side would be doing everything they possibly could to minimize the impact.
The low cloud cover of the past few days lifted a bit over Kuwait, enabling Allied air reconnaissance to take these photos of burning oil facilities in southwestern Kuwait. It was reported Tuesday the Iraqis had set fire to the Al-Wafra facilities located in what was the so-called neutral zone between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. There was no explanation why the Iraqis set fire to the facilities, which in peacetime produced a modest 100,000 barrels of oil per day.
Well, the Allies are hoping for clear skies in the days to come, to better assess the damage caused by what is now nearly a week of intensive bombardment. To put it another way, up until now, 12,000 combat missions over Iraq and Kuwait. I'm John Sweeney, CNN Live at the Central Command Headquarters briefing room.
John, did we understand that for one of the few times in the past 24 hours, the U.S. command says that no U.S. planes were lost to hostile fire?
That is correct. No U.S. planes lost to hostile fire. There was a report that 2 planes were lost by other means, mechanical failures, presumably a Marine Corps Harrier and a Cobra helicopter.
Thank you, John Sweeney, who's been with us live from Saudi Arabia. Don?
And as John has just reported, the weather plays an important role in the war on the Gulf. Flip Speisel is here now with a forecast. Flip?
And once again, we want to assure you that we have no secrets here. This is a satellite photograph that is available worldwide. In other words, if CNN has it to show to you, everyone else has it too. The heavy cloudiness that you've been hearing about in the Pentagon briefings, you can see here, is now moved on into Iran. This is Iraq. This is Saudi Arabia. This is Kuwait right here. So the heavy cloudiness has moved on. As a matter of fact, in some places in Iran, they have been reporting rainfall today. You can still see some cloudiness in Iran, but it is generally a much lighter layer of cloudiness. In some places, it is still rather clear. This is typical of this time of year. Their winter months is when they get these kinds of weather systems moving through. You can very clearly see an indication of that on this map, in that down here, from here farther to the south, it is much, much warmer and therefore much, much clearer. But we are expecting these kinds of weather systems, this pattern, if you will, to continue in this area of the country. Once again, we have no specific forecasting that we can do. In fact, we couldn't do it if we wanted to. We receive no data from this area of the world. We simply present the satellite photograph. Now back to Don.
Okay, Flip, and when we come back, we'll have a look at news of other significance, and our special assignment report looks at the so-called godfather of terrorism in Iraq.
With Lanier, I can dictate letters, memos, and reports 6 times as fast as I can write them. That gives me plenty of time to play challenging new courses.
For a free demonstration, call Lanier, 1-800-241-1706.
I have a horrible sinus headache. There's pounding, there's pressure, there's pain.
Today, Linda Clark is trying Tylenol Sinus.
Tylenol Sinus took away the pressure. It took away the pain. It took away the pounding. I like that it's a Tylenol product. I trust that name.
Tylenol Sinus, the strength you need from the name you trust. And now look for new Tylenol Sinus gel caps. Maximum strength, concentrated, and gelatin-coated so they're easy to swallow. Only from Tylenol, the first sinus gel cap.
These days, Americans are eating foods that are low in cholesterol. Or are they? Cooked in butter, even these aren't as cholesterol-free as they could be. That's why there's Butter Flavor Pam Cooking Spray. It has a buttery flavor, yet adds no cholesterol. So you can pick foods that are low in cholesterol and keep them that way. Pam, because how you cook is as important as what you cook.
Beginning Monday, TBS reminds us of the men who have dedicated their lives for an ideal and for their fellow man, the men we call American heroes. We will always remember Davy Crockett and his defiant stand for liberty, the one-man battle of the legendary Sheriff Buford Pusser, and the World War II heroics of General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Join TBS for a look at a few proud American heroes. Every night in prime time, beginning Monday.
In news other than from the Gulf, Latvia's leader says President Mikhail Gorbachev has agreed not to impose direct Kremlin rule on the Baltic republics. But the Latvians remain skeptical 3 days after Soviet forces seized Latvia's police headquarters, leaving 6 dead. Mr. Gorbachev says his main task is to achieve calm in the Baltics, but that the independence-seeking republics must repeal all laws that conflict with the Soviet constitution. In Utah, a strict anti-abortion bill is up for final debate in the state Senate. Utah senators overwhelmingly endorsed the bill in a preliminary vote yesterday, and the governor says he'll sign it. The vote came on the 18th anniversary of the Supreme Court decision, Roe v. Wade, which legalized abortion. Meanwhile, the government is investigating reports of transmission problems in more than 4 million Chryslers. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says its inquiry covers Chryslers manufactured between 1981 and 1990. They range from compacts to some full-size cars and minivans. The agency has received 269 complaints, all pertaining to vehicles with front-wheel drive, automatic transmissions, and gear shifts mounted on the steering column. It is not just the U.S. troops who need morale boosting, but their families as well. That's what brought Vice President Dan Quayle to Florida's Mayport Naval Station this morning. Some 9,000 military personnel from Mayport and neighboring bases in Jacksonville are now serving in the Gulf. To their friends and relatives, the Vice President offered his appreciation.
All of you have made an enormous sacrifice for our country. Spouses, children, and I see a few children on the front row here, and parents left behind must, every day, live with anxiety and uncertainty. You too are brave. You too are essential to our success. And you too are serving our country with distinction.
Next stop of the Vice President's morale-building trip, Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina.
Saddam Hussein has vowed to avenge the coalition attacks against Iraq, and one weapon at his disposal would be terrorism. CNN Special Assignment Correspondent Stephen Emerson reports now on one of the groups led by Abu Ibrahim, who is known as the Master Bomb Maker.
As coalition planes and missiles attack Iraqi strategic targets, Saddam Hussein summons Iraq to war.
And the great battle has been initiated, the mother of all battles.
The open war that Hussein has promised on the ground, and the hidden war to be waged by terrorists. This man will be in the vanguard of Hussein's hidden war. His name, Abu Ibrahim. His specialty, virtually invisible terrorist bombs. His operations in the 1980s, deadly and worldwide. 1982, Hawaii. An Abu Ibrahim bomb explodes inside Pan Am Flight 830. A teenager is killed. 1986, Greece. Another bomb kills 4 people on board this TWA jet. 1989, West Africa. A French airliner blows apart above the desert. 170 people are killed. The super-secretive terrorist, Abu Ibrahim, never claims credit for his operations. This portrait, obtained by CNN, is the only picture known to exist of Abu Ibrahim. Western law enforcement officials know what they know about Abu Ibrahim because of this man. Joe is a Palestinian businessman who became an Abu Ibrahim courier. Joe was sent to bomb a hotel in Switzerland in 1982. Torn by misgivings about his first mission, Joe turned himself into American officials, providing them with the first description of the elusive Abu Ibrahim.
I mean, very scary, man, very strong, very serious. And just if you name America and Israel in front of him, he gets crazy. And he never laughing, never.
Intelligence analysts assert that Abu Ibrahim is part of Saddam Hussein's inner circle and works directly with Iraqi military intelligence. Joe confirms this.
And he very important with Iraqi government. They work together. The Iraq, they give him everything he wants, like houses, money, car. They make it easy for him about any mission.
In the hidden war, Abu Ibrahim operatives number more than 100 worldwide. Based in the Middle East, Asia, and Europe, they are supported by a network of safe houses and often use Iraqi diplomatic facilities for operations. Abu Ibrahim recruits for bombing missions must look the part.
If he wants to send somebody for a restaurant or disco or hotel or plane, they send somebody, normal people, nice dressed, nice looking.
Abu Ibrahim's favorite method is to dupe nice-dressed, nice-looking women to take bombs unwittingly onto planes. He calls this technique the one-way bomb.
And he makes sure 90% the lady, she carried the bomb, she have no background, like family or somebody ask about her.
Fuad Hussein Shara was one of Abu Ibrahim's recruits. In 1983, he befriended an English woman in Greece. He gave her a suitcase to take on an El Al flight, which he said contained religious items. What was in the suitcase?
The gold inside. Yes. But I don't see it disappeared.
When was the bomb supposed to explode?
Like he said, from when she go from Israel to London.
But the bomb failed to explode. In 1985, Shara's next mission, to bomb the Israeli embassy in Singapore. That bomb did explode. Shara now awaits trial in Tel Aviv for this bombing. Abu Ibrahim is unlikely to be brought to trial. He is under indictment in the United States for terrorist acts, but remains under the protection of the Iraqi government. He has now gone on to teach a new generation the art of making undetectable bombs. Bombs that may be used against the West in what Saddam Hussein calls the mother of all battles. Stephen Emerson, CNN, Special Assignment.
Terrorist bombings in 3 parts of the world appear to be directed against countries supporting the war against Iraq. Bombs exploded at 2 American business offices in Istanbul, Turkey today. 1 person was injured. In Lebanon, a security guard was killed when a bomb exploded today at a French-owned bank in the town of Baalbek. A bomb also exploded in Beirut, damaging the offices of a Lebanese Saudi-owned bank. Yesterday, a bomb went off outside the French embassy in West Beirut. And officials in Brazil have linked 2 weekend bombings in that country to the Gulf War. The targets were a Mormon church run by U.S. missionaries and a synagogue.
Wisconsin Democratic Congressman Les Aspin says the tensions between officials and reporters in the Gulf War may well rise in coming weeks as the bombing campaigns move farther from the areas where reporters are stationed and the Pentagon gets more cautious about what information it will release.
There's always tension, and I think we're going to have more tension in the next few weeks when the bombing campaign goes on, and in essence, of course, that's the war that is going on where the reporting is not. I mean, you can report on the Scuds because it's happening where the reporters are. The other part of the campaign, the war in Iraq, is not where the reporters are. And the problem is that for the Pentagon to tell the reporters exactly what they know gives too much away to Saddam Hussein, who is sitting there wondering where the attack is going to come from. So it's a problem.
Aspin told a meeting of reserve officers that even releasing some bomb damage assessment information could help Saddam Hussein.
And when we come back, a financial update live from the New York Stock Exchange. Stay with us.
You've heard it said before, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Maybe that's why Hewlett-Packard LaserJets have become the best-selling laser printers.
Come into AC3 Computer Centers and see the affordable HP LaserJet 2P printer or the HP LaserJet 3 with breakthrough print quality.
If you want to get noticed, there's nothing like a Hewlett-Packard LaserJet printer.
See the full line now at AC3 Computer Centers.
The pain started here
and shot all the way down here.
Pain is hard to live with.
My fingers were actually numb. It scared me.
If you're in pain, you may be suffering needlessly. A doctor of chiropractic can find out if your pain is caused by spinal misalignment, and if so, they can treat it.
The pain is completely gone now.
I have all the feeling back in my fingers.
If you're in pain, call now. We may be able to help.
This is CNN.
He refuses to say how or when, but Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons now confirms Israel will indeed strike back against Iraq. The decision follows last night's Iraqi Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. 3 people died and nearly 100 were injured when one Scud apparently slipped past U.S. Patriot missiles. The CNN crew in Tel Aviv reports many people are now fleeing the city, fearing further attack. Just a few hours ago, Defense Minister Moshe Aarons attended an emergency cabinet meeting in Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir's Tel Aviv office to discuss Israel's possible retaliation. Afterwards, he spoke with CNN.
We Israelis find that we get sympathy when we're in trouble, when people are getting killed over here. And if I have to choose between people not getting killed and getting sympathy when people get killed, I prefer people not getting killed.
Well, the question is, it appears there could be many weeks of this. How many casualties have to occur before Israel responds militarily?
We are going to respond. Even if there's not a single other casualty, we're going to respond.
U.S. military officials say Allied forces have now flown more than 12,000 sorties, 6,000 combat and 6,000 combat support. 85% of those have been flown by U.S. pilots. No U.S. aircraft have been lost in combat in the last 24 hours. Operation Desert Shield appears to be heating up on the ground as well. U.S. military officials report artillery skirmishes with Iraqi soldiers along the Saudi border. 6 more Iraqi POWs have been taken in ground confrontations. U.S. officials say they have no information on Iranian reports of a full-scale ground attack in which U.S. prisoners of war were taken.
Wall Street continues to weigh the war and its potential effects, and CNN's Jan Hopkins gives us this live report now from the New York Stock Exchange. Jan.
Thanks, Reed. Here on Wall Street, stocks are higher on comments by Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan that interest rates may have to move lower. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 5.70 at 2608.91. Volume is active, 94 million shares changing hands on the big board. Advancing issues 7-5 over declining issues. The broader market is higher. New York Stock Exchange Composite Index up more than half a point, and the S&P 500 Index up more than a point. The American Stock Exchange Index is down 1/3 of a point. With the over-the-counter market, the NASDAQ Composite is up more than 2 points. 3M is one of the most active issues here and a big loser today. The stock is down 4 3/4. The company reporting earnings below what Wall Street expected. The biggest loser here today is CBS. Its stock is down 12 5/8. The company reporting that its self-tender offer is oversubscribed. In the credit markets, bond prices holding on to solid gains. Treasury's 30-year bellwether bond up about 0.5 point, and the yield is down to 8.20%. Lower U.S. interest rates reduce investors' attraction to the U.S. dollar. It is falling in New York's trading. The dollar now slightly lower against the Japanese yen, off 3/4 of a pfennig against the German mark, and down 1 cent against the British pound. Crude oil futures still gaining ground at the New York Mercantile Exchange. Reports of fires in Kuwaiti oil facilities provoking a nervous market reaction. A barrel of the U.S. benchmark crude for March delivery is up $1.27 at $23.15 a barrel. Precious metals are falling. Right now, gold is down $1 and silver is down 8 cents. Finally, the Manhattan District Attorney is charging 21 brokers with rigging over-the-counter stocks. They allegedly defrauded investors out of at least $10 million. The maximum possible sentence for each is 25 years. Arraignments are set for 2 Eastern Time today. We'll have another update in about 1 hour. Now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 4 3/4 points, I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
In Saudi Arabia, 2 British pilots are recovering from injuries suffered when they ejected from their Tornado jet. U.S. Marines are talking about their first ground exchange. Jeremy Thompson has more on the situation in Saudi Arabia in this Pool report.
Scattered across the Saudi desert, all that remains of an 18 million pound RAF Tornado. The 2-man crew realized it was malfunctioning as soon as they took off. For several minutes, they tussled to control the warplane, twice trying to land on their own airfield. Only after dumping their fuel and weapons did they eject, escaping with only minor injuries.
I have to be honest, though, and say that actually Batty and I think we're perhaps a little bit more valuable than the aeroplane actually is. But yes, our major concern was we get lulled into a false sense of security here. We tend to think the desert is empty, and actually there are an awful lot of people living out there, you know, Bedouin tribesmen, small villages. So we're very concerned about where we were going to leave the aeroplane if we did actually eject.
Certainly both of us, speaking later, were greatly relieved to see the other. We fly as a crew. All the time we've been here, we've trained and flown as a crew. And I certainly would not like to break that partnership up just through a fault of the aeroplane.
At the crash site, ground crews investigated what had gone wrong and made sure no sensitive material was left behind. In another part of the desert, American Marines of Fox Battery reflected on the first ground exchange of the war. After several days of enemy bombardment, the Marines fired 71 rounds at an Iraqi artillery position inside Kuwait. Marine warplanes followed up.
They knocked out all 10 of the launchers, and they saw secondary explosions as they were flying away.
What was in that convoy?
As far as we know right now, there were some multiple rocket launchers and possibly some Scuds, and there may have been some chemical munitions mixed in with them.
Watching over the Marines, none other than Princess Diana, a forces sweetheart even for the Americans. This was history repeating itself. Ironically, it was also Fox Battery that had fired the first Marine artillery in Vietnam 2.5 decades ago. They're hoping their war ends with a more positive result. The Marines know that against Iraq they could face a lot worse than mere artillery. Every day they practice the chemical warfare drills, aware that they could have to fight under these conditions.
If it's a gas attack or a spray attack, the bottom line is you start putting that helmet on the deck, nothing more than it filling up with some kind of chemical agent, and you putting it back on your head is going to create a problem for you.
Behind them, just like a scene out of MASH, the field hospitals, ready to treat casualties of conventional or chemical attack. For the moment, the rain's the only problem they're having to deal with. The bad weather was also on the mind of this Marine officer as he briefed his men.
Caught off guard by operators. Yeah, just take it as it comes. If it rains, it rains. About August, you'll be saying, man, wasn't it great when it rained? How come we should rain again? But too bad.
It sounds like the Marines are preparing for a long campaign, but there's no lack of confidence.
Any other questions? The war's not going real well for Iraq. You know, to put it in context, if this was our football season, he'd be kind of like the Cleveland Browns.
Back to business, the football-loving Marines are going for the gain line. Ahead of them, just across the Kuwait border, they've heard the Iraqi army is moving forward too. The ground war may not be too far away. Jeremy Thompson, ITN in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Going for the game line. Well, the plight of the oil worker who still is trying to work and is in Saudi Arabia. That story coming up as our coverage of the war continues.
Touchstone Pictures presents Green Card, the winner of 2 Golden Globe Awards for Best Picture and Best Actor. Bravo! And Joel Siegel raves, if you like Pretty Woman, give Green Card a try. Green Card, rated PG-13. And from Walt Disney Pictures, on the Alaskan frontier, nature is man's greatest challenge. But a wolf will become this boy's closest friend. Jack London's legendary adventure. White Fang, rated PG. And Green Card, both playing separately at a theater near you.
Gosh, Mom, this is a magic place.
And there's more magic tomorrow.
Good night, kids.
At the Walt Disney World Swan and the Walt Disney World Dolphin, the magic begins the moment you arrive. Because these new Epcot resorts are as entertaining as everything around you.
Well, kids, ready for a magic day?
Yeah!
The Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin. The magic starts here. For reservations, call 1-800-MAGIC-05.
They're coming. Dow Bathroom Cleaner with scrubbing bubbles. It's 50% stronger than original Dow Bathroom Cleaner. We work even harder, so you don't have to.
A lot of you insist on eating wheat thins and oat thins because they taste good. But the whole idea behind these crackers is that you can eat them without feeling guilty. That's why they're baked, not fried. I mean, eat them because they're delicious, and you miss the whole point.
Milk-Bone dog biscuits, dog treats, and flavor snacks. Happy Valentine's Day.
In weather this raw, don't take chances, take Chapstick. This infrared camera compares lips sealed with chapstick and lips without chapstick. Chapstick seals in moisture to heal and prevent chapped lips. Don't take chances, take Chapstick.
While U.S. Patriot missiles are intercepting Iraqi Scud missiles in Saudi Arabia, oil workers there are suffering from frayed nerves. As CNN's Brian Jenkins reports, some employees of the Saudi Arabian oil company say they are caught in a difficult bind.
The palm trees still sway serenely on the grounds of Saudi Aramco, the oil company founded by Americans and fully absorbed last year by the Saudi Arabian government. The green bags hanging from the shoulders of every employee are reminders of the danger hanging over their heads. Each bag holds a company-issued gas mask, and while they haven't been necessary yet, fear that they might is driving more and more expatriate workers and their dependents, including some 7,000 Americans, to try to get out. George Demikakos put his wife and children on a U.S. military flight this week to Europe, but he's been told that if he leaves, his job and his benefits are gone too.
Actually, I feel like I'm a prisoner here, and I feel like the company is blackmailing me, you know.
John Sadie says he's in the same boat.
I've got the 3 children which are in college right now, and I have large responsibilities for them. I'm paying their college. I cannot walk away from my job right now and not hurt them and hurt myself, too.
Saudi Aramco officials did not respond to CNN's inquiry about its policy on granting leaves or on grounds for dismissal. Expatriate workers are vital to the company, and Aramco is vital in supplying fuel to Allied forces in the Gulf. Aramco employees say the 15% raise they received as crisis pay is now hardly enough compensation. But the closer they are to early retirement, the more these workers struggle with the choice of staying or fleeing. Only 10 months into his contract with Aramco, Howard Rail decided to quit. And he's glad he got his exit visa before the war broke out and the Scud missiles came in.
I don't pretend to be a brave man, but if there was some semblance of civil defense, if there was a bombshell I could get to, if there were sirens that worked, if I knew, then I would feel a lot better, and maybe I would stay.
Aramco has installed more sirens in its housing compound this week and is now broadcasting alerts on the company TV station. But the military itself is only able to give a few minutes warning at best of a Scud attack. Still, many Aramco families are willing to bet a while longer on the odds against the war hurting them.
Other than the Scuds coming over, I don't see that it's going to affect us. I have a lot of confidence in the Patriots. They appear to be working very, very well.
Fewer people here now share that confidence after Patriot missiles failed to stop at least one Scud from striking Tel Aviv. And more may decide not to wait for one to hit ground in their neighborhood before bidding their homes and their jobs goodbye. Brian Jenkins, CNN in eastern Saudi Arabia.
The United States, of course, is preparing for war wounded, and the Department of Veterans Affairs is trying to assure the Congress its hospitals are ready for them. Eugenia Halsey reports.
If the war fills up corridors like these in military hospitals, veterans' hospitals will be expected to provide backup help. But some in Congress want to know if the VA, already strapped by budget constraints, is, in one senator's words, as fit for duty as the men and women of Operation Desert Storm.
We have a moral obligation to give them the best health care modern medicine can provide if they need it.
The VA says it is ready.
This could be our finest hour.
During World War II, military hospitals had 500,000 beds for casualties. Today, just 14,000. So if those beds fill up, the Defense Department is counting on veterans hospitals to provide up to 25,000 more beds. But about 2,000 VA healthcare workers have been called away for military duty, and some officials fear they won't have enough doctors and nurses.
Our main concern has to do with the reservists.
VA officials say they've only lost 1% of their healthcare workers, but some hospitals complain they've lost more than others. Veterans groups also worry that some veterans will be pushed out to make way for new wounded.
We're cautiously pessimistic about what's going to happen to the veteran population that is now in the VA hospitals and the VA's ability to continue to provide medical services to those veterans.
The VA says veterans with injuries from previous wars will continue to get top priority. And the VA's medical director says the hospitals have been drilling for the conflict.
The morale is high. They are ready to go. This, all of a sudden, for the first time in VA history, we become involved if we're needed in the war, during the war, not after the war.
The VA acknowledges that some veterans who don't need emergency care may have to wait or be treated elsewhere. It also says its ability to treat serious burns is limited, so those patients may have to be treated in military or civilian hospitals. Questions have been raised about whether veterans hospitals can provide the best trauma care, but VA officials insist that with the help of university medical centers, they can. Eugenia Halsey, CNN, Capitol Hill.
And another live report coming up in just a moment from the Pentagon as our coverage continues.
These people never thought of themselves as high-pressure salespeople. They've always been committed to service. That's why they've become successful Better Homes and Gardens real estate agents, and why they use our proven real estate marketing systems to serve their customers better than anybody. After all, we've found that once you place service above everything, everything else falls into place. For information about a career in real estate, call 1-800-ADVANCE or your local Better Homes and Gardens real estate firm.
Need something from the drugstore? Need it now? Just go to a Good Neighbor Pharmacy right around the corner. You'll get it fast. You'll get it for less. Need something else from the drugstore? Need it now? Remember, Good Neighbor Pharmacy is right around the corner. You'll get it fast. You'll get it for less.
You are someone. Gosh, Mom, this is a magic place.
And there's more magic tomorrow.
Good night, kids.
At the Walt Disney World Swan and the Walt Disney World Dolphin, the magic begins the moment you arrive, because these new Epcot resorts are as entertaining as everything around you.
Well, kids, ready for a magic day?
Yeah!
The Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin, the magic starts here. For reservations, call 1-800-MAGIC-05.
A woman who's never done a dishonest thing in her life finds herself falling into a love affair with a musician.
It's a little vague, Alice. Who's the woman? Who's the man? Who's the poor husband? What makes it interesting? Is it lurid? Is it sexual? Perverse? Where does it go?
Where am I going?
Alice, written and directed by Woody Allen, rated PG-13. Now playing in select cities, starts January 25th at theaters near you.
In an hour and 10 minutes from now, the top men of the Pentagon, the Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff will face reporters once again. Perhaps then we'll learn a great deal more about what happens over Saudi Arabia and over Iraq, the bomb damage assessment questions, others that have been dogging the Pentagon and the men who dog it, the reporters now for one full day. Gene Randall has joined us live. And Gene, what do we expect to find out?
Well, we have been told to expect more detail than we have gotten to date on just what kind of damage is being inflicted on Iraqi targets over Iraq and Iraqi-occupied Kuwait since the war began. On the other hand, we've not been getting very much information at all, so that leaves a rather broad area. At one point, a monitor, a TV monitor, was brought into the studio here at the Pentagon, and we were led to believe we would see more videotaped highlights, as you will, if you will, of that bomb damage. But now the monitor has been taken out. We still expect some kind of photographic evidence of what the Pentagon has said is the very encouraging way in which the air war has been conducted so far. 12,000 sorties have been flown by the U.S.-led coalition since the air war began. By the way, Reed, let me go back to the subject of skirmishes, because I think there might be some misunderstanding of this. There was another skirmish between U.S.-led coalition forces and Iraqi forces along the Saudi-Kuwait border today. It is the first time that Iraqi ground troops have been taken prisoner. On the other hand, it is simply the latest in what has become a series of skirmishes along that border area. We're told here there is no indication of any kind of large-scale action being undertaken by Iraqi forces. I'm being handed something here. 2 U.S. troops were slightly injured in that action. We're told they were not wounded, only slightly injured. Once again, the importance of this action today is that it is the first time that Iraqi ground troops have been taken captive.
All right, thank you, Gene Randall, which has supplied us a little more of the information to that large mosaic puzzle that we're working on in our coverage of the Gulf War. Don?
3 amphibious assault ships sailed out of Norfolk, Virginia today for the Mediterranean. 2 of those on board are young Marines. CNN's Larry Lamont spent some time with them before they left and filed this report.
But the Bills are going to win next weekend, right? Right?
2 young Marines trying to squeeze out one more laugh, trying to make one more memory.
What's the last weekend, bub? For a while. Oh, wow. Gotta get rowdy tonight.
Tim Lawn is the older of the 2, 25, a Marine for 7 years, in the Army for 1. Born in Lakeview, New York, near Buffalo. David Newton is younger, 21, but the more reserved of the 2. He's been a Marine for 3.5 years. His family is in Seattle, Washington. Both are waiting in the Norfolk area to ship out. Both are heading for the Mediterranean and possible combat with Iraq. Both are making the most of their last days.
It's just like letting loose with things you wanted to do, and you know that you may not get a chance to do again.
Run naked down the boardwalk?
Well, nothing that extreme.
Thoughts of the ultimate extreme, war, seem to work their way into the minds of Dave and Tim, despite their every effort to let the good times make them forget.
Do you have any fears? Sure.
What are they?
Getting killed. You know, that's a natural fear. That's almost like an inbred fear. You're born with that fear. Getting crippled, or, you know, like facing something that we've never been trained to face.
Both men fear chemical and nuclear weapons. Both detest war, but they enjoy their jobs and as Marines feel confident they will perform well in battle. They see it as giving back to America some of the greatness America has given them. That's one reason anti-war protesters anger them.
You want all the benefits that you have being an American citizen, but you don't want to support it. And you're taken, but you're not given, and that's not right.
They don't think Saddam Hussein is right either.
We're convinced the man has to be removed. He has to be stopped.
The Marines know stopping Hussein means paying a price. So in their final days before leaving, they are trying to get their lives in order, reassuring their families, goodbyes to friends, and pursuing interest. In Tim's case, his art is his escape.
One of the best ways to overcome fear and everything is by putting it in the back of your head. You know, yeah, you know, you can't sit there and dwell on it. You do, you're gonna just turn into a, you know, a closet case.
For Dave, reading relieves tension, and video games.
I'm not thinking too much about not coming back, because I believe that I'll come back, but maybe not. So I might as well do what I want to do right now.
Cheers.
So what do you want to do the rest of the night?
Do what we do best. Have a good time. There you go. improvise and adapt.
Larry Lamont, CNN, Norfolk, Virginia.
In Israel, air raid sirens scream. The broadcast warn people to don their gas masks. These efforts precautioning against a chemical attack by Iraq are taking a toll on the children of Israel. CNN's Linda Scherzer reports.
Imagine what it's like to be a parent when the air raid sirens sound across Israel. Like the rest of the country, the Levensteins have rushed to their sealed room as they demonstrate for us here. They've prepared the windows. They've prepared themselves.
Flashlight, radio, and another box of some other food here in case we have to run down to the bomb shelter.
What they weren't prepared for was the terrified reaction of their 2-year-old daughter, Meirav.
You know what? I took her into our room, which is a sealed room, and she totally refused to let me put her in the plastic tent. She pulled my mask off my face. She went crazy.
By the third time the siren sounded, Meirav was bold enough to go inside the tent, coaxed by some snacks and her favorite toys. But watching her parents put on their masks is like watching a monster in a bad fairy tale, say psychologists. Many children like Meirav have been too afraid to cover their faces. Some children are afraid they'll suffocate.
I hope to get it over with soon, but that's part of the anxiety, the unknown, and the unknown is how long it's going to go on for.
For the children, the prospect of a poison gas attack has become a frightening possibility. The Kurtz family is comfortable with putting on their masks as they demonstrate for our camera, but the children are not comfortable with the threat that has overshadowed their daily lives.
You think that you can hurt and something going to happen to you, and you're going to go to the hospital, and maybe you're going to die, and you doesn't know what's going to happen to you, and you're afraid.
Hundreds of parents, teachers, and children have been jamming crisis hotlines in Israel to talk out their fears with trained psychologists. The experts are telling parents not to force terrified children to wear the masks unless the radio says that poison gas is in the air.
The child says, you know, every time that I hear the siren, my heart fell down. What will I'm going to do with my heart?
For now, children are keeping close to their parents and close to the cardboard boxes containing their masks. This little girl decorated hers to make it look more friendly. The gas masks have become a routine part of life in this country for the children as well as for the adults. Parents just hope that the scars of this national nightmare fade quickly. Linda Scherzer, CNN, Jerusalem.
That's this hour of coverage. Coming up in our next hour, students at Kansas State University get to talk to a round table of experts on the Persian Gulf War. I'm Don Miller.
And this reminder that 1 hour from now, the Defense Secretary Cheney and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Powell, will be briefing reporters at the Pentagon, and CNN will be there live. I'm Reed Collins in Washington.
Once they have their gas, they will always clear to the left side, so you always have safety because everybody does it the same way and knows which way to maneuver around the tanker.
I just got back from the hospital. My husband was in a car accident. Oh, he's okay. It wasn't his fault. But he'll be out of work 3 or 4 months. Our bills won't stop. We have 3 kids. And now the hospital bills. I'm going to call King & King attorneys.
Are you suffering an injury, financial loss, as a result of an accident that wasn't your fault? You may not have to suffer financial loss. Pick up the phone and call the law offices of King & King now.
The pain started here and shot all the way down here.
Pain is hard to live with.
My fingers were actually numb. It scared me.
If you're in pain, you may be suffering needlessly. A doctor of chiropractic can find out if your pain is caused by spinal misalignment, and if so, they can treat it.
The pain is completely gone now.
I have all the feeling back in my fingers.
If you're in pain, call now. We may be able to help.
Sometimes, even the best ideas don't stand out. That's why you need a Hewlett-Packard LaserJet printer.
Come into Ace Computer Center today and see how Hewlett-Packard's family of versatile LaserJet printers can make all your documents and presentations look more professional than ever.
So make sure your next idea gets noticed. Hewlett-Packard LaserJet printers.
See the full line now at Ace Computer Center.
Over time, many have tried to make better furnaces, more fuel-efficient furnaces, more reliable furnaces. And here they are. Comfort Maker furnaces, up to 93% fuel efficient, with one of the best warranties in the industry. Comfort Maker, winter comfort you can feel good about, season after season after season.
Call your Energy-Wise Comfort Maker professional, Wade Heating and Air Conditioning.
This is CNN.
Israelis work to restore a Tel Aviv neighborhood, the latest target of Iraq's missiles. This is CNN's continuing coverage of the Gulf War. I'm Don Miller at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Reed Collins in Washington. Iraq is saying it has moved an unspecified number of U.S. flyers to those areas where they're being used as human shields. A military communique broadcast on Baghdad radio today says, and we quote, "A number of pilots of the American enemy have been captured and distributed to strategic sites." Iraq is taking verbal aim also at neighboring Turkey, which is, as you know, a member of NATO. The Baghdad government accuses Ankara of unjustified aggression because U.S. warplanes are being used to take off from Incirlik Air Base. From Desert Storm and Riyadh, U.S. officials report that 6 Iraqis have been captured in a skirmish along the border between Iraq and Saudi Arabia. They say that 2 U.S. soldiers were slightly injured, not wounded, but injured, and they deny an Iranian report saying some U.S. forces have been captured in this ground skirmish. In Germany, Chancellor Helmut Kohl says Israel will get the equivalent of $165 million in immediate aid. We get more now from CNN's Al Hinman.
Allied warplanes headed for another air attack on Iraqi targets. Now, almost exactly 1 full week after the start of Operation Desert Storm. Allied commanders say the air war is proceeding, in their words, according to plan.
The Iraqi Air Force has been harassed and forced to move from one place to another, with his command and control gradually being degraded.
However, assessment of damage done by the bombing raids, according to the U.S., is running behind, partially due to several days of bad weather. Some indication of the damage done is coming from CNN's Peter Arnett in Baghdad. Arnett, earlier today, in a report closely monitored and cleared by Iraqi censors, said Iraqi officials took him to a plant he had visited several months ago, where infant formula had been produced. Arnett reported the building had been badly damaged. U.S. military officials at their daily Saudi Arabian briefing said the Allies are not aiming at civilian targets, adding the U.S. believes the bomb factory was heavily guarded and was known to be associated with biological warfare production. In Israel, officials indicate the question is no longer if, but when and how Israel will respond to Tuesday's Iraqi Scud missile attack, which killed 3 and injured nearly 100.
We are going to respond. Even if there's not a single other casualty, we're going to respond.
President Bush, according to a spokesman, has expressed U.S. sympathies to the Israelis, along with the United States appreciation for Israeli restraint so far. The U.S. aircraft carrier Forrestal is scheduled to leave tomorrow, believed headed for the eastern Mediterranean, somewhere near Israel. Speaking to military families at the Mayport Naval Station, Vice President Dan Quayle talked of continued U.S. resolve.
Our troops will have the best possible support in the entire world. They will not be asked to fight with one hand tied behind their backs.
The Vice President reiterated the administration's goal of bringing all U.S. GIs home as soon as possible, but not until Iraq is out of Kuwait. Al Hinman, CNN, reporting.
Let's get a late report from the State Department, which is keeping its eye, of course, on the Gulf region with particular reference to Israel. And Candy Crowley now joins us live. Candy?
Good morning, Reed. After the latest attack on Israel by Iraqi missiles, the U.S. is once again going out of its way to express its deep regrets and praise Israel for what the State Department has called Israel's extraordinary restraint. In addition to the Patriot missiles that the U.S. has sent over to Israel to help guard against those Scud attacks, the U.S. has also sent Lawrence Eagleburger, the #2 man at the State Department, who has been in Israel now for several days and intends to stay there for an undetermined time. At the State Department, spokeswoman Margaret Tutwiler was asked about reports that Israel now wants some more U.S. money.
I spoke with the deputy this morning in Israel, and he said, yes, this subject was discussed, that he made no commitments, that he listened, and that he said he would report back to Washington. We do not have that full report yet, and when we get it, it will be given our full consideration.
Israel apparently has not made a formal request other than the money mentioned in the meeting with Secretary Eagleburger, the total amount around $13 billion. The State Department wouldn't say one way or the other how that money was going to be doled out, or if indeed it was, although as you heard, the U.S. will give such a request its full consideration. Candy Crowley, CNN Live at the State Department.
And now we're going to get another live report from the Pentagon. Let's go there now. Gene?
Reed, there is a certain element of anticipation here as we await this afternoon's briefing by Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and the chairman of the Military Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell. We're expecting they'll provide some details on the kind of bombing damage being inflicted on Iraqi targets by coalition air missions that now total more than 12,000. We have not gotten much information so far along those lines. This morning's U.S. military briefing in Riyadh offered the latest example.
Weather has hindered our capability to obtain assessment of battle damage in a real-time manner. For obvious reasons, cloud cover hinders aerial photography. Additionally, depending on the level, clouds may also prevent us from sending in reconnaissance aircraft below them. As a last point, a very vital source of our information, along with cockpit video recordings, is the assessment of the aircrew and the pilot himself. When you consider that the pilot is concentrating on the target and getting out of the target area, finding his wingman, and evading enemy ground fire through the whole process, his priority is not on target assessment. It's a secondary concern. And when you put all these factors together, you can see the battle damage assessment process is difficult. We need the correct information, but we're not going to compromise safety of our pilots by tasking them with target assessment as their main priority. Additionally, we're not going to send in recce pilots for the same reasons. We simply don't need the information so fast that we can't wait until conditions are prime.
There was more skirmishing today along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. The U.S. military called it simply the latest in a series of light arms and artillery exchanges. 6 Iraqis were taken prisoner. 2 U.S. soldiers were slightly injured. We should mention that the Israeli military now is saying that the Scud missile that hit Tel Aviv last night was indeed hit by a Patriot air defense missile, and that it was the warhead alone which impacted in that Tel Aviv neighborhood. This morning, the Pentagon said, in fact, the Patriot had hit at least 1 Scud missile. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
Thank you, Gene. And ahead on CNN, Sonia Friedman with a roundtable discussion on the Gulf. Stay with us.
How would you like to feel wonderful and successful in your own body? Before I lost 160 pounds, I felt like a personal failure. Today I like me and I'm excited about life. I can help you with the depression related to emotional issues, not liking your body or yourself. Let me help you.
Janet Grease is a place for us. 800-543-3662. Because it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you.
For over 360 years, the people of the Orient have known a gem when they see one. Kiko Man.
To be 7 again. High-spirited. A parent's pride and joy.
I'm gonna be 8 in 2 weeks.
Don't count on it. Problem Child, coming to video stores January 31st from MCA Universal Home Video.
They destroyed everything he had, everything he was.
Now crime has a new enemy, and justice has a new face. Who is Darkman? Find out February 14th at your local video store.
The stress headache. Relentless. Tightening. Stretching. When the pain has you at the limit. Take Anacin. Anacin. Or aspirin-free Anacin 3. Strong pain relief for today's stress headache.
I'm Larry King in Washington. Can we solve this problem in the Gulf? Senator Robert Dole, Minority Leader of the U.S. Senate, and ace negotiator Herb Cohen join us tonight with your phone calls. Larry King Live, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Now here's a look at the latest developments in the Gulf War. U.S. military officials said today a thick cloud of smoke from burning Kuwaiti oil fields could hamper Allied attacks on Iraqi ground troops. U.S. officials say Iraqis blasted some oil installations in Kuwait yesterday. There's no ground war yet, but there was a skirmish between U.S. and Iraqi forces on the Saudi-Iraqi border. U.S. officials say that 6 Iraqis were captured and 2 U.S. soldiers suffered slight wounds.
Yesterday evening, soldiers from the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, located at an observation point near the Saudi Arabian-Iraqi border, encountered an Iraqi patrol and returned small arms fire. The skirmish resulted in 2 U.S. soldiers being slightly injured. They were treated and returned to duty.
Meanwhile, several bombings in Brazil, Turkey, and Lebanon zone are being investigated for links to the Gulf War. The offices of a missionary group and a business, both with links to the United States, were bombed today in Istanbul. One Turkish woman was hurt at the missionary office. Police say that in both cases, bombers left behind leaflets denouncing Turkish and U.S. involvement in the Gulf War. This bank in Beirut, Lebanon, was damaged Monday in a bomb attack. Bombings today had a deadlier result. A security guard was killed when an explosion ripped through a partly owned French bank in Baalbek. And heavy damage was reported at a partly Saudi-owned bank in Beirut. Both Saudi Arabia and France are members of the coalition against Iraq. Burning oil fields and the continuing battle are driving the price of oil higher. Light sweet crude, the American benchmark, is up $1.19, trading at $23.07. And Brent North Sea crude is up 40 cents, trading at $21.40. Reed?
Now, the daily briefing at the White House has just concluded, and CNN's Frank Sesno joins us now live and has more on that story. Frank?
Yes, well, Reed, today's briefing took an unexpected twist with, unfortunately, CNN and some of CNN's reporting out of Baghdad, where it has the only Western journalist remaining there, coming into question. Peter Arnett reporting earlier today that a baby milk plant had been destroyed, and he had seen that at the behest, as he said, of Iraqi tour guides, if you can call them that, his report being made under the guise of Iraqi censors. Well, President Bush saw that report, according to Marlin Fitzwater, and in his daily briefing, Fitzwater went out of his way to discredit the report. Fitzwater said that the U.S. has had intelligence information for a long time that that plant has been the site of the production of a biological weapons production facility, and that it believes that it has been all along heavily guarded, ringed with barbed wire, as the Pentagon said earlier. Fitzwater says that everything that Peter Arnett is reporting is subject to Iraqi censors. He went on again to say that when asked if he believed that CNN had somehow become a propaganda arm of the Iraqis, he said no, he didn't believe that. CNN is free, he said, to do what it wants, but he said that any broadcasts coming out of Baghdad are coming out totally controlled by the Iraqi government. There was not a great deal of information coming from this briefing. There has not been a great deal of information forthcoming from the White House, the Pentagon, or anywhere else in this information that in this war, that in many ways exists amid a vacuum of information. Fitzwater says, however, there is sufficient information to indicate that the war is going well, as the administration contends, and that any reporting out of Baghdad must be put in perspective. As I say, he contends that all reporting that comes out via CNN and Peter Arnett is subject to Iraqi censors. Fitzwater would not characterize the president's response when he saw that report earlier, but he did say, Fitzwater did say, that such reports of damage to civilian targets represents a major problem for the United States government and the governments of the coalition, that this is not a case of taking on the media, said Fitzwater, but rather a case of taking on Saddam Hussein and his propaganda ploys, his efforts to spread false information and spread dissension within the public ranks of the coalition. Fitzwater says he is merely trying to set the record straight. On a couple of other matters, the President spoke to Chancellor Helmut Kohl yesterday, soliciting additional support for the coalition effort. Chancellor Kohl coming through, the German government coming through with additional aid for Israel, that being announced in Bonn today. Reed?
Thank you. That's Frank Sesno reporting live on the burden of today's briefing from the White House. It is time now to go to Sonia Friedman live. Sonia.
Thank you, Reed. This week we'll be bringing you roundtable discussions on the war in the Gulf, and joining me today is Lenora Fulani, National Chairwoman of the New Alliance Party, Robert Hunter, former National Security Council staffer in charge of the Middle Eastern Affairs Program in the Carter administration, Rashid Khalidi, Associate Director of the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Chicago, and Arnaud de Beaugrave, editor of and chief of the Washington Times. Also with us a little bit later and listening in now is CNN's Jeff Flock. He is in Manhattan, Kansas, with students at Kansas State University, and they'll be joining us later on in our discussion. Welcome to all of you. Dr. Fulani, let me begin with you as I ask all of you the same question. Is this a just war, and should we be there?
I don't think it's just, and I think that there are millions of Americans who also believe that it's unjust. But I think more than that, and I've been listening to the dialogue and the presentations of war, I think that many people in this country are concerned about the sterilized images that are coming across our TV stations at us. I think they're concerned about the censorship of the news. It's like CIA orchestrated. Generally, the CIA operates out of the basement of the White House, but with our President George Bush, they're choosing, they're very selective at what's being shown. I also am very concerned, and I think that there are millions of people in this country who are concerned about the ways in which democracy is being undermined, the right of people to present dissenting opinions by virtue of waving the flag and patriotism. The Founding Fathers knew enough to make democracy the fundamental issue of this country, not patriotism, not nationalism, because they were concerned about that.
Let's get another opinion, if we may. Mr. Hunter.
The question of whether it's a just war, I think absolutely. We have Saddam Hussein has done unspeakable things to his own people, to people in the region, who was the aggressor in Kuwait. I don't think there's any question in my mind about that. The questions I do have, or did have, were whether war was the best way to handle this. I didn't think so. The war has begun now, and I think it needs to be prosecuted to a successful conclusion. It does appear from everything we've seen that the U.S. military has gone way beyond any lengths ever contemplated by Iraq to spare civilian casualties, though there obviously will be a civilian casualty.
Let's stop at this point and incorporate Mr. Khalidi.
Well, I think that what Bob Hunter said about this not having been a wise thing to get into is correct. I honestly don't think that war was unavoidable. And I honestly don't think that the objectives that were originally put forward as the ones for which we were going to war are in fact the reasons that we're prosecuting this war. And I think that that's become clear in a lot of the press reporting that's come out in the last couple of days. The objective of this war is not really the liberation of Kuwait. The objective of this war has to do with wearing down Iraq and eliminating it as a factor in the Middle East. And whether or not that's a good objective, I don't necessarily think that it is something that the American people would have willingly gone to war to achieve. And I think that to some extent there's been a bait and switch tactic here. We were told we were going to war for Kuwait, and I don't think that's really why we're fighting.
Mr. Beaugrave, your comments.
Yes, I've known Saddam Hussein since the mid-70s, interviewed him several times when I was with Newsweek magazine. I just returned from the Gulf last night, and my conclusions is that it's an eminently just war, and that the man is indeed a grave danger to the whole region, and I think by extrapolation to the whole world. He's had ambitions in that part of the world to dominate the Gulf. In fact, when I talked to him in 1977, he said, all the emirates, all the sheikdoms, all the kingdoms, all that must be forced out and replaced by revolutionary progressive regimes, which, as you may recall, was the fashionable jargon at the time.
Sonia, could I jump in for a moment?
Well, you can, but I'd like you to incorporate in your answer what you think of diplomatic efforts at this point. There has been a suggestion that there is a mutual ceasefire and a window for diplomacy.
We've
Do you
heard
see
that,
as...
again, this, I think, comes from people who suffer.
Let me go to Dr. Filani for that. Doctor?
I just, what I wanted to say, I mean, diplomacy, again, instead of democracy is an issue that I'm concerned about. But part of what is happening that's not so diplomatic is that we feel as people in this country so manipulated. So they're speaking about a relationship with Hussein. For many, many years, the U.S. government, Bush was a friend of Hussein's as well as he was a friend of Noriega's. The Bush administration as well as the Reagan administration blocked sanctions against that the Congress were trying to implement against Iraq. So when did Hussein, and under what circumstances did he become the Hitler of the Middle East? It's so outrageous to, on the one hand, have these people as friends, and then have a foreign policy.
Certainly a point of view. Let's go to Mr. Hunter, though, and ask, what is the goal of this war, and how will we know when we've won?
This, I think, does become increasingly difficult. It was obvious in the president's speech the night the war began that liberating Kuwait is only part of it. Destroying his capacity for chemical and nuclear warfare in the future is a major part. In fact, in the first wave of attacks, we began dealing with that. Reducing his military capacity, the president also talked about. When you get to diplomacy, I don't believe that that's what we should be doing now. Frankly, Saddam Hussein, if he wants to change things, can announce and begin a departure from Kuwait. But otherwise, frankly, at this point, I don't think we can jeopardize what our people are doing out there by having a ceasefire and just letting him be dilatory.
Mr. Khalidi, let me ask you if there's any possibility of peace in that area. Look at the history. Look where we are today. What about tomorrow?
Well, I think that we have not really tried to negotiate at any, seriously, honestly, in good faith, at any stage in this conflict. Very early on, I think that the president took a decision, and he has bent our government and our media to his will. I think that it would be possible to achieve a negotiated settlement. In fact, sooner or later, we're going to have to negotiate. Whatever stage in the war it comes, at whatever price in lives, American and Iraqi and other, we're going to sooner or later have to negotiate. The question is when and at what stage. And I'm afraid that a lot of people are going to be killed, and we will not necessarily find ourselves much better off at that stage than we would be now or than we would have been had we not gone to war.
Just now, because we're going to have Jeff Flock and the students from Kansas State join us in just a bit, right after this break.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Not a question.
She's changed her name, her looks, her life. All to escape the most dangerous man she ever met. Her husband.
Where is she? This is our last chance. I can't live without you, and I won't let you live without me.
Julia Roberts, Sleeping with the Enemy. Rated R. Starts Friday, February 8th at theaters everywhere.
This man is a dentist, so we can't show you his face on television. Morning, Rob. But the fact that he's brushing his teeth may prompt you to ask, what brand of toothbrush do dentists use? Okay, Rob, show us. Oral-B. Used by more dentists than any other brand of toothbrush. Oral-B. The toothbrush more dentists use.
Dow Bathroom Cleaner with scrubbing bubbles. It's 50% stronger than original Dow Bathroom Cleaner. We work even harder, so you don't have to.
How well you carry yourself in business often depends on what you carry in business. Cambridge Business Wear from Mead. As important to the way you look as the clothes you wear.
Do your friends like to party, especially on their birthdays? Well, if you can't attend one, send one. Just call or visit your FTD florist, the only one who can send a birthday party bouquet almost anywhere. Send a party today.
Go! Do it! Put it on the air!
You got an attack here. I guess you know that.
Don't interrupt him. Let's hear this.
I need
Oman. I need Saudi Arabia. I need the White House. I need the Pentagon.
It looks like this first phase is over, and we'll get back to you when it all starts again.
having a roundtable discussion with a variety of points of view, talking about the war in the Gulf with Dr. Lenora Fulani of the New Alliance Party, Robert Hunter, former National Security Council staffer during the Carter administration, Rashid Khalidi, Associate Director for Middle East Studies at the University of Chicago, and Arnaud de Beaugrave, Editor-in-Chief of the Washington Times. And joining us now, CNN's Jeff Flock, standing by at Kansas State University, talking with students, and we go there now live for their thoughts and reaction. Jeff, what have the youngsters been saying, and what questions might they like to pose?
Well, we've had an interesting discussion here as well as you've had an interesting discussion there. They're very eager to ask some questions of your panelists. We're here in the basement of Haymaker Hall on the campus of Kansas State University. A number of people here gathered at the noon hour to watch CNN and try to get whatever information they can get, the latest information from the Gulf. Let's now try a few questions. We've had a lot of questions here as we've been watching. Tell me who you are and what your question is.
I'm Melissa Messner, and I'm from Manhattan, Kansas. And now that Israel has decided to retaliate, I was wondering how you think the other countries surrounding Israel will respond, if you think this will turn into a world war.
Mr. de Beaugrave, I'm going to have you respond to that.
Well, I just seen President Mubarak in Egypt before I went to the front, and he does not believe that Israel will become involved in the war if they retaliate, and if the retaliation was justified by the attack. Syria has said roughly the same thing. So I don't see the war widening, nor do I see Israel engaging in classic conventional bombing, which would only duplicate America's efforts. What I do see them doing is something comparable to the Entebbe raid, which elicited the admiration of the world and, incidentally, of Israel's enemies.
There is, however, a question. Even though, frankly, the Israelis have every right to retaliate, and if they didn't, I think it would be very surprising and be hard for any political leader to show his face. But there is a question about what the reaction in the Arab world, not the leaders, but the peoples, will be. Whether fair or not, I fear that there's likely to be a strong reaction over time.
Let's go on, Jeff. Another question, please.
Okie doke. Who are you, and what's your question?
My name is Chad Brown. I'm from Conway Springs, Kansas. I was wanting to ask what negotiations or other things that we haven't done would the two suggest that don't support this war right now?
Let's go to Mr. Khalidi for that.
Well, all of the issues that have been raised, nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, Iraq's conventional forces, can be dealt with in one of two ways. We can fight a long, ugly war which might or might not succeed in mastering these issues. Or we can approach this as I think we justly and correctly approach the same kinds of issues in Europe. You see that somebody's doing something you don't like, and you, in a long, protracted process, negotiate with them and try and bring these things under control. Now, we are now being told that that Iraq is a loose cannon, that Saddam Hussein is completely out of control. We had the same kind of rhetoric directed against the Soviets for many decades, and in the end, we were able to deal with them, to negotiate with them. I'm not suggesting that it's going to be easy, but I don't think that this war is going to be easy, and I'm not sure that we're going to deal with nuclear proliferation by bombing every country.
Let me stop you there, if I may. Mr. Beaugrave, I would like to ask you a question about the New World Order. How do we get it when there is such adversity, hatred, and problems that we see as the ravages of war when this war is over?
New World Order is a figure of speech. Everybody has a different idea as to what it should be. The original concept many years ago was the Trilateral Commission, getting all the northern tier nations from the Soviet Union to Europe to the United States to Japan to finally get on with the real business of this world, and that is to cure or end disease, poverty for the underprivileged of the third world. That is the long-range vision. And now that the Cold War, or at least when the Cold War was over, we thought that we at least had a chance to move in that direction. But there's one thing I've learned covering the Middle East since 1952, and that is the unpredictability of the area. And it is almost impossible at this stage to engage in any long-range thinking and planning.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you. I wish we had more time to go on. We enjoy the fact that we can have a variety of opinions here. Jeff, I'd like to thank you and the students at Kansas State for being with us, and we'll have more on the Gulf right after this.
It's almost game time. Henry's relaxed, but Jim is scrambling. Jim tries every 900 number. Plenty of losers and bills. Jim reads all the papers and gets what he pays for. Not much. Jim stays in the dark with out-of-date information from tout sheets. He needs what Henry already knows, that Danny Sheridan and Larry Norris give expert picks and analysis before every playoff game. Between the Lines, live from the Las Vegas Hilton, only on pay-per-view.
Over time, many have tried to make better furnaces, more fuel-efficient furnaces, more reliable furnaces. And here they are. Comfort Maker furnaces, up to 93% fuel efficient, with one of the best warranties in the industry. Comfort Maker, winter comfort you can feel good about, season after season after season.
Call your EnergyWise Comfort Maker professional, Wade Heating and Air Conditioning, at 941-8598.
This is CNN.
President Bush met today with Mongolia's President Orkabot, but during the departing statements following their meeting, it was then that Mr. Bush mentioned briefly the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait.
The action of Iraq's dictator, the actions of one misguided man, cannot obscure mankind's bright destiny of democracy and freedom.
Again, those remarks just moments ago following the White House meeting between Presidents Bush and Mongolia's President Orkabot.
And updating events in the war in the Gulf. Fire raged today in some blazing Kuwaiti oil fields. U.S. military officials say Iraq has damaged or destroyed oil wells and storage tanks near the Saudi border. Some military analysts have speculated Iraq set the fires to create a cloud of black smoke to interfere with Allied attacks. However, Allied command officials say the effect of the cloud cover has been minimal. Allied warplanes battered Iraq for a seventh day today, and U.S. and British officials say they are eroding Saddam Hussein's ability to launch his Scud missiles. Allied military officials are also trying to assess bomb damage of Scud missiles that have hit in Israel and Saudi Arabia.
A joint Saudi and U.S. committee has been formed to investigate all military questions relating to the Scud attacks and the resulting damage. The committee will, for example, look into the sources of debris. The Saudi Civil Defense Office has ongoing investigation as well, and the two groups will cooperate and exchange information as necessary.
The commanders of Israel's air defenses say American and Israeli units will also investigate how a Scud missile hit Tel Aviv after a Patriot missile hit the Scud. Brigadier General Uri Ram today revealed new details of last night's missile attack. He says only one Scud was fired and it was hit by a U.S.-supplied Patriot anti-missile missile, but the Scud was only partly destroyed. Its warhead fell into a Tel Aviv neighborhood, killing 3 people and injuring 98 others. We'll learn more about the war in the Gulf from Pentagon officials shortly. U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will meet reporters at the Pentagon. CNN plans live coverage of that news briefing. It will take place at 2 p.m. Eastern, that's 11 a.m. Pacific.
All right, Wall Street's been working itself through the day. Let's find the latest on that and go live to the New York Stock Exchange and Jan Hopkins. Jan?
Thanks, Reed. Here on Wall Street, comments by Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan giving stocks a boost. Greenspan believes that interest rates may need to be cut further in order to help the ailing economy. Right now, the Dow Industrials are up 12 2/3 points at 2615.84. Volume active, 111 million shares changing hands. Advancing issues ahead of declining issues by a 2-to-1 margin. The broader and secondary markets are mixed at this hour. Bonds posting gains after finishing the last 2 sessions lower. Traders are encouraged by the possibility of lower interest rates. The Treasury's 30-year bellwether issue up about 0.5 point in price, and the yield is down to 8.20%. Greenspan's comments having the opposite effect on the dollar, the possibility of a cut in interest rates scaring off investors in the currency. Fears The greenback is unchanged against the Japanese currency, but down 3/4 of a pfennig against the German mark and off 3/4 of a cent against the British pound. Oil prices on the rise for the third straight session. Fear of Israeli retaliation and a wave of cold weather here in the United States, sending the U.S. benchmark crude up $1.35 to $23.23 a barrel. That is the latest in business news. We'll have another update in about an hour. With the Dow Jones Industrial Average now up 13.87, I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you, Jan. It is nighttime in Israel at the moment, a time for fear and worry. CNN's Greg Lefebvre is in Jerusalem now to tell us what's going on at the moment. Greg?
Don, here in Israel, it's 8:34 in the evening, virtually 24 hours to the moment since the Scud missile attack fell on Tel Aviv. It is a time of concern and of worry, despite efforts by the government and by civilian authorities here to maintain some peace and some calm. The Israeli cabinet met today amid rising clamor among some quarters here for retaliation. Israeli officials saying they will pick the moment and they will not forget.
I would say generally that he has in western Iraq a fairly large number of fixed launchers, in addition a number of mobile launchers. They are deployed over a fairly wide area, and as a result, and they're relatively small targets, so the job of knocking them out is not easy, and the job of locating and knocking out mobile launchers is even more difficult.
Palestinians continue to cheer the attacks on Israel, saying that Saddam Hussein has put Arab words into his own actions. Saddam has been cheered by thousands parading in the streets of Jordan, for example, and there are reports that a number of newborn babies have been named after him. However, the reaction among some Palestinian leaders here in Israel has been much more diplomatic.
I believe nobody should shoot at each other. We can. And there is a possibility, if there are goodwill and good intentions, to find a solution to both the Gulf crisis and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which has also been a long-drawn conflict. In this way, we can stop the war and start a turnabout in order to bring what is more needed in this region, not missiles on Baghdad or missiles on Tel Aviv, but peace and stability and a better future, especially for the civilians, the innocent civilians who are actually the first victims of this war.
The situation now is all the more difficult, and when it comes to peace, people here are wondering what will this part of the world be like when this war is over, how can this war end, and what will these people do in terms of making peace with their neighbors once this is over. The situation with the Palestinians, the situation with the other Arabs in the world, the situation with the Israelis. It's a really difficult mix right now, and this part of the world is much farther from peace than it was, say, 2-3 weeks ago. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, reporting live from Jerusalem.
And Greg, military strategists are keeping their eye on the weather in the Middle East, as is our Flip Spiceland, who's here now to tell us about that. Flip?
Yes, indeed. At all of the Pentagon briefings, you have heard some mention of weather. And once again, this is a satellite photograph that is available to the world. There are no secrets on this weather map anyway. We're talking about this area of heavy cloud cover, or at least the Pentagon briefings have been talking about this area of heavy cloud cover that's now moved on over into Iran. This is Iran, this is Iraq, here's Kuwait, here is Saudi Arabia. There have been, one interesting point, there have been reports of rainfall in Iran today, and there have been some reports that that rain is a very black, greasy rain. Don't know if that's true, but if it is, an obvious explanation to that would be the oil fields that are on fire are belching that black, thick smoke into the air, and the weather patterns have carried that over into Iran, and now it is falling in the form of rain. One of the interesting notes. You can see here a bit of cloudiness remains in Iran. It is that time of year. To the south, where it is much warmer, things are still crystal clear. We'll have more weather updates throughout the afternoon. Now back to Don.
Thank you, Flip. And in just a moment, we'll go back to Sonia Friedman for a look at the media's role in the Gulf War.
What are you doing this weekend? Last weekend, in 9 lucky cities, audiences fell in love with Once Around. the movie critics are calling a moonstruck fable of life and love.
Dad!
A remarkably fresh comedy, touching, tender, and in every way terrific.
First aid!
This Friday and Saturday night, it's your chance.
No!
Yes! To sneak a very special look at Once Around. From the director of My Life as a Dog, Once Around. Rated R. Now playing in select areas. Special sneak preview Friday and Saturday night.
If we could light a candle for everything he's done, for every life he's bettered, for every victory won, that light would shine so brightly that all the world would see all he did for peace and freedom and equality.
McDonald's joins the nation in celebrating the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
Advanced salon thinking from the salons of Vidal Sassoon. Vidal Sassoon conditioning rinse. It goes beyond traditional conditioners and helps protect hair too. First, it finds and conditions the damaged areas and goes on to help seal and protect hair overall. From heat, from styling, from the world. So your hair moves, shines, feels salon fabulous. Go beyond conditioning. Protect with Vidal Sassoon. Advanced salon thinking, advanced salon hair.
I get this awful sinus pain.
These sinus pain formulas all made news in the 80s. They all have the same medicine. Today's news is Dristan Sinus, the only sinus medicine with ibuprofen.
It relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes.
New Dristan Sinus.
This man is a dentist, which raises the question, what brand of toothbrush do dentists use? Oral-B. Oral-B, the toothbrush more dentists use.
And looking now at the latest developments in the Gulf War, Israeli Defense Minister Aarons told CNN again today Israel will retaliate for deadly Iraqi rocket attacks, but he didn't say when or how. Israel is reeling from the third most serious missile strike since the Persian Gulf War started nearly a week ago. 3 Israelis died and 98 were injured when a missile slammed into Tel Aviv last night. The air assault on Iraq thunders on. Allied military forces say now more than a total of 12,000 sorties have been flown, half of these combat. They say Operation Desert Storm is on track. U.S. Vice President Dan Quayle today visited families of troops fighting in the Persian Gulf. Said the administration's determined to win this war and bring the loved ones home as soon as possible. And he had some harsh words for Saddam Hussein.
As for those of our brave fighting men who are taken prisoners of war, let me say this. Iraq has signed the Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners of war. We demand that Saddam Hussein abide by the provisions of these conventions. Since he has not, we will hold Saddam and his henchmen personally accountable.
2 bombs exploded in Istanbul, Turkey today at the offices of a shipping company with U.S. ties and a U.S. missionary group that runs schools and a publishing house in Turkey. A Turkish woman was hurt in one of the blasts. A leftist group opposed to Turkey's involvement in the Gulf War is claiming responsibility for one of these attacks. Now back to Sonia Friedman live. Sonia?
Thank you, Reed. Journalists are often criticized for not supporting their countries during wartime. What obligation does the media have, and are they covering the war in the Gulf fairly? Joining me to look at that question are syndicated columnist Martin Schramm and Representative Mel Hancock, Republican congressman from Missouri. Gentlemen, welcome. And Congressman, I'd like to have you begin. The first question is, what about the issue of reportage, and how do you feel the journalists are handling the reporting of the war? Any problems there?
Well, let me say at the outset that I have the world of respect for the news media. In fact, I have repeatedly said over many, many years that that I believe that the only way we may be able to prevent the possibilities of a third world war is because we have instant communication. Also, here just a couple hours ago, I was complimenting the media on the fact that they are not ignoring completely the situation in the Baltic states. I went on the House floor, and I've been severely criticized for making the statement on the House floor January the 15th, just before the action started. My statements were designed to where I felt the national media, that everybody in the media, everybody in the United States should sit back and take a real good look at how we're covering this and make sure that if we did have to resort to military action, that our military personnel were supported 100%.
Okay, now that sounds like a strong positive to me. Mr. Schramm?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know of a single journalist who ever wants to report a single fact or show a picture that will endanger the life of one American man or woman fighting overseas. That's not what our job's about, and I think the congressman knows that. I think every journalist has to think long and hard about whatever he or she is doing here in Washington, and especially in a war zone. I think, by and large, the correspondents abroad are doing a fine job under very difficult conditions.
Mr. Schramm, let me interrupt to give you a case in point that just occurred. I mean, it occurred literally moments ago. And Mr. Schramm, I'll go to you first, and then the congressman in this case. We just heard something coming out of the president's office concerning CNN's Peter Arnett and the reportage concerning a baby formula company or factory in Iraq, in Baghdad. On the one hand, it is claimed that it appeared to be an innocent-looking building in terms of the tour, guided tour. We understand that, and we understand that the messages are censored by the Iraqi government. On the other hand, the White House says that they have it upon excellent information that this was really a biochemical plant. Here we are, the Americans looking into the media, into the White House. Who do we believe? Mr. Schramm?
Well, Sonia, I think we know who we believe. We're not going to be able to believe any journalist, whether it's you or me or any viewer who happens to be a journalist for the day and is over in Saddam Hussein's personal care. Peter Arnett, a great and courageous journalist, is under constant escort. They tell him where he can go and where he can't, what he can see and what he can't. And all he reported, as I recall, was that this building, according to officials there, was a plant for making baby formula. Now, he didn't say that's what the plant was. He says that's what the official line out of Baghdad was, and it's about as good as any other official line out of Baghdad, I would say.
Now, Congressman, there are people right now, let me stop you, Mr. Schramm.
Sure.
Mr. Congressman, there are people right now who are saying, come on, if you can have propaganda on the one side, you can have propaganda on the other.
Well,
is that not true?
Well, I think that's the point. But why not wait a while? Why not verify before we put out these stories? You know, let's the rumors and these type of things. I mean, I don't have any problem at all with reporting the facts, but let's wait until they become facts instead of just rumors. And some people, I've even had one man said, well, we want to report the true facts. I didn't know you qualified facts to that extent.
Congressman, how do you feel about the viewing of the POWs, hearing the tapes, seeing them on television, in the living rooms, the kitchens?
Here again, the problem I have with that is especially when we go in and to talk to the families and